Chapter 901 Merely Sages, Monarchs, and Paragons. Noah's body pulsed with power as he hadn't gotten a chance to taste his wondrous power at the stage of a great sage, his eyes blazing with beams of light as he looked forward to the experiences to come from this animus universe. We have to liberate the dragons within the Stardew Valleys and the bloody battlefields galaxy CLU.S.Ters, but our main goal will be to recover the draconic Holy Lands. In the animus universe, every supreme bloodline race had their own galactic filaments they called their Holy Lands. The draconic Holy Lands were surely taken over as the most powerful dragons were sent to be butchered in the bloody battlefields galaxy close. USters, we will face beings above the great sage level with the terrifying power of monarchs and paragons. You're sure about this? Tiamat looked towards Noah with a resolute face as she only saw his light smile. I said it before and I say it again, it is merely great sages, monarchs, and paragons. They are nothing in my eyes. Rumble. Before we set off to start on the Stardew Valleys though, give me a few minutes to create a DAO. The dragon girl looked towards Noah incredulously. As Tiamat had an even more shocked expression when she heard Noah's words, she was in a stupor because of Noah's words and the fact that after being around him so long, she knew that he almost always meant the things that he said. What? What do you mean to create a DAO? The dragon girl that was staring towards Noah incredulously could not help but speak up to make sure she heard correctly. The act of birthing DAOs is something that only the most powerful of the universal hegemonies can do. Noah merely waved his hands at the girls that were in a stupor as he replied domineeringly, it is merely something that universal realm experts can do. Even though I am not in that realm as well, it does not mean I cannot do so myself. Rumble. Words so tyrannical and shocking were uttered out that the two dragons in front of Noah had no words to even reply with. The Queen Dowager simply shook her head in acceptance at Noah's domineering words as the dragon girl by the side simply looked back and forth between the two of them. Noah's clone was floating near the very center of the core that was the past infinite realm where his homeworld was originally located. Within the space where rivers of universal essence and atmospheric essence freely overflowed, Noah voiced out majestically, I wish to birth my own lesser DAO. Rumble. He had spent a great deal of time thinking, his clones in the time-space and the one in the ruination realm extending this thinking to many months on what DAOs would aid him the most when it came to the journey ahead of him. After much deliberation, it was time to birth his own DAOs. His words were accompanied by a shocking manifestation of essence as the universal core communicated with him and gave him a great deal of information. What DAOs Noah could create, the limitations of the lesser DAOs, everything that he needed to know. His eyes opened sharply after adjusting to the abundant amount of information as he already had in mind the lesser DAO that would go on to initiate their journey in the Animus. Noah was planning ahead as he thought about the Queen Dowager's identity. The fact that she was uniquely the only one from her race that had the 10-headed dragon form. He also thought about himself and the sages of the Dark Universe, and the role they could play in the Animus universe. With these thoughts and many more in his mind, he sent forth the DAO he chose to birth to the universal core as a few minutes passed where he and the core went back and forth on the exact details of the DAO until finally a wondrous new DAO was produced. RUUUMBLE. The universal core shone gorgeously as ruination essence pulsed from it, Noah sensing a majestic phenomenon occurring as the overabundance of essence congregated at the very center of the core where he was at. This CLU.S.Tur of essence actually converged together as it released a shocking burst of light. Noah's eyes feasting on something he had not come across before as what was left behind was a terrifying rune shining with an array of colors that depicted a word, a primordial DAO rune depicting a single word. This word was the name of the DAO that Noah had sent forth to be created, THRUM. It buzzed in the air briefly as it seemed to have consciousness. This buzzing coming to a stop as it turned towards Noah's clone and warped towards it. The eyes of the clone were sharp as they prepared to accept whatever this was, but it found to its shock that the runic character of the DAO disappeared into the origin of the clone, and followed the line of connection it had with the main body that was within the pocket universe, hidden in the folds of space in the much grander Animus universe. Oh sure WAP, in the Animus universe, the planet of consanguinity that held the Stardew Valleys that Noah and Tiamat were hiding in. Noah's main body teleported out of this region so damn quickly, he left the pocket universe behind as only his body warped away. The destination he chose being the ruination realm. Rumble. The runic character changed course from the cosmos as it teleported again, appearing above Noah's newly warped figure within the wondrous ruination realm that had rivers of essence, the character smashing into Noah as it delved deep into his origin and soul. The birth of a new DAO. Too damn flashy is what you are, not at all what you should be. Noah thought the birth of this DAO was too flashy, especially because it was a DAO he created for the purposes of hiding, but this was simply what occurred every time a DAO was born, where it had to bind itself to the one that birthed it, not their clone or anything similar. The aura it brought was simply the majesty of a new Tao that was not birthed from the cosmos, and instead brought to be from the will of a being. Noah broke down the shocking information he was receiving as he could classify it into two parts. One was the fact that after birthing his own Tao, he didn't just receive the Tao itself, he also received a title, this title, Architect of the Tao, a title given to those that have birthed their own Tao. It allows for the architect to benefit from all those that utilize their Tao, or depending on how it is used to affect the destinies of living creatures, they can gain increased comprehension and assimilation of all other studied Taos. Increased universal fortune and golden destiny. If the birth Tao utilization is expanded to the scale of a universe and fully assimilated by the majority of powerhouses, the architect gains. If the birth Tao utilization is expanded to the scale of a cosmos, the architect gains. The architect of the Tao is a prerequisite title for, not even the Tao itself, just the title that the truly powerful universal realm hegemonies who could successfully birth Taos held. It was the reality of a title being given to a being that should not yet hold it. Chapter 902 Architect. Noah's eyes glanced at the Architect of the Tao title as he felt a myriad of emotions while reading the details of the stupendous title. It was like reading a redacted file that he shouldn't even be holding, much of the information within it not even being given to him. This was because he was multiple levels early in obtaining it, something that a being like him should not yet have. But it gave him an idea of how the universal realm hegemonies spent their time. When he read the few words that weren't redacted, his eyes lingered on the words of the boons he could enjoy at this moment, the ones termed, increased comprehension and assimilation of all other studied Taos. Increased universal fortune and golden destiny. He knew what the first one entailed, and he could only make inferences for the other two, as even when he focused on them, no additional information was given. As for the other perks that he couldn't even touch nor read, since his birth Tao would have to be applicable to the scale of a universe with a majority of the powerful beings within that universe fully assimilating it, he could only look away from them at this moment as he would analyze the boons he could already access. He gave a light sigh as he thought of the created Tao itself that had caused all this commotion. It truly was a Tao he created for the purpose of moving across the animus universe unhindered and with a new identity. A Tao that focused more on support and utility than being offensive or defensive. Lesser Tao of subterfuge, a lesser Tao birthed by the universal core of Noah Osmont. As the Tao architect, Noah Osmont can comprehend and assimilate the Tao at 10 times the normal speed. It allows the user to falsify the essence of the Taos they comprehend, their true realm, as well as their physiology, as they can transform into an entirely different being. The false can be indistinguishable from the real, and vice versa. At initial comprehension, the transformation of physiology is possible. At full comprehension, the falsification of one's true realm is possible. At full assimilation, the falsification of Taos is possible. A Tao designed especially for him, but one that his subordinates could also use to freely move within the animus universe. A Tao for the 10-headed Tiamat to utilize to hide her identity as the progenitor of her race, a Tao for Noah to become something else entirely while moving across the cosmos. With the addition of the Architect of the Tao, it also made it so that Noah had to spread this Tao within his dark universe and have the majority of experts within fully assimilated as soon as possible, so he could enjoy the same stupendous perks that universal realm hegemonies that birthed Taos were receiving. The perks that were all redacted from his eyes. Well then, rumble. Within the ruination realm that held a 1000 to 1 time ratio, Noah's clone that was already there began comprehending a newly created Tao for the first time, while his main body returned to the pocket universe, where Tiamat and the dragon girl had just seen him disappear. Sorry about that, it seems that creating a Tao is very flashy. I didn't want to draw any unneeded attention, so I had to leave for a second. Tiamat looked towards him while shaking her head at this, as the dragon girl looked forward in a stupor. This was because she began to notice the essence of a Tao she had not come across and could not pinpoint begin to erupt around Noah's body. What is the new Tao you created? Tiamat asked with shining eyes that locked onto the gray essence that had begun to swirl around Noah. It was rising in concentration every passing second as it signified someone gaining comprehensions in the Tao, and it was large percentages at that. The lesser Tao of subterfuge, Noah voiced out with a smile as he saw the percentage over this new Tao rise by 1% every passing second of the cosmos. This was because as the Tao architect, he could traverse through at 10 times the normal speed. This, in addition to the 1000 to 1 ratio of the ruination realm and the crazy increased comprehension and assimilation boosts provided to his clone while in it, on top of these very same boosts given by the affix within his cosmic treasure, and also the new title as an Architect of the Tao. All of these stupendous factors made it so that for the lesser Daos Noah created, he could comprehend a single percentage with every passing second in the cosmos. Rumble, a minute very and a half very quickly passed as a swirling storm of essence of this newly created Tao erupted around Noah, his domineering words ringing out soon after as the essence began to recede into his body. Fully comprehended in less than 2 minutes, not too bad. The moment Noah gained full comprehension in the lesser Tao of subterfuge, he began with assimilation as on top of all the boosts he had for this, he also had the stupendous assimilation crystals that worked on any lesser and grand Taoist that his clone in the ruination realm began to absorb. This gave way to a reality of a majestic aura of a fully assimilated Tao erupting from him just 5 seconds later. 5 seconds, full assimilation in a few seconds, that's better. The dragon girl by the side was scared shitless at this scene as she watched a being comprehended Tao in minutes and proceed to assimilate it in seconds. It can't. What? Noah ignored the cries of the girl as he looked towards Tiamat's dazed expression, his voice ringing out. What are the different types of dragons right below you? The ones that could have been the great sages or monarchs of the dragon race? Tiamat came out of her stupor as her lips moved by themselves, her mind also sending Noah memories of the many different types of dragons within the animus universe. There are the abyssal tyrant black dragons that could rise to such a stage along with the amphipteries, ether dragons, chaos dragons. Noah's mind reveled in the images of the many dragons that Tiamat uttered as for the near future, he would choose to change into the form of a magisterial dragon that would be moving to reclaim the honor of the dragon race of the animus universe. Chapter 903, A Dragon's Cry Reverberates Across Stardew Valleys. The newly created lesser Tao of subterfuge granted a being the capability to falsify their physiology at initial comprehension, their realms at full comprehension, and they could even falsify the essence of their Taos when they fully assimilated it. After Tiamat gave Noah the information on the many different types of dragons, she watched on with shining eyes as the body of the being she knew erupted with essence and began to expand rapidly. The expansion was followed by a flash of gray light as when the scene cleared, the pristine human figure of Noah was gone as a magisterial abyssal black tyrant dragon took his place. Roar. A shocking roar came out from him as from all accounts, Tiamat could see a genuine creature of the dragon race standing in front of her, scales that were extremely dark as they shone with an obsidian glow, a pair of wings that actually had black flames dancing on them dangerously, and a draconic head that held 2 terrifying crimson eyes and jaws filled with sharp teeth. A light smile could shockingly be seen expressed on the head of the newly appearing tyrant dragon as Noah spoke, the voice reverberating in their ears as it seemed like the sound of a true ancient dragon. It only takes an exuberant amount of mana when you first transform, with the false form you take being kept until you disable it. You can also, as he spoke, his body erupted with a myriad of Tao essences, the most terrifying ones being the cosmic Tao that caused the heart of the dragon girl to tremble, but there was also an assortment of over 10 other Taos, yet within the next few seconds, all of these terrifying energies of multiple Taos faded away as only 2 Tao essences replaced them, the Taos of destruction and vastness. Falsify what essence your body gives off. Lastly, you can even falsify your realm. That is the new Tao I've created, the lesser Tao of subterfuge. Tiamat watched as Noah's terrifying power at the galactic filament realm seemingly disappear, his enormous draconic figure releasing a weak aura that showed a shimmering manifested nebula. Comprehend this Tao first and change into another form that isn't the 10-headed dragon. I'll get the others ready as well before we move to begin the revival of the mighty dragon race within the animus universe. Noah's voice thundered out as Tiamat nodded, Noah placing her and the dragon girl in a time-space within the pocket universe as he got himself familiar with his new body. Back in the universal core of the dark universe, a clone of his was already moving and relaying the Tao of subterfuge to his subordinates, expecting the sages under him to be able to very easily learn the lesser Tao within a few hours in a time-space, which would only be a few minutes in the outside cosmos. The reality of the brutal nature of the animus universe continued as a being prepared to make his entrance onto it. A vast CLU.S.tour of galaxies permeated throughout, with the shocking feature of swirling rift portals appearing throughout the universe every second as they were the gateways an animus could dive into for the purposes of contracting a master, among all the stellar bodies. The planet of consanguinity that was the size of a galaxy was a well-known location, the numerous races of the supreme bloodlines congregating there. Within this 1 light-year region, there were numerous mountain peaks that held the majestic fantasy cities made of obsidian structures where the races of multiple supreme bloodlines permeated throughout. The mountain peak that Noah and Tiamat had descended down in and grabbed the dragon girl was known as the Sky Summit, a region that had a few sages and numerous entities. The other mountainous summits held many other experts as well, or if one were to look at the whole overarching Stardew valleys, they would find thousands of entities. Hundreds of sages, and multiple great sage experts residing within this region. Luckily or unluckily, in the area that Noah first targeted, he wouldn't come across the terrifying experts in the stage above a great sage. That is, if he moved carefully. He put together this information that the dragon girl gave them as many thoughts swirled in his mind. Within the dark universe, multiple days had passed in the time-space where the sages were trying to grasp the new Tao Noah had handed to them. Only a bit over an hour passing in the cosmos as all of these powerful beings were able to gain initial comprehension with the push from Ruination Guider. This caused a smile to bloom on Noah's face as while his now enormous body of a tyrant dragon stood next to Tiamat and the dragon girl. Spatial essence swirled from the enormous, universal gateway, at the center of his pocket universe that connected to the universal core of the dark universe. When the spatial light faded, the figures of multiple sages from Noah's homeworld made their appearance into the pocket universe: the vivacious Barbados and Morgana, the sharp-looking Sword Emperor and Kazuhiko, the prideful Emperor Penguin, Holy Emperor, Anna, Athena, Elena, all the harbingers of sin and remaining sages of the dark universe came out in full force to experience the animus universe. Many of the sages recognized this tyrannical demeanor as Barbados walked forward with her curvaceous body swaying, her voice sonorous ringing out. "This is the new form you will take, little fish, THRUM. Her voice caused all the others to affirm their assertions as they saw a deadly smile appear on the face of the tyrant dragon. "Yes. You all can choose your own physiologies from the dragon race before we move out." The eyes of the sages shone brilliantly as they had already been briefed on the situation that Noah and Tiamat were met with. "Huh, good." Kazuhiko's excited voice reverberated out as the Tao of subterfuge swirled around him. This being always looking forward to new adventures, as he was the first after Noah to utilize the newly created Lesser Tao to falsify his new form, arriving in a new universe and beginning a quest for conquest right away. "I like it." Rumble. The air crackled with power as the tides of destiny moved. The already brutal atmosphere of the Animus universe was about to get even wilder as new players would soon be introduced onto the stage. Chapter 904: A Dragon's Cry reverberates across the Stardew Valleys. 2. Within the Pocket Universe. "We just arrived in the universe. We're already battling with the natives?" Morgana's voice rang out as the teleported sages looked towards Noah's majestic figure of an abyssal black tyrant dragon. Tiamat was the one to reply coldly in her new form of the rare Chaos Dragon. "It is because the state of the dragon race is direr than expected, and we must move in haste to liberate them." A smile bloomed on Morgana's face at the reply as her fists crackled with the power of destruction. "Good. I was hoping to see how it felt to be cheaters like all of you guys and see exactly how I can utilize this system to shoot up in power." Rumble. She wanted to experience the feeling of obtaining loot and strengthening herself with it. "Choose your draconic forms." Noah's dominant voice rang out as the illusory figures of multiple different dragons appeared in the starry space of the Pocket Universe. In the vast Animus universe, there were a myriad of creatures that held the bloodline of dragons. They ranged from drakes and all the way to the fantastical elemental dragons and the rare or unique dragons such as the abyssal black tyrant dragons. The sages of the dark universe looked at the many different types of dragons displayed in front of them as they chose to take on the forms of the most tyrannical-looking dragons with the Tao of subterfuge that they had just comprehended. Noah was the only one to take the vicious form of the obsidian abyssal black tyrant dragon, with the sages of the dark universe falsifying their forms to become ether dragons, chaos dragons, and other types of elemental dragons. THRUM, the surroundings fluctuated with majestic essence as the physiologies of many beings was changed and falsified. The appearance of numerous draconic creatures coming to be. "Rower, this feels too real, like it's actually my body." The voice of the Sword Emperor resounded from a pristine white dragon that held illusory swords all around it. Noah looking towards this dragon and the many more that appeared all around him as he talked of the Tao all of them were using to achieve the result. With the lesser Tao of subterfuge, the false will be indistinguishable from the real. THRUM. Noah repeated the detail he had placed in the creation of the Tao as he looked at the beings that were ready. "This will be the first time we step into the limelight of the Animus universe. It is to stop the slave-like treatment of the dragon race, as anyone who stands in the way of that will be wiped out." "Oh," essence resonated out as the sages affirmed Noah's words. "The target is the Stardew Valleys of the galactic-sized planet of consanguinity, an area spanning 1 light-year and holding within it a myriad of sages and great sages. It's bound to be exciting." The roars of dragons reverberated out as the forces of the dark universe were about to introduce themselves into new lands. "Hello, to whoever is out there listening, you need to buckle on for the ride I'm currently on. I debated whether it was a dream every few seconds, but it seems like it is truly real, as even while using mana to pinch myself or send a jolt to my mind, I'm still awake. I'm talking of course of the reality that the killed progenitor suddenly appeared in front of me. Her master forcefully teleporting me away into a shockingly dense with essence spatial area as they proceeded to shock my poor heart one after another. First, it was Her Majesty's fault for not making her status clear, resulting in me releasing my grievances towards her in a way I would have never dared to do so, then finding out the progenitor of all dragons actually submitted to a master, and this master could create, comprehend, and assimilate a lesser Tao in minutes. This brings us to this moment, this shocking, ridiculous, and frankly terrifying moment that I never thought I would find myself in. From the spatial area the master called the Pocket Universe, we were all teleported out as we appeared in the skies of the sky summit that has been my home for the past years, one of the many summits that made the Stardew Valleys, a summit that held within it multiple sages and hundreds of entities from the supreme bloodlines. Above this summit, the glorious figure of the progenitor in her chaos dragon form and the master in his abyssal black tyrant dragon form appeared, surrounded by multiple dragons releasing the auras of powerful sages. Amidst all of this, my poor figure was in the center witnessing the shocking scene. Were the words of the progenitor actually true? We truly were rising up to defend the dragon race from this moment? With the power that we currently held? Even after the shocking feats the master of the progenitor had shown, I still found myself uncertain as I thought of the many sages and great sages from the supreme bloodline staying throughout the Stardew Valleys. From this terrifying being, I heard the words that would begin a shocking set of events I would never forget in my entire life realm. RUUUMBLE, the skies we stood on vibrated with power, a unique spatial wave of essence erupting from the master and spreading out to cover us and the sky summit below us before one could even blink. My eyes barely caught on to the edge of this spatial light as it went on to cover the 5,000 miles of the sky summit we were above of instantly, containing to spread out on all sides at speeds that seemed faster than light. Accompanying this wave of spatial essence that was called forth with the words, Life Realm, was a tyrannical dragon's roar I heard for the first time today. It was the bellow that would come to be associated with the tyrannical dragon emperor, the bellow of the being that even the progenitor of dragons bowed down to, a heart-shaking roar that caused the very skies to tremble, accompanied a shocking spatial light that was erupting with the intent to cover the whole of the Stardew Valleys. Chapter 905. Only worthy to serve as mounts. The Stardew Valleys were truly vast, even though it made up just a portion of the enormous planet of consanguinity. A great deal of beings from the supreme bloodlines congregated here. Being a land that was ruled in the past by dragons, it was divided up into many sections as other races stepped in to stand above the old rulers. The many summits of the Stardew Valleys were filled with plenty of experts, and each of them raised their heads the moment they felt a wave of spatial essence pass through them. This wave accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar that commanded authority, rumble, the flash of spatial light that was the life realm, extended and crossed over billions of miles of the mountainous valleys, stretching to the deserts, frozen ice caps, and even the verdant grasslands that made the expansive Stardew Valleys. It only stopped when the territory that was ruled by dragons in the past was covered, a realm over 1 light year long being created in seconds, a light year covered in seconds. THRUM. The powerful beasts with mythical bloodlines staying in this range all raised their heads up as they looked towards the source of the spatial light and roar with shining eyes. After the resonant bellow ended and the life realm was established, the same voice that had bellowed out before rang out clearly for all to hear. The glorious dragon race shall not sit idle while being subjugated to injustice any longer. Rumble, Which little lizard actually dares to be so bold, in a summit that was about 1 million miles away from the one that Noah and the others currently stood on? There was a refined-looking being that sat on top of the highest peak of the summit that held no grand structures, simply having abundant grasslands covering it top to bottom. The refined-looking being played with the verdant grass around him as the swirling essence of multiple Daos was taken back into his body, speaking out with a smile when he felt the waves of power that spread out with the roar, along with the message it carried. Power at galactic filament? This is all it took for them to be so boisterous. The refined-looking being let out a light laugh as one could see shimmering crimson hair on his head, his eyes sharp and filled with the light of stars as they seemed to see through everything. Prince, the creature seems to have cast an ability that isolated our entire region into a realm, and we uniquely cannot seem to bypass its boundaries. A figure flashed nearby the refined crimson-haired man as she bowed while giving her assessment. The prince merely nodded his head as he rose while dusting off his clear red robes. It seems like a little lizard is thinking too much of themselves and wants to rile up the blood of long-gone rulers. Call Salazar here. This new figure actually had a difficult expression that didn't seem to know what to do, his face being that of an old man. Both this old man and the woman that was bowing towards the creature called the prince were shockingly at the stage of a sage. Salazar, it seems someone from your race wants to cause trouble. Why don't we go see who it is? You will act as the mount to bring us there. The eyes of the prince turned into slits as he spoke with a smile. The being named Salazar, who was actually a creature from the dragon race, nodding with a difficult expression as his body ballooned up to become an ancient light dragon, as the prince commands, even after feeling the spatial light that carried the resonant roar of a dragon. Even after hearing the message that came with this roar calling for the dragon race to not sit idly any longer at the injustice they were suffering. Even with all of this, a powerful light dragon at the stage of a sage was beckoned by a terrifying being to be a mount for them, and he could only follow the order. It was a shocking show of power as the creature called the prince took light steps towards the sky, his feet landing on the head of the light dragon as he sat down and patted its head with a wide smile. When their figures tore through the skies, one could be able to distinctly see the illusory image of 9 glimmering tails behind the creature called prince, indicating a being of shocking status from the 9-tailed fox race making his way over. The figures of a tyrant dragon accompanied by a myriad of elemental dragons was a sight to see above the sky summit. The moment Noah's roar finished, a life realm was successfully established throughout the whole dominion of dragons that was the Stardew Valleys. Noah's words rang in the ears of every dragon as they trembled with emotions, those from the sky summit looking towards him in shock as those from the faraway summits looked towards their direction. Meanwhile, Tiamat turned her eyes down to the expansive sky summit, her wrathful gaze landing on the sage of the 9-tailed fox race that she had seen massacring a dragon to eat as a meal not too long ago. Her essence as a great sage moved out vibrantly as it wrapped around this shocked sage, the light of destruction dragging the sage of the fox race to the skies as Tiamat's voice rang out. Weak creatures of the thieving fox race should never stand above dragons and eat them for sport. A show of shocking authority was displayed as Tiamat's aura of a great sage spread out grandly, the supreme bloodlines within the summit below them that weren't dragons adopting careful expressions as those holding even an ounce of the bloodline of dragons felt their hearts burn. They thought of the treatment and injustice they took over the years, of the friends they saw killed or taken from them. They thought of all of this as they asked themselves, had the time truly come for them to fight back? The ones you call thieving creatures of the fox race have been doing exactly that over the last tens of thousands of years. I wonder why a little thing like you thinks that can change. Rumble. The moment everyone's attention was on Tiamat and the figure of the 9-tailed fox race as she pulled towards the skies, a calm voice reverberated across the millions of miles as with it came the arrival of a shocking being, crimson robes and hair, domineeringly standing above a light dragon that he used as a mount. The one termed the prince reached the skies of the sky summit. He glanced at the figures of Noah and the others with an interesting light as his body majestically released the aura of a being at the peak of the galactic filament realm, at the peak of great sage. Noah glanced at this being that held a genuine aura of a great sage, one more vibrant than anything he had come across before. Tiamat's eyes also locked with the appearing great sage as she could sense such auras converging around them on all sides, yet she wasn't the least bit fearful as while tightening her destructive essence around the 9-tailed fox race sage, she looked on coldly to the being on top of the light dragon who was smiling with shining eyes towards them, his voice booming out for all to hear. I wonder why you suddenly became brave enough, even spouting words that should rile up those of your race. Ha, look around you, Rumble. The prince spread his arms out wide as all around them in the skies, the auras of more sages and great sages from multiple supreme bloodlines appeared. What was heart-rending was that below each of these powerful beings, their mounts were dragons that had their heads bowing down in shame. You have no need to rile them up or make them rebel. The wills of the past majestic dragons that ruled over all have long since been broken, as they can at most be mounts in attendance. The smile of the prince was devilish as his mesmerizing illusory 9 tails waved behind him, his voice continuing to ring out as he pointed to the dragons at the stage of entities or sages merely acting as mounts beneath the feet of the supreme bloodline races. This is all that is left of the majesty of dragons, barely enough to act as things for me to step on. A dominating scene was displayed out atop the sky summit as multiple experts congregated towards the source of Dragon's roar, the events about to play out being etched deep into their memories. Chapter 906. It's better to group you all together. Noah looked at the figure of the great sage standing on top of a light dragons with interest as he commended this being's domineering tone. His eyes also caught the constantly nearing auras of a few other great sages and sages, the hidden smile on his face only deepening as his aura exploded out wildly before anyone else could reply. With the rise of his aura, Two shockingly powerful and unstable ruination galaxy spirit bombs shot towards the figure of the nine-tailed fox race sage struggling within Tiamat's grasp of essence, the ridiculously powerful galaxies exploding out as they ripped the body of the sage apart in seconds. Goom! The sudden explosions took the attention of many as their eyes shockingly turned towards the being that had executed a sage of the nine-tailed foxes in front of the being standing atop the light dragon. These foxes sure are easy to kill. How are you all worthy to stand over the backs of dragons? Rumble. The death of the single fox race sage caused the air to turn extremely cold and deadly as the prince atop the light dragon adopted a smiling cold expression. You are the leader of this ragtag group. His face had become exceedingly cold the moment a creature of the fox race lost his life, his starry eyes locking with Noah, somewhat. We're here on a mission to liberate the dragon race and all that. The majestic figure of a tyrant dragon smiling wildly could be seen as the eyes of many constricted, but the powerful nine-tailed fox prince was relentless as his voice reverberated out, the coldness in his eyes increasing as they were filled with a light of cruelty. Liberate? Liberate? What need is there for that? Their progenitor was killed long ago, their bloodline in shambles. Most of the dragons were thrown into the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S. to be butchered, while the glorious dragon queens merely became playthings of the other races. There is nothing for you to liberate, no majesty of the past remains from the blood of dragons, the prince spoke grandly as his body began to explode with an immense aura of power. Boom! While standing atop the light dragon, the body of the prince exploded out as he began to morph into the glorious form of a royal of the nine-tailed fox race. Noah watched with shining eyes as an enormous nine-tailed fox appeared in front of him. Its fur shone with a crimson light as its many tails crackled with terrifying power, the aura of multiple das swirling around him as the resonant voice continued to ring out. If such knowledge isn't already ingrained in your brain, this Prince Ebner of the nine-tailed fox royal bloodline will give you that lesson. The voice was extremely domineering as a powerful prince releasing horrendous power as a great sage appeared majestically. Accompanying the aura of these great sages were a multitude of sages, with thousands of entities not being too far off, even the dragons you want to liberate. Ebner's voice rang out again as his paw pushed down the light dragon he was standing on before. I step on one at the level of a sage right now, and he won't even dare to lift a finger. Rumble. Prince Ebner's words were so domineering that all eyes were on him. Noah looked at the figure of this being as even in the midst of all of this where they were becoming surrounded on all sides. He considered it everything going according to plan as he spoke lightly. You really love to talk, don't you? The majesty of Prince Ebner was brought to a halt at Noah's words as the fur of the nine-tailed fox shimmered with crimson light. You are not fearful of the powerful beings that surround you and your forces, little lizard? Prince Ebner spoke out sonorously as the nine tails behind him danced with power, yet the reply he received, not the least bit. I'm actually waiting for all the sages and great sages to gather here all together. It will make killing you all much more effortless. Noah's dominant voice as a tyrant dragon rang out as it sounded like a thunderclap to all that heard it. He actually said he was waiting for all of them to gather together in one location so he could have an easier time taking them all out. Domineering, tyrannical. Trap all the little animals running rampant across Stardew valleys in a realm. Then simply wait as they wag their tails while running towards me. Good plan, don't you think? Around him, over 10 great sages had appeared and transformed while releasing a shocking aura of power. There was a vibrant great sage that looked like a kingly white tiger, his fur true and spotless as he brimmed with power. There was an ice phoenix releasing freezing flames that could both burn and freeze their enemy all at once, a beautifully shining Chelan, more nine-tailed foxes, and an enormous golden cyclops whose eye radiated soul. Damaging light, all of them stood behind Prince Ebner's enormous 500-meter body as they looked towards the tyrannical abyssal black tyrant dragon. Humor me before your death. The planet of consanguinity contains numerous monarchs from the supreme bloodlines, along with a paragon overseeing it at this very moment. Prince Ebner spoke lightly as his body buzzed with incandescent light. What's your plan for them? Are you actually working under a monarch or even a paragon that has grown too bold? Why exactly would you make a move to liberate the dragons within Stardew Valleys? The prince wanted to find out the true motives for Noah's actions, or he wanted to know if there was a greater threat behind him that he should nip in the bud by letting the ancestors of their race know. I care not for the monarchs or paragon overseeing this planet. All I care about are the rats I've caught within my cage. Nonchalant words that only caused anger to rise in the spectating great sages and sages rang out. Prince Ebner looking towards Noah closely as he wasn't able to figure anything out. He sighed in disappointment as his body began to glimmer with intense light. the last time a ragtag group of dragons decided to rebel was 23,000 years ago. Most were killed right away, with the rest being sent to the bloody battlefields galaxy CLU.S.Ters to be killed later. For you all, I will just kill all of you here. Chapter 907 An Inviolable Command. Atop the sky summit of the Stardew Valleys, a shocking amount of powerhouses surrounded a group of dragons domineeringly. Prince Abner of the nine-tailed fox race was at the forefront as he spoke with a dominant light erupting from his eyes. I shall be the one to lead the supreme bloodlines of the Stardew Valleys to eradicate you all. Rumble, a contender for domineering words, had appeared in front of Noah as he smiled at this wondrous scene. His enormous body as a tyrant dragon looked at Prince Abner as he counted 18 great sages that had arrived alongside him. As for the sages, there were over 80 that congregated to tightly form a circular formation around them. Noah counted all the enemies as his voice rang out like a greedy merchant that wanted to make sure he was getting all of his products. Before we get to the eradication, are you sure this is everyone? The Stardew Valleys are extremely wide. I can wait a few more seconds for more of your great sages and sages to gather. His voice felt extremely grating to the ears of the creatures with supreme bloodlines as their eyes looked like they were ready to tear him apart. Prince Ebner's body flared up grandly with an intense light as his eyes flashed, replying dryly as his essence continued to shoot up. If anything, you are an amusing lizard. I'll question you again when you are groveling at my feet in a few minutes. Prince Ebner seemed all but done with cordiality as the Tao essence around him was about to erupt. Noah nodding at this scene as he looked over to a wrathful Tiamat as he gave a nod. The Queen Dowager received his message as her eyes shone with splendor, the blood within her body boiling as she used her authority as the progenitor of dragons to give a command through her bloodline, a command that only the dragons of the Stardew Valleys could hear. No dragon within these valleys shall ever bow to other races again. Your ancestor commands it. THRUUM, a wave of blood resonance erupted out, an inviolable wave from a progenitor to her subjects. It traveled outwards as all the dragons on the many summits of Stardew Valleys that had lackle.u.s.tur expressions began to feel their blood boiling. Even the dragon below the feet of the enormous nine-tailed fox prince, Salazar, felt his mind buzzing after Tiamat's words as he felt like he could not deny the will of the voice ringing out from his blood. It was a command from someone with such a pure bloodline that neither him nor any other dragon in the Stardew Valleys could deny it. A guttural roar rang out from him as he released his dragon form, his body turning into a streak of light as it moved beneath the feet of Prince Ebner to appear in front of Noah's party. An innumerable number of roars then rang out from the sky summit they were on, to all the way across the Stardew Valleys as the bellows of dragons rang out freely. Prince Ebner looked at this unexpected scene with a sharp light, his eyes focused on the light dragon that was just beneath his feet. You actually dare stand beside them and rebel, little Salazar? The prince truly hadn't expected his attending who knew of the powerful beings of the fox race to side with a ragtag group of dragons that were merely at the great sage level of power. You've seen the monarchs and paragons of my race, and you still choose to rebel? Ha ha. Truly a lizard with no brain at the very end. The piercing words of the mocking Prince Ebner reverberated out, but they were drowned with the continuing roars of dragons heeding the command of a being with such a pure bloodline that they could not deny her words. Salazar had a wrathful look as he felt his blood boiling, his heart filled with shock as he looked towards the being that had forcefully roused his blood and caused him to forget the powerful reality of the strength of their enemies. The will and majesty of the dragons will not be wiped away as easily as you think, little fox. Rip them apart and bathe in their blood. Rumble. Her words were the match that ignited the fire as seconds later, the shocking laughter of a being many would come to know as the tyrannical dragon emperor rang out. With this laughter, the aura of multiple great sages began to descend all around the party that only had 2 great sages and just over 20 sages. It was surrounded with over 18 great sages and 80 sages. It was the wondrous figures of a galaxy-devouring serpent, a colossal Helios leviathan, a golden crow. With the exception of one, it was all of the animus summons of Noah's that now returned to the animus universe. This wasn't all, as the unique skills that allowed Noah to call forth which slaves and the primal spirits at the same realm as his were cast. At the same time, multiple figures of Noah's identical abyssal black tyrant dragon forms descended down as the auras of great sages freely overflowed above the sky summit. During the past 2 months as Noah fused galaxies, he had asked himself of the many ways he could cause his power to explode even more. When he looked back over the past months, much of it came down to his ridiculous skills, but more than always it was his ability to call forth many beings in the same realm as him to fight. He was able to utterly abuse this ability as he had infinite mana, and abuse it even more due to him enjoying its benefits twice and being able to keep all 10 maximum clones active at all times without feeling any drainage. His subordinates could also do half of this, but they were only able to call forth and keep 2 clones active for an hour with their peak galaxy realms while being able to utilize all their abilities efficiently. This was the sweet number they had found after he had every single sage in his dark universe learn the Bloodlord skill tree and raise it up to the galaxy stage. This meant that above the skies of the Sky Summit where Noah called forth his clones that looked like terrifying abyssal black tyrant dragons, his 20 subordinates also each called forth their own blood clones, each of them bringing forth 2 ferocious dragons of the forms they took. This caused for the sudden appearance of over 40 new auras of draconic sages. But was that all? The answer was no. This was because there were also Noah's summons. What exactly prevented his summons from learning the Bloodlord skill tree and summoning clones themselves? THRUUUM. The answer was a shocking reality where the magisterial figures of the galaxy-devouring serpent, the colossal Helios Leviathan, Tiamat, all of his animus summons, but the uncalled blue slime, all of them began calling clones of their own as the auras of great sages multiplied and caused the skies of the Stardew valleys to quake. Chapter 908, Clones on top of clones. Salazar stared at the scene in front of his eyes in utter stupor. He had scrambled to the side of the dragons after the command of a pure-blood ancestor, his heart shaking as he tried to wipe away the fear he had of Prince Ebner and the forces he had behind him. This was because he had been Prince Ebner's attendant for many, many years. He had traveled throughout the entire planet of consanguinity and the galaxy CLU.S. around them, as well as the holy lands of the nine-tailed foxes where stupendously powerful paragons stood at the peak of power. He had observed Prince Ebner's cruelty firsthand as his will was broken down over time, where even when they heard the roar of the tyrant dragon earlier on and Ebner had called for him, he merely followed. But the words that resonated from his bloodline caused him and the many other dragons that were acting as mounts or attendants for the sages and great sages of other races in the skies to rebel. The words sung to their very soul as an inviolable command that had to be followed, and it caused a disruption in the ranks of enemies surrounding them as many dragons came to CLU.S. towards the forces of the abyssal black tyrant dragon, as Salazar was extremely knowledgeable of the power of Prince Ebner. His heart only shook while following the commands as he thought he knew how things would play out. He half expected it to lead to his death, but this was when the shocking scene that would cause many to have nightmares played out. The many chaos, ether, ice, the many elemental dragons that surrounded the abyssal black tyrant dragon multiplied as their forces ballooned up by a large amount. Salazar watched with a shaking heart as from every draconic sage around them, 2 more of them appeared to bring forth tens of sages from nowhere. But this scene was actually the least frightening and shocking thing that they witnessed, as after a few seconds passed one would actually think, hey, that's only about 40 new auras of sages that just appeared. This was because a second later, from the animus summons called forth by the tyrant dragon, their bodies multiplied in much more frequency as from each of them, 5 more creatures releasing the terrific auras at the shocking level of a great sage appeared, from Tiamat that was a chaos dragon, from the colossal Helios Leviathan, Jormungand, Golden Crow, Obsidian Panther, Calamity Bear, Oculothorax. These 7 summoned creatures each released 5 clones. That was 35 new creatures at the level of a great sage. What was more domineering was the abyssal black tyrant dragon that didn't call forth 5, but 9 full clones of itself as it created for a magisterial lineup of 10 enormous tyrant dragons looking devilishly towards Prince Ebner and his forces. These were 9 of the 10 clones that Noah could summon, and this was only because he had split his origin into 2 bodies and could enjoy the boon of the blood clones twice. This was also the reason why his pets were only able to call forth 5 of the maximum allowable clones from the Bloodlord skill tree. Only a single clone wasn't put to work as he remained in the Ruination realm, but even those brought forward along with the clones of the animus summons, the 3 witch slaves, and 2 primal spirits of the same level as Noah, it caused for the ridiculous appearance of 57 great sages. 57 great sages, 57, this is the point where we need to come to a stop for a second and just ponder this reality. The only exceptions from those who could clone themselves were the creatures summoned from Noah's skills like the primal spirits and witch slaves, or even the clones themselves. He couldn't ridiculous make it so that his clones somehow became capable of summoning their own clones. But aside from this, all other ones were viable. When it comes to the feasibility of it, no being would actually be capable of first summoning and supplying essence to 8 summons, and then be capable of calling forth his clones while also supplying mana to his contracted summons to call forth their own clones. The problem lay in mana. It was a limited resource for many, but the truth of it being unlimited for Noah opened many doors of possibilities. One such ridiculous possibility was the fact that his 8 summons could collectively call forth 35 beings with the same level of power as them at the level of a great sage, or after one added their 7 original bodies and Noah's clones and himself, 57 great sages appeared in the skies of the sky summit. It was simply ridiculous. The area had gone utterly silent as one could hear a pin drop. The 18 great sages and over 80 sages that had surrounded Noah and his forces on all sides had blank expressions. The skies of the Stardew valleys were entirely silent as Noah's domineering voice rang out arrogantly. "Now, you see why I called you all little animals trapped in my cage, rumble." His voice reverberated across the Stardew valleys as it seemed utterly dreadful to all those who heard it. It was the voice of a hunter that had cornered his prey, the voice of an apex predator. "I just wanted to make the hunting process a bit more efficient, and you guys were too eager to make it happen, actually gathering yourself at this location like moths to a flame. For that, I thank you." A glorious scene played itself that far in the distance, there were still some sages and entities still flying over from all the different areas of the Stardew valleys to face the enemy that had risen. When these beings saw the wondrous scene of auras of great sages just continuing to sprout, their bodies unconsciously came to a halt in the skies. When they saw the glorious images of the tyrannical abyssal black tyrant dragon, they found that their bodies were actually unwilling to proceed any further. Chapter 909, A tyrannical dragon tears apart the sky's eye. Noah's tyrannical voice that reverberated across the Stardew valleys came from all 10 abyssal black tyrant dragons, their eyes glimmering with the light of stars as their obsidian bodies pulsed with power that even caused the skies to tremble. Around him, his glorious animus summons and 5 copies of each of them released wondrous auras at the manifested galactic filament realm, but Noah's main body stole the show again as out of nowhere. Its deep black scales began to shine with a luster of blue runic lines that bloomed from his draconic chst and went on to cover all of his body. Others may not know, but this was the summoning of the left-out blue slime that was merged into Noah right away without even displaying its form, the slime turning into runic lines that covered Noah's scales as he turned into an obsidian dragon with gorgeous blue lines throughout. As a universal emperor slime that was hunted by the collective cosmos, Noah had to be careful with this terrific pet as he didn't want to give universal realm hegemonies an excuse to pulverize him yet, so the blue slime was merged into him as his domineering aura rose ever further. Prince Ebner looked at this glorious scene of an obsidian blue-scaled dragon that had behind him over 50 great sages as his eyes constricted. The explosion of sages and great sages nearly blinded his eyes as the laid-back, confident, and cold expression he always held had vanished. The domineering demeanor of the prince was wiped away as his eyes became extremely chilling. No words coming from his mouth as his ethereal form of a 9-tailed fox still released majestic power, but the confidence it exhumed was gone. When one looked at the lineup of 57 great sages against 18, of course their boldness would wane, in front of such a ridiculous and overpowered cheater that could bring such a scene into a reality. Why wouldn't the confidence of his enemies disappear? Don't try to run. I suggest battling head-on with the pride of your races you've been so vocal about. Boom, roar. Their target was the body of the enormous 9-tailed fox that was Prince Ebner, a being that Noah did not know exactly how many galaxies he had forged within his origin. Roar. His summons released wondrous bellows as they streaked towards the 17 other great sages that had adopted ashen expressions, the clones of the obsidian panther moving the fastest as they even went towards some of the shocked sages. RAA. Then there were Noah's subordinates. The body of a golden dragon glimmering with the aura of the sin of pride flashing out majestically as vastly different battle shouts could be heard from them. For the dragon race, OH, for dark crystals, oh, for glorious loot, OH, the shouts became more and more boisterous as the sages from the side of the abyssal black tyrant dragon had their eyes blazing with greed when looking at the bodies of the sages from the 9 supreme bloodlines. They flashed towards them with great haste while imagining a future of glorious loot. Boom, RIP. A clash erupted out at this moment as the skies were torn. The enormous body of Prince Ebner was the first to clash with the foreign enemies, his tails moving mystically as the grand Tao of illusions erupted its essence majestically to cover his entire body. His eyes held an enchanting light as even while he faced the horrendous pulsing unstable galaxies that his senses told him released horrendous physical and soul damage. He wasn't hindered in his spirit as when the attacks coming out of the terrifying jaws of the tyrant dragon were about to land on him, his figure disappeared as if it was never there, a mirage, THRUM, yet Ebner's mind became filled with shock a second later as when his true body reappeared in the skies above where the eyes of the abyssal black tyrant dragons found him. He felt the defensive shields covering his body be destroyed by more than half from the attack that he should have utterly evaded. Tao essence capable of tearing through the illusion of my grand Tao. A terrifying thought passed through Ebner's mind as he re-evaluated the enemy below him once more, but he still couldn't understand why the terrifying attacks of the enemy had reached his body even though they struck his mirage. The only reason was for the enemy to be using a Tao of a higher level than his. But he only saw the essence of destruction and vastness surrounding the bodies of the identical tyrant dragons that all shot towards him in the skies. Ebner didn't know that his enemy was actually masking over 10 grand and lesser Taos within his attacks, along with the essence of one of the most top-tier cosmic Taos that subjugated the essence of all other Taos. Let me see your power, O Fox Prince, rumble. The booming voice of the tyrant dragon reverberated out as they suddenly teleported to surround Prince Ebner on all sides, unstable ruination galaxy spirit bombs being spat from their mouth in the most terrifying form of a dragon's breath there could be, these terrifying attacks that could easily decimate sages, shattering the skies and creating voids in space. The glimmering criming crimson body of the prince being drowned out, illusory prison of the nine-tailed monarch, the RUUUMBL essence of OBSC inequality and quantity erupted out as the aurora of light from the prince covered all of Noah's 9 bodies, quickly forming into a glorious multicolored cage that stretched out for an entire 2 miles. With his 9 tails gloriously glowing, his domineering voice erupted out towards the tyrant dragons as he wasn't the least bit fearful. Come at me, you wretched beast, THRUM, Chapter 910, a tyrannical dragon tears apart the skies. 2. Illusory prison of the nine-tailed monarch, a nearly unbreakable prison that can only be activated by the royal bloodline of the nine-tailed fox race. As it is an ability that surpasses the abilities of a great sage, it requires a being at the monarch stage to be cast or a bloodline treasure handed down from one such being to their progeny. Within the illusory prison, the abilities of the nine-tailed fox race are enhanced by 10,000%, with essence being drawn from the surrounding space to constantly heal any injuries they may suffer. Noah's eyes of truth flashed with an intense light as the golden crimson pillars that surrounded him on all sides. He looked like he was in a square cage that came together from an innumerable number of the golden crimson pillars, with one barely being able to see between the gaps into the outside world. The prince had actually trapped himself into such a prison as his body became a mirage, duplicating itself multiple times as it was hard to tell which was the real one. This was Noah coming face to face with the grand Tao of illusions, and his eyes only shone with an excited light as he sought to learn more about this Tao himself. Come at me, you wretched beast, boom. The prince said these words as his many illusory bodies released a glorious light, Noah coming face to face with a being that, like him, had manifested galaxies, but unlike him, Prince Ebner did not just have hundreds of manifested galaxies, but millions, tens of millions of manifested galaxies that made up his galactic filaments. Noah looked at this glorious scene of an innumerable number of galaxies as he thought about himself. He had a mere fraction of this number as he had just stepped into the galactic filament rank, where he thought the budding of hundreds of galaxies set him on the right track, but the scene in front of him, it was what explained the prince's tremendous power and his confidence, the fact that this being was already making his way towards becoming a monarch as he had already forged tens of millions of galaxies. This brings up a point that has to be explained in order to fully comprehend the ranks of power when it comes to sages, great sages, and monarchs. Great sages had to have assimilated multiple Taos and stepped into the galactic filament realm, a rank where one began expanding their single galaxy within their origin to multiple. The overarching goal of a being in the galactic filament realm was to form their own universe, but such a thing was so far away and so hard to accomplish, and it was something that very few beings in the cosmos ever had a chance of accomplishing. One could spend hundreds of thousands of years until they faced death without being able to go from the galactic filament realm and into the universal realm. Such a reality brought the titled stages of monarchs and paragons into the picture. For them to be considered a monarch, they had to have forged over 50 billion galaxies. Can you imagine the tremendous force one could release with that many galaxies within his origin? Can you imagine the vast reserves of mana and essence? The many beings of the primordial cosmos fought day in and day out to forge this ridiculous number of galaxies, and just like when they initially broke into the galactic filament realm, they had to multiply their galaxies by nurturing them with the essence of assimilated Taos. This was also why everyone chased after comprehending a myriad of Taos, as the more one assimilated and the higher their tier, the faster they could forge galaxies within their origin. When one added to the strength a being could access from hundreds of millions of galaxies and the fact that they could purify their bodies with primordial essence, the reality of foes Noah could come across in the primordial cosmos was terrifying. At the level of monarch, the percentage of purification a being could undergo with primordial essence capped at 50%. This was a shocking 500,000% to all parameters, a ridiculous number that when paired up with the essence of billions of galaxies, it achieved a stupendous level of power that was far ahead any being in the level of Great Sage could match. THRUM, the prince in front of Noah's eyes released terrifying pressure as the tens of millions of manifested galaxies shone, his body borrowing their immense might and power as within the golden crimson cage only he and the 9 clones of Noah as well as his main body were in pillars of red tendrils of flames erupted as he cast his skill against Noah's incoming unstable galaxies. Soul-scorching flames of the abyssal galaxies. It created a glorious scene of multiple tyrant dragons flapping their flaming wings, their claws outstretched and covered by ruination galaxy spirit bombs that tore apart the skies itself, all the while evading deadly tendrils of soul-scorching flames. This was the shocking battle occurring with Noah and the prince, while even more brutal battles were occurring outside of the illusory prison, the animus summons and their 5 identical copies were going wild on the other great sages, the figure of the beautiful races from the supreme bloodlines facing enemies attacking them with ferocity they hadn't come across before. One particularly dreadful scene was the blazing golden crow that led her 5 clones towards the single golden cyclops great sage that towered over 20 meters. The golden crow targeted the creature that released a deadly light from its single eye, surrounding it on all sides as its golden beak opened to release sky-melting flames, primal hell flames of the golden crow. A ridiculously baleful flame that reached the temperatures of genuine suns had all of its heat and essence expertly directly from all sides towards a single great sage, the expression of this being utterly shifting to become ashen as he bellowed out grandly. It was a body that shimmered with the light of a few 100,000 galaxies, but, facing the attacks of 6 genuine great sages, facing the attack of the golden crow that literally melted the skies as if reality was a painting. The deathly cry of a great sage rang out across the Stardew valleys. It was the cry of a being that had lived for a long time, the cry of a being that had not expected to face a deadly attack that could reap his life, at least not until some of the entities and sages from their side had fallen. He was a great sage even if their enemy was this powerful. How could he fall to the grasps of death first like a common mob? But his questions would never be answered as this deathly cry became a wake-up call to the supreme bloodlines in the skies that faced the dragons as their enemies. They each saw in the periphery of their eyes as a great sage was burned alive while surrounded by 6 golden crows, their hearts becoming exceedingly cold as they realized just how deadly the situation before them was. Chapter 9:11 Ali chapter shall cleanse the valleys. While Noah tried to tear apart the defenses of a 9-tailed fox race royal that had forged tens of millions of galaxies, his pets and subordinates were moving with vigor against the sages and great sages of the Stardew valleys. They were introduced to the terrifying racial abilities of new races and their own unique skills, but their sheer numbers made it so that the forces of the Stardew valleys were on the losing side. There were only 18 great sages apart from Prince Ebner, and Noah's summons alone accounted for tens of great sages. This meant that after the enemy great sages were matched, there were many great sages from Noah's camp that had no enemy of equal standing to stop them. This was where the bloodiest scenes of the battle occurred, where Tiamat's figures as chaos dragons could be seen tearing through the sages of the other supreme bloodlines and leaving behind a trail of blood and gore. The enormous galaxy-devouring serpents coiled across the skies as they threatened to swallow the whole world, their jaws releasing a horrendous pressure that swallowed over 5 sages instantly, the moment his jaws closing, these sages perishing as an explosion of cores and Tao crystals appeared right after. The explosion of loot was something that many of Noah's subordinates sought after, as in a certain region, a black dragon that was Barbados was leading a small legion of abyssal undead at the rank of entities against 2 sages and 24 entities. Near her, the ferocious roar of a fire dragon could be heard boisterously, this roar coming from Morgana, who had just ripped apart a sage as her body palpated with an aura of destruction. When she saw the loot spilling out of the enemy sage, the eyes of Morgana shined brightly as it was a first for her as a resident of the dark universe. I can finally join the ranks of cheaters. Her indiscernible cry reverberated out as across the Stardew valleys. It was the might of the dragon race, reigning supreme everywhere one looked. Within the sky summit below, the beings within that had stepped on dragons or massacred them for meals in the past thousands of years felt their hearts trembling, turning to their sides where they saw the eyes of the same dragons they bullied over the years. As all the great sages and sages were congregated in the skies above them, many of the locations across Stardew valleys only had entities or a few sages of the supreme bloodlines left. But this also meant the rebellion of some dragons would be stopped, as a few were even unfortunately killed in the locations that had still held sages and multiple entities. To further prevent this and aid the many Dragons spread across Stardew valleys. Noah had cast a skill that bloomed in the middle of the obsidian city below them while he faced Prince Ebner in the skies. It was from a skill tree he found to be loving more and more. A skill tree that he had taken to the galactic filament realm. Hello, rumble. An eerie greeting erupted out in the middle of the city where an entity of the nine-tailed fox race was about to reap the life of a galaxy-ranked dragon. The entity felt chills over its body when it heard the hello, not even being able to turn around when the hand of a skeleton pierced through its non-transformed CHST and plucked out its heart with ease. The bones of the skeleton actually shimmered with the illusory light of galaxies, a terrifying aura of another great sage spreading from the middle of the city as the Nether Lich Emperor was called forth. Come forth, my children. We have the task of cleansing the many summits of Stardew valleys. THRUM, his descending staff that touched the ground caused the eruption of horrendous aura to rise, where those within the city were shocked to find that this undead lich at the level of galactic filament was summoning undead sages. To understand this, we have to glance at the shocking skill tree that was elevated to the galactic filament realm. Galactic filament, Arch Lich Arazon, galaxy-consuming Nether Lich Emperor, Galactic Nether Lich Emperor. Abilities include Summon Undead, Galactic Undead, May 5th, Abyssal Nether Necrolords, May 5th, Aura of the Nether Lich, May 5th, Soul Reaper, May 5th, Sweet Release of Death, May 5th, Authority of the Galactic Lich, May 5th. Deathly Soul Flames, May 5th, Sagely Necrolords, 5/5, Domain of the Undead Emperor, 5/5, a skill tree brought to the Galactic Filament level, with the new skills being Authority of the Galactic Lich, Deathly Soul Flames, Sagely Necrolords, and Domain of the Undead Emperor. Out of all these, the most pertinent ones right now were Authority of the Galactic Lich and Sagely Necrolords. Authority of the Galactic Lich, as a creature that rules over galactic filaments in the necrotic universe, the Nether Lich Emperor can call forth the undead entities bound by death that are roaming within the necrotic universe. Yes, these were the two most ridiculous abilities that the Nether Lich Emperor had received after being brought to the galactic filament realm. It was also why Noah had summoned it onto the summit below, its mission being to call forth the ridiculous 100 sage necrolords, as their goal was to spread across the Stardew valleys to cleanse all the lands and free all dragons. It also wouldn't hurt that the tens of thousands of undead within the Legion were now all at the levels of entities. Keek. The chilling clatter of pristine teeth on the skull of the Nether Lich rang out as its eyes blazed with soul flames, watching the glorious scene of 100 sagely necrolords erupting from the cracks in space and shooting out like missiles across all directions. The sight of thousands of abyssal undead entities that would form a horrendous undead legion catching its eyes as the flames within blazed powerfully. Even the nearby saved dragon felt a chill run down its body as, while the dragons were elected alone, they pulled away from the maniacal lich and the forming undead legion that had begun to go rampant on their enemies. Keek. The chilling laughter of a horrendous lich began to spread across the Stardew valleys, vowing in its heart to cleanse them to its master's satisfaction. Chapter 9:12 Absurd. The overarching battle was being overseen by Noah from all angles, as even while he faced a terrifying being that had forged tens of millions of galaxies, he still made sure to check everything was going as it should have for his subordinates and those around him. When he confirmed that the great sages of the supreme bloodline races were battling with his animus summons and their clones, with his witch slaves and primal spirits moving to reinforce his subordinates and lend support wherever it was required, he finally placed his full focus on the terrific Prince Ebner. Boom! For the first time since the half-a-step great sage sliver of soul he defeated 2 months ago, he was battling with a being that could not be taken down instantly, as the prince displayed a great variety of illusory skills paired with heavily offensive abilities. The prince was even further boosted by the illusory prison of the nine-tailed monarch, that granted him powerful boosts to his power, as Noah only found himself locking Ebner down with his clones after a few minutes. The terrifying Ruination Galaxy spirit bombs he continued to throw out finally tearing apart the defenses of this creature enough that its illusions were working less and less. Who are you, really? Boom! As they fought, the prince's voice rang out while evading the deadly jaws of multiple abyssal black tyrant dragons trying to rip him apart, his heart feeling heavy as he found he wasn't obtaining any advantages even after minutes passed since the battle began. Rumble. But the only reply he received was the fastest and most terrifying of the tyrant dragons, which was Noah's own body that was lined up with the brilliant runic lines that was the blue slime. The jaws of this tyrant dragon releasing a dragon's breath that was made up of Ruination Galaxy spirit bombs that hit the real body of Prince Ebner head on. Impudent. WAA. The prince came out from the attack with his fur losing some of its luster, the essence of many Daos around his body swirling crazily as the tens of millions of galaxies within his origin pumped out a tremendous amount of force. I have monarchs and ancestors at the level of paragons behind me, would a creature like you dare to wage war against them? You think you can survive in this universe with the paragons of my race hunting you down? Boom, even now. They have already been alerted to this attack as the nearest monarchs within this planet of consanguinity are already making their way to the Stardew Valleys, whatever formation or treasure you used to isolate this place being broken soon enough, WAA. The voice of the prince rang out majestically as the 9 tails behind his body weaved with stupendous attacks, each one releasing soul-scorching flames that smashed against Noah's constant unstable galaxies, yet his voice that was filled with a domineering tone had gradually been ground down as he was now mentioning his ancestors and the powerful forces behind him. At these words, Noah's eyes squinted as his voice reverberated from all 10 bodies inside the illusory prison of the 9-tailed monarch. Then, to make sure no surprises occur, "You're telling me to wrap this battle up and kill everyone right away, you fuck dash, RUUMBLE. The prince's wrath had flared up as he was about to curse the being in front of him on how he had arrived at such a conclusion after hearing his words, but this was when the auras of 7 more great sages instantly teleported into the illusory prison of the 9-tailed monarch, that nobody should be able to get in or out of. It was the original bodies of the 7 animus summons that had been ripping apart sages and entities outside. The gaze of the obsidian blue tyrant dragon was filled with a cold light as he uttered a single word. Merge. Essence overflowed as the starry eyes of Prince Ebner watched on to see 7 of Noah's tyrant dragon clones turn into streaks of light that merged with the 7 animus summons, and then these 7 animus summons turned into wondrous streak of lights to go on to merge with the only obsidian blue tyrant dragon, THRUM. A horrendous aura then began to erupt as it seemed to exceed even the pressure that the prince that had forged tens of millions of galaxies released, a pressure that was only made possible with multiple great sages joined together and gave their many boosts and power over to a single body. It was the coming together of multiple great sages unto Noah's single body, OOH, a bellow that caused the very skies to tear erupted out. The illusory prison of the 9-tailed monarch, shaking as the aura of the abyssal black tyrant dragon that had begun shining gloriously within was rising rapidly, the size of the dragon beginning to expand just as fast. The aura caused the many eyes of powerful beings outstretched in the skies of the Stardew Valleys to turn towards the golden crimson prison that was 2 miles long in the skies, their eyes shockingly catching the image of a multicolored dragon expanding within this cage that was shaking as if it could break at any moment. Roar! A roar reverberated out as on the body of the enormous abyssal black tyrant dragon, another pair of wings resplendently formed to create a dragon with 4 shimmering wings, 2 with black flames raging atop them and another 2 that shone with golden scorching flames. Crack! These wings spreading out was the last straw for the illusory prison of the 9-tailed monarch, this wondrous ability that the prince utilized a bloodline treasure to call forth, shattering into innumerable pieces as the body of an ever-expanding dragon became clearly visible to all. The summons that had gone to merge into Noah's tyrant dragon form had granted him a stellar draconic armor that covered every single scale, even his head being covered by an armament that only showed the blazing beams of light released from his eyes. ROR, he bellowed out gloriously as his figure actually reached over 3 miles, occupying the skies tyrannically as many beings nearly went breathless at his sight, an enormous dragon that was over 3 miles long that was nearly 5,000 meters. It was an absurd scene that was only overshadowed by its sheer majesty, with his glorious 4 pairs of wings dancing with flames and his enormous body that shone with a multicolored dragon armor. Those with the bloodline of dragons in the sky summit and those watching his shocking figure from far away slumped to the ground, their eyes fervently looking to the skies. Dragon Emperor, Ancestor, THRUUM, Chapter 913. A monarch chapter arrives. Dragon Emperor, Dragon Emperor. It was a term reserved for the strongest of dragons right below the Dragon Empress, right below the Queen Dowager that was the progenitor of dragons. It was a title that one could not grant themselves, but one that had to be given by others. Across the Stardew Valleys, many eyes turned towards a magisterial 3 miles long armored dragon that released a pressure that announced itself to be the strongest out of all the beings within the valleys, stronger than a great sage with 1,000,000 forged galaxies, stronger than even the domineering aura of Prince Ebner with tens of millions of forged galaxies. The dragons stretched across the valleys looked towards this majestic figure as their blood boiled, and they couldn't help but cry out towards it. This was because the blood of Tiamat, who was their progenitor, was infused in Noah at this moment, all dragons looking towards him as the ancestor that had come to save them from tyranny. Dragon Emperor. They cried out reverently towards the majestic figure in the skies as they and many others were shown a scene they would never forget. Throughout their entire lives, it was the figure of this enormous dragon opening its jaws to swallow a 9-tailed fox that pulsed with the light of tens of millions of galaxies, The color on Prince Ebner's face had all but drained when the tyrant dragon became 10 times his size and entirely exceeded him in terms of pressure. And the loss of the boosts of the illusory prison of the nine-tailed monarch made him even more vulnerable. RIP. The skies tumbled and cracked as his disheveled figure was revealed right after, the mending skies showing the scene of his head filled with fur that had lost its luster glance towards the tyrant dragon. But all that the eyes of the nine-tailed fox saw was an enormous open jaw with glimmering sharp teeth. All that everyone looking towards the scene saw was the gaping jaws of a dragon over a trembling fox, the tyrannical jaw closing down as time seemed to slow, the scene very clearly becoming etched onto all of their minds. Snap! The jaws closed shut in the skies as the glimmering nine-tailed fox was no more. A great sage prince of the nine-tailed fox race with tens of millions of forged galaxies perished into the maws of a tyrannical dragon emperor. Thump! It was the majesty of dragons when their progenitor was not assisted and their race enslaved, the majesty of apex predators devouring their prey. Dragon emperor, bellows rang out from all around as in the skies. Noah's huge figure felt the body of the prince ravaged and destroyed by the essence of ruination within his jaws as whatever else remained on him. A gorgeous red light that was memory plunder covered the dead creature as Noah absorbed all of its memories. His eyes that shot out horrendous beams of light then turned below him where the clones of his animus summons held down the great sages and sages that had arrived with the dead Ebner. His voice reverberating out with immense grandeur. Wrap it up, rumble, a single word, but it was a word that spelled death for many as with the death of the most powerful being from the supreme bloodlines that was within the Stardew Valleys. Noah's enormous body moved unhindered to aid his subordinates and summons against the remaining great sages and sages that were already in a dire situation. After all of this ended, Noah had a plan for what he would do with the dragons within the Stardew Valleys that stood on the enormous planet of consanguinity, a planet that held powerful experts from the supreme bloodlines, as Noah's forces moved to decimate the remaining enemies within the Stardew Valleys. The outside of this region was tumultuous as a great deal of powerful beings surrounded a portion of the one light-year that Noah entirely swallowed with his life realm. To them, it seemed like an impenetrable green-blue barrier that could not be torn down no matter what attacks they released against it. The face of a great sage from the white tiger race became grim as he spoke out to the surrounding great sages and sages. The last message from Prince Ebner was that the situation was grimmer than we expected. If we do not break through the barrier soon, I fear, stop such talk. It is Prince Ebner we are talking about here. He mentioned the enemies were only great sages, he can hold them down until Monarch Odo arrives. The voice of the great sage was cut off by a curvaceous woman that had the ears of a fox, her face filled with pride as she talked about the prince. Master Odo, you are sure the message was sent to High Dash? Before the words of the great sage could finish, a domineering aura descended right in front of them, a being clad in a white robe appearing soundlessly in front of the barrier. I am here, THRUM. With these words, the pristine robe draping over this being danced wildly as his body glimmered with an innumerable number of manifested galaxies. Their number towered over 50 billion galaxies as this being was a monarch. Chapter 914. A monarch chapter shatters an unbreakable realm. The primordial cosmos stretched out over vast distances, with the innumerable number of creatures within all having their own unique abilities and powers. Noah had collected a large number of unique abilities himself, but there were many beings that lived for tens or hundreds of thousands of years stretched out across the cosmos that had their own unique abilities. As he traversed the many universes in cosmos, he would gradually come across these beings and expand what he knew about what was truly unique and absolute. Within the Stardew Valleys, Noah's enormous figure of an armored abyssal black tyrant dragon swallowed another great sage, the scenes around him seemingly moving in slow motion as his mind entered a unique state. He sought his summons ripping apart the remaining sages and great sages from the enemy bloodline races, as well as his subordinates domineeringly doing the same while collecting loot with fervor. He saw the glimpse of the undead legion that had stretched out millions of miles to cover much of the Stardew Valleys as the rebellion of dragons continued unhindered. He saw all of these scenes as they were uniquely collected together, the wondrous state he was in only then becoming clear in his mind. As he saw that around his origin, a magisterial golden light had begun to surround it. The wondrous essence of destiny was extremely dense within this light, a large amount of information being sent to him that surpassed what this grand Tao should be able to give. Noah did not know it at this moment, but this was the effect of the boons, increased universal fortune, and golden destiny that were given to him when he became an architect of the Tao. Such beings were extremely special existences, where no matter what path they took in life it eventually led to an incredible future. Such beings could turn the most dangerous situations into golden opportunities, and death was a very hard thing to come for them unless something shockingly unexpected happened. Noah didn't have the full knowledge of this yet, only putting the increased universal fortune and golden destiny effects in the back of his mind. He could not find out the full extent of what they granted him. But their effects silently manifested at this moment as Noah was given a shocking amount of information through the Tao of Destiny, his vibrant eyes turning to the skies as he seemed to see across the millions of miles of his life realm, and see the shocking figure of a monarch that had arrived out there, THRUM. When his mind came to a second later, his voice rang out majestically across the plains. Finish everything and collect the creatures of the dragon race, we have to go, rumble. The golden light of destiny had told him many things, his actions changing as he moved towards a path that prevented casualties he did not think could appear even after he deployed a life realm where nobody could enter or leave. Monarch Odo stared at the barrier of the realm that covered the entirety of the Stardew Valleys as his face became exceedingly cold, his eyes shone with starry light as a horrendous aura erupted from him, the panicked sages and great sages moving back from this horrendous pressure as they saw the figure of Odo, to simply for a fist that then went towards the barrier they could not get past or crack, a fist that carried with it a terrifying force that could shred apart an average great sage in seconds. Behind this fist and behind the figure of Monarch Odo, the illusion of billions of galaxies was displayed, all of them seemingly interconnected as they pulsed with light. All of their strength going towards Odo's small body and into the outstretched fist that smashed onto the barrier of the realm. Boom, an absurd impact reverberated out as raging spatial winds erupted, the sages in the surroundings being pushed further back as only the great sages could remain unhindered, yet when the scene cleared, their eyes shone brilliantly as they saw, cracks had begun to spread across the barrier they thought to be unbreakable. Similar to how Noah's enemies in the past had skills that locked down an entire area where nobody should have been able to leave and Noah could still freely teleport in and out, this type of scene played out where the unbreakable life realm was actually about to be broken. This would release a shocking being at the level of a monarch into the Stardew Valleys, and yet a sudden light of destiny covered Noah as it told him what he should do. The monarch had no knowledge of this as his eyes were endlessly cold, the light of innumerable galaxies backing him as he threw another fist onto the cracking barrier of a realm, with the Stardew Valleys. A shocking scene had occurred as just when the battle was becoming wrapped up with the forces of dragons obtaining victory, the voice of the Dragon Emperor reverberated out for all of the dragon race to move, enormous golden portals beginning to appear across the 1 light-year region of the Stardew Valleys that Noah's forces had covered. Through his summons that had shot forth from all directions, his own clones, and the undead legion that the Nether Lich Emperor had spread throughout, Noah used them as conduits to erect the universal gateway of his pocket universe. In many locations, one could shockingly come across the scene of a myriad of creatures from the dragon race flying towards these portals, their blood heating at command they could not deny as Noah used Tiamat's fused bloodline authority for himself. This caused for a mass exodus of the dragon race to occur in the Stardew Valleys where they reigned supreme over 100,000 years ago, leaving it to an unknown land under the command of their ancestor. It was also around the same time that above the skies of the Stardew Valleys, a resounding sound as if glass had shattered reverberated out the unbreakable realm that Noah had created, becoming decimated under the attacks of a monarch. Chapter 9:15 Deus Ex Machina, RUUUMBLE. The skies shook as it had seemingly shattered and was falling onto the ground, Noah's eyes turning to the highest point in the skies where the central point of impact that had caused the boundary of the realm to shatter was there. The terrifying aura of a being could be felt, this aura feeling like a billowing storm that descended down onto the Stardew Valleys like waves, even though he had received information from the golden light of destiny. The process of this monstrous being that was a monarch appearing was much too fast. Noah had a myriad of thoughts go through his mind as he released the merged form, some of the clones that were merged with his summons turning into streaks of light that shot towards the direction in the skies where an aura of a monarch vibrated without any fear. At the same time, his voice reverberated to all his subordinates and summons. Take your main bodies back into the pocket universe, only leave your clones to finish aiding the remaining numbers of dragons. Rumble, his words were passed as his will was followed, the figures of the Emperor Penguin, Morgana, and many others passing through the golden gates that led into Noah's pocket universe as the twinkling figures of hundreds of thousands of dragons from all across the Stardew Valleys followed them. The monarch that had shattered the boundary of the realm spread his aura out and saw this while seeing, his face becoming exceedingly cold as he saw nearly all of the great sages from the nine-tailed fox race and other bloodline races within the Stardew Valleys had already perished. Who dared, THRUM, his voice caused voids to form in the clear skies as a myriad of beings from the bloodline races appeared behind him, wondering just who had been so bold as to kill the Prince of the Fox race along with all those stationed within the Stardew Valleys. His searching eyes did not have to look long as they felt the aura of 4 great sages in the form of abyssal black tyrant dragons shoot across the skies towards him. Their eyes releasing bright beams of light as the one at the forefront bellowed out towards a genuine monarch. I dared. Shock spread out as the many beings behind the monarch were shocked to hear someone actually reply to the question of Monarch Odo. What should have happened was for the enemy to quake in fear as they began to run, but they saw that 4 draconic great sages that looked exactly the same were rushing fearlessly towards the monarch while claiming responsibility. The enemies weren't following the script. Far from the skies where his 4 clones were about to come in contact with a monarch, Noah himself remained below as he saw the progress of many dragons being teleported into his pocket universe. The process was nearly complete as his eyes gazed above, sharing his sight with his clones as a voice passed through his mind. I don't think we can handle an enemy at the rank of a monarch yet, Master. Do you plan to use my newly unlocked feature? The voice of the cosmic treasure ruination flowed into his mind as he shook his head, briefly thinking of the feature that had unlocked next after he had refined and branded the treasure with his origin and soul in the past weeks. It was a truly deadly feature that had only become accessible in the past few days, the one that was known as Ruination Primordial Clone. But he shook his head at this idea because in the face of this monarch, the light of destiny told him something else. He looked like a devilishly handsome middle-aged man as bountiful red hair danced down to his shoulders, his eyes extremely sharp as they focused on Noah's clones. Ebner. His voice was calm as it reverberated out, seemingly trying to confirm something as the frontmost tyrant dragon replied, shattered his origin and soul some minutes back. His meat didn't taste too good. Noah's reply blew the minds of many beings as they looked towards his draconic clones in shock, the starry eyes of Monarch Odo releasing a powerful light as he nodded, his lips moving slowly as he did not another word, but cast a skill, Nine-tailed Hellfire Crucible. Ruumble, a world-shaking aura erupted out from a monarch casting his skill, the very color of the sky changing as it turned crimson. A second later, an enormous crimson crucible materialized in the skies below the monarch as it stretched out for over 10 miles. This crucible taking the entire area Noah's clones were in as they appeared within it. The formed crucible took root in the skies as it began to burn with flames, 9 legs that looked like the tails of a fox holding it up majestically. Perish and be refined by the flames of the Hellfire Crucible. His voice was extremely calm as it resounded out, the figures of tyrant dragons within the crucible changing their expressions as Noah felt an overpowering and all-consuming force descending from all sides threatening to crush his clones to oblivion. The eyes of the main body far away from this location shone as he observed even with the vibrant Tao essence wrapping around the bodies of the clones, it didn't seem like they could last under a single skill of this monarch for even half a minute. At this juncture, he nodded while following the path he had seen when the golden light of destiny descended around him. It was a path that he didn't even know existed, but his eyes could see such intense golden brilliance at the end of it that he could not help but take it. His words came out silently as he was the only one to hear them. Casting an ability he had not cast for a long while, Deus Ex Machina, essence silently erupted from Noah's main body and spread throughout, his attention still on the clones experiencing the shocking offensive power of a monarch that released an AoE attack that covered the nearby surrounding miles. Chapter 9:16 An influence above a paragon. Tests have to be done every now and then to fully understand things, and Noah was doing just this when he sent 4 clones far above him where a monarch had appeared. He wanted to know exactly how much was the gap in strength. Each of the clones carried with them horrendous percentages as their strength was comparable to great sages that had already forged tens of millions of galaxies, but he found that the power of a monarch was inviolable as within seconds of the AoE skill that was termed Nine-tailed Hellfire Crucible being cast, the defenses of the 4 clones were being ground down faster than they could regenerate, even as the essence of many Daos rumbled out to cast defensive barriers. It was no use as the horrifying pressure of the Hellfire Crucible called forth ground the defenses of the draconic clones as a second later, they were turned into mists of blood. Such a scene caused Noah's eyes to shine brightly, for clones being taken out of commission as he didn't truly make any losses, but it brought to attention the fact that within his arsenal, aside from plot armor and the ability he had just cast, he didn't truly have an overpowered defensive skill to withstand powerful enemies. Such trash. Boom. The voice of the monarch resounded out after he ground down the bodies of 4 clones, his aura spreading out to cover the entirety of the Stardew valleys as his gaze came to lock upon Noah's main body that held blue runic lines all over. His fearsome body then began to shoot towards Noah, his eyes filled with a wrathful light that seemed to say the next ones to die would be in an even more painful manner. Yet Noah's figure wasn't the least bit bothered as at this moment, The Netherlich Emperor that had its legion spread throughout the Stardew Valleys sent him a message that all the dragons had crossed through the universal gateways established throughout. His subordinates and summons had also collected all the loot they needed as they were already back in the Pocket Universe. The events all coincidentally fell into place just seconds after he cast Deus Ex Machina. As Noah looked towards the light that was a monarch rushing towards his position, though, he remained still as the light of destiny told him the effects of Deus Ex Machina were just getting started. He was truly curious of the feeling he found these past minutes, and wanted to understand just what he was being led to. His life wasn't in any danger with the ability of Deus Ex Machina active, and he still had save point and plot armor to utilize if he wished. But he wanted to pierce through the mysteries of what the Grand Tao of Destiny was trying to tell him. The wrathful monarch arrived towards his position in a matter of seconds, his eyes dancing with flames of anger as he glanced upon Noah. "So it is you." His voice was extremely heavy as Noah felt the surrounding space constrict and become locked down. "Who sent you?" "Your reply determines whether you die quickly or excruciatingly slowly." With a domineering tone, Monarch Odo spoke out as essence burst from his, ready to move at any moment, yet he found that his opponent was only curiously staring towards him, looking over at the illusion of billions of galaxies that stood behind the force that the monarch released. Odo saw the being in front of him did not even bother to talk, his eyes falling with disappointment as he found he could not give an answer to the royals of the nine-tailed fox race on exactly why one of their princes had fallen within the Stardew Valleys. An excruciatingly slow death it is then, rumble, his roiling essence coagulated to begin forming a terribly powerful hellfire crucible Noah had seen before, this crucible seemingly ready to come to life and extinguish any beings within it when suddenly, the whole of Stardew Valleys came to a halt, not just the Stardew Valleys, but the entire planet of consanguinity that was the size of a galaxy. Everything seemingly came to a halt, even Monarch Odo was brought to a halt as after a second passed, everything resumed again, yet the expression of the monarch rapidly changed and turned ashen, the light coming back to his eyes as he looked around him to find empty skies. The location where a certain obsidian blue tyrant dragon had been was entirely empty as if he had never been there, no spatial fluctuations, no essence that dealt with the void or space, nothing. The enemy he was about to eradicate seemingly just disappeared as if he had never been there in the first place. The heart of Monarch Odo trembled as when faced with this terrifying situation, a shocking thought passed through his mind, that was a power above a monarch. Was it a paragon, or a Monarch Odo's eyes became heavy as he could hear his thumping heartbeat, his face extremely cold as he voiced out towards the great sages and sages that had come with him far above in the skies, neither of them being any wiser on what had just happened as to them. Monarch Odo had just disappeared from their sight to take care of the enemies below, and now his voice was just ringing out again. "Scour the Stardew Valleys for the enemies and kill any that remain on sight." His command was heard as many powerful forces thundered down into the Stardew Valleys, but they would find to their shock that no enemies could be found across the 1 light-year region, as well as no dragons throughout the Stardew Valleys. Just as reinforcements had arrived to provide aid, the battle had long since concluded as enemies left with what they came for, leaving behind only bombshells that would be spread to the higher-ups of the supreme bloodline races. One of these bombshells would come from Monarch Odo, who experienced something that he knew could not be done by a monarch or even a paragon, but something even more monstrous. Chapter 9:17. It's so big, in an unknown location. Noah's main body experienced something unique as 1 second he was looking towards a wrathful monarch, and then the next second he was being shuttled through a spatial channel. Multicolored lights flashed around him as Noah felt himself arriving in a new area after just a few seconds, his eyes brightening up as his origin trembled excitedly, the essence of destiny within budding out as it nearly overflowed, the pathway that had opened up and caused the light of destiny to wrap around him in the past minutes. Was this? His eyes and aura spread out to look around him as he found himself standing on top of things that looked like clouds, clouds that stretched for miles everywhere he looked. Miles above these pristine white clouds were even more of the same clouds as both top and bottom were filled with mystical clouds swaying gently. It looked like a paradisiacal land that was unsullied by the presence of anyone as within it. Essence was boundless as rivers of multiple colors freely flowed in the surroundings. It was an extremely unique space as Noah's eyes turned towards the only being his senses had caught within this space aside from him. It was a woman wearing a modest white dress, with hair as dark as the night cascading down her shoulders, her eyes even darker as they seemed capable of swallowing anything they landed on. Her fair white skin shimmered in the clear light of this space as she seemed to have an unnatural glow on her face holding a perplexed expression while she looked towards Noah. This perplexion and confusion seemed to gradually lift up as she stared towards Noah. her eyes gradually brightening up as an enchanting smile capable of causing the downfall of galaxies erupted on her face. "It's you." The shocking words were the first thing that left this woman's mouth, as they seemed like the words of someone that found something they had been looking for quite a while. Noah kept his draconic form as he unsummoned the blue slime, the blue runic lines on his body disappearing as he looked towards the result of Deus Ex Machina, towards the being that had taken him from the Stardew valleys of the planet of consanguinity and brought him to this unknown location. "I never thought I'd actually find you within the Animus universe, much less for you to be battling the bloodline races." She had a light smile as she spoke, every word from her dripping with allures. When Noah looked at her, he could not even catch a glimpse of an aura, as she seemed like someone without an ounce of power, yet his intuition told him that he should not raise his hand towards this being at any point unless he wanted to utilize his save point and be sent back to 1 month ago. "You're very reckless, you know? If my attention had not been brought to you and another one of those old geezers found you first, you'd be hunted down with even more ferocity than even the Universal Emperor slime you're contracted to." The figure of the drop-dead gorgeous woman that didn't release even an ounce of power said this with shining eyes as she observed Noah's shocked expression, her expression turning teasing as she continued, "Oh, are you wondering how I know? How I even found you and brought you here?" Every question she asked, Noah wanted to nod to as he continued to observe this shocking figure, not at all worries about his life, as he wanted to obtain as much information as possible. With him already knowing the terrifying level of power that this being carried as he was conversing with his cosmic treasure as he listened to her, "It is of course due to your universal fortune." Rumble, like a thunderbolt from the skies, her fair lips moved as her words thundered down. "Your universal fortune that surrounds you, it's so big." Noah's eyes constricted at these words as his memories went towards the boons of the title of architect of the Tao he had obtained not too long ago. It seemed he had missed something, as the mentioned golden destiny and universal fortune could actually be seen by certain individuals. "It's bigger than a lot of the ones I've come across. I truly don't know how you did it." As she spoke, she took light steps towards Noah, her eyes seemingly carrying immense interest towards him as they looked at his enormous draconic form. Noah looked towards this being as many thoughts crossed his mind, asking what he wanted to know of the most as he opened his mouth towards her for the first time. "The universal fortune? Oh, yes. It's a sort of authority that universal realm hegemonies use as they try to increase their power, the larger amount of it meaning the greater their chances of moving forward. Across the primordial cosmos, the innumerable number of beings born each carry their own universal fortune, those being able to see the fortune of others observing thin small golden lines as the maximum amount of fortune any creature below the universal realm can have. Over the hundreds of thousands of years, I've observed the fortunes of many, where I've even seen the fortune of a universal hegemony that amounted to an enormous golden cloud hanging over them. But your fortune is blinding, as it is like a tower stretching for miles. It's much too big that it even surpasses some universal hegemonies. Truum." Her eyes shone with a gorgeous splendor as she said this, Noah's mind buzzing as he brought himself to utter calm before he sighed. He felt like he needed a pause button, as it seemed he had jumped ahead without getting rid of the basics. His voice reverberated across the paradisiacal space that had rivers of essence freely floating about. "Let's take a step back here. If I may ask, you are..." His calm voice entered the woman's ears as she smiled brightly. "Me? I'm the one that birthed the Tao of summoning you've been using this whole time." Rumble, her white dress and dark hair glimmered brightly as she gave a small curtsy, her voice continuing to ring out. "Valentina Aurelius, at your service." Chapter 918, The Architect of the Tao of Summoning. "Valentina Aurelius, at your service." The curtsy from a woman of such a level was a terrifying thing to receive, Noah affirming his thoughts as he truly looked towards this being again. Her dark hair and eyes shimmered as liquid essence floated near them, Noah fully looking at this expert that should be at the universal realm. Not even an average universal realm hegemony, but one that had actually been capable enough to birth a Tao that she applied to a whole universe. Noah thought carefully about how he could be standing in front of her right now, the culprits of course being Deus Ex Machina as well as the increased universal fortune that the universal realm expert, Valentina, had mentioned. As he stared at the shocking figure that had revealed her identity, his eyes scanned her up and down as it truly didn't match with the image he had in mind of a powerful universal realm expert that could birth Taos. She saw his expression as she seemed to read his thoughts, her alluring voice coming out with a smile. "Oh? Are you wondering about my personality? Do you think someone like me should be cold and domineering or rumble?" With these words her figure exploded with might as her face became expressionless, becoming icy cold as she grew over 1,000 meters in size, coldly staring down towards Noah. that I should gaze upon everything with immense pride and arrogance and think I am above all. Her body then shrank down to 2 meters as her playful smiling expression returned. I could do all that, and I have taken many faces and personalities over the hundreds of thousands of years. But I always come back to the personality of the girl I was when I began rising through the realms of power. Of the girl that looked towards every fantastical thing around her in wonder. Her hair danced lightly with her reduction in size, settling down to reveal the ridiculously beautiful face and eyes that could swallow everything they saw. Noah looked at her closely as his voice rang out again. The creator of the Tao of Summoning, how exactly did I pop up in your radar? His question was one that caused the eyes of the expert to shine brightly, her smile only becoming wider as she replied, the one that creates the Tao is closely intertwined with it, capable of knowing a decent amount about the beings that utilize it. Of course, there are too many creatures utilizing the Tao as one usually never pays attention to every single one. But it is easy to pay attention to the anomalies that arise. For me, the anomaly was the Tao of Summoning being utilized by a creature that controlled the destiny of an entire universe, where I found my universal fortune densely increasing due to such a shocking reality, because the Tao of Summoning was closely intertwined to Noah rising in power, his strength exploding out when he began traversing the Tao from the techniques given to him in the Nexus Galaxy by Anastasia. All the things that Noah was able to access from using this Tao did not just benefit him, but also the being that birthed it. Noah recalled the words under the architect of the Tao as he arrived at this juncture. Architect of the Tao, a title given to those that have birthed their own Tao. It allows for the architect to benefit from all those that utilize their Tao, where depending on how it is used to affect the destinies of living creatures they can gain increased comprehension and assimilation of all other studied Taos, increased universal fortune, and golden destiny. If the birth Tao utilization is expanded to the scale of a universe and fully comprehended by the majority of powerhouses, the architect gains. Reading the definition again, Noah realized that Valencia was able to benefit greatly from his actions where aside from himself, he even spread this Tao for all his subordinates to also utilize. That was the strongest experts of a universe increasing their strength through this single Tao, the one that birthed it having an explosive increase in universal fortune and turning their eyes towards them. From this, I was able to further find out more anomalies when I focused on the being blessing me with such dense universal fortune, and you can imagine my shock when I find out he can not only contract with double the normal amount of summons, but that he even had the universal emperor slime that had been the last of its species to be in the Animus universe. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't locate what universe you were in or how to find you, which was extremely vexing. Mind you, it meant I had to wait for hundreds of thousands of years for you to rise up in strength before you were even capable of crossing universal barriers, and that you'd somehow end up coming to the Animus universe or that I'd find a way to locate you after some time. After all, with universal fortune, many things are made possible, but here you are. I actually didn't have to wait a large number of years, and through our connected fortunes, I was able to find you just as you stepped into this universe. Wondrous, don't you think? Her words were all that Noah could focus on as he nodded while getting to the crux of the mystery that got him where he was right now, this universal fortune. Yes, something that only universal realm hegemonies that have created a Tao should have in such large quantities and quality, and yet someone like you at the level of galactic filament has such a dense amount of it. Peculiar, don't you think? Rumble. The figure in a white dress spoke with a smile that could collapse nations as she continued, either you're a creature that is just anomalous in the entire cosmos, or if I didn't know any better I would say you've birthed your own Tao. Which is not something that should even be possible or in any way be true, right? With a smile that seemed to be innocently asking for something, the universal realm hegemony laid out a shocking question. Chapter 919, A Hidden Battle Between Universal Hegemonies. It's definitely because I'm an anomaly. After all, only universal realm hegemonies such as yourself can birth Taos, right? Valentina's eyes became curved as her smile deepened, her fair hands clapping as she nodded. Right. An anomaly that helped me increase my universal fortune when I needed it the most, and the one that my destiny is telling me to side with for aid of my victory in the Animus universe. Rumble, your victory? What challenge could a being like you be facing in the Animus universe that I can do anything against? Noah's eyes constricted at the rapidly advancing page of this woman as he asked. To understand this, you have to understand something about the Animus universe, as well as universal realm hegemonies and what they do to increase their power. In the latter stages of power, everything came down to the Tao. After a being was capable enough to forge their own universe, their next goal was to be able to birth a Tao. That was the only way they could move forward in strength, the avenue of manufacturing their own DAS, granting them huge boosts and access to a special power that no other creatures could touch. That special power was universal fortune and golden destiny, with the creation of the Tao of summoning and me being such a genius to make it applicable to the creatures of the entire animus universe. I elevated my strength quite a bit in the ranks of universal hegemonies, a mere lesser Tao that allowed willing beings in the animus universe to become contracted by those living with the same universe or those outside of it. It was a Tao that was extremely useful and actually loved by those in the early stages of power, granting them a huge boost and protection if they had the talent to summon powerful creatures. This mere Tao was one that greatly increased Valentina's power and standing, putting her on track to be one of the more powerful beings within the primordial cosmos. But of course, when you have someone shining too brightly, you always have others becoming jealous and wanting a piece of it. This is where my problem came. A universal hegemony looking at my feats and all I had achieved, and deciding to have a piece of it himself. Rumble. The smile was wiped away from her face when she talked about this, her eyes becoming exceedingly cold as the entire space they were in seemingly darkened and became cloudy. Over 100,000 years ago, one of the most powerful universal realm hegemonies decided to descend onto this animus universe, seeing my success with the Tao of summoning and thinking there was something unique with this place, he chose to settle in and began to extend his influence while spreading his own Tao. It's actually connected to the powerful identity of a dragon you're contracted to. The one that you just had the battle for, I'm assuming? That old geezer entered the animus universe and extended his influence onto the bloodline races, a few of them agreeing to him as he gave them his own designed Tao, the Grand Tao of Slaughter. The events of the fall of the supreme race of dragons began here as the most important edict of his Tao was carried out, senseless slaughter. Noah's heart shook as Tiamat's words were affirmed, the hand of the universal expert that she said was behind everything becoming clear. 5 of the bloodline races had fallen to his influence, and by the time I began to influence the others, the progenitor of dragons that held great talent and had even been lucky enough to step on the path of a cosmic Tao, a paragon of unparalleled strength. This being fell to the betrayal of the 5 races as since then, slaughter has continued to permeate throughout the animus universe. The face of the universal expert actually seemed pitiful, Noah shaking himself out of this feeling as he continued to focus. I've been working to deepen my influence on the remaining bloodline races and stop slaughter from advancing throughout over the years, but it was a losing battle as the majority of the powerful forces of the universe had already fallen under the hands of that geezer. My universal fortune began to wane as my advances slowed, and I didn't know what I could do for a long time, that is until there was a burst to my fortune due to a certain someone. Until now, destiny tells me you are the key. Rumble. Her gaze returned to being cheerful again as she walked towards Noah's large draconic body, her hands landing on his obsidian scales as she continued, will you be able to step up to the task? One of the most powerful old men of this primordial cosmos decided to bully a poor little girl like me when he saw the good thing I had going in the animus universe. Her expression seemed like a pitiful animal that had to be protected, but of course Noah knew better as he remained silent while listening to her story. Her voice continued to ring out when she saw Noah did not reply. Of course, it's only natural that I give the champion who will aid me a great deal of things. We can start with knowledge, and of course how we can take care of the blazing golden beacon of light that is your universal fortune. The beacon of light that if any other universal realm hegemony saw it, I can't imagine what those desperate geezers would do to you in trying to understand your mysteries. Rumble. The words of the universal realm hegemony only became more and more shocking as time passed, Noah going over everything as he thought of the biggest enemy behind everything, the universal realm expert that spread his influence to the 5 supreme bloodline races, the one behind the massacre of the dragon race that even continued to this day, the one who was also the enemy of the powerful being that was standing in front of him. At this juncture, was there even a need to deny the help of a universal realm hegemony? Oh. My universal fortune increased yet again. Did you make a decision on something? The mysterious and terrifying expert voiced out happily while clapping her hands, the meeting of 2 beings extremely far apart in levels and power continuing to take place as it did not bode well for certain beings. Chapter 920, The Request of a Universal Hegemony. From what I know, universal hegemonies cannot act against those of the lower levels or even fight against each other unless absolutely necessary. Noah's voice rang out lightly as the universal expert he faced replied quickly. They cannot directly act, but they can influence others greatly. Similar to how the old geezer influenced the bloodline races to start a slaughter 100,000 years, or similar to how I influenced the little monarch you were facing. I didn't directly act against him, I merely caused a spatial displacement that just happened to bring a special someone over here, and even then, it neared the extent of what I could do without triggering the oath that I agreed to long ago. Of course, if the majesty of a universal hegemony is ever disrespected with them being attacked by a lower-ranking being, they can act freely to wipe out the offender. This is a rule that not many know, and it was placed to make sure that the authority of hegemonies was never disrespected. So unless you go out of your way to stupidly attack a universal realm hegemony, they won't truly be able to land a finger on you. Her words were filled with information as Noah nodded, his eyes focusing on her. She continued, seeing as how our goals are going towards the same direction and sensing the increase in my universal fortune, I know you've made your decision. Would you do this lady the honor of talking to me in your true form, Rumble? A light smile could be seen on Valentina's face at these words, Noah looking towards her sharply as he questioned, why wouldn't this be my true form? Among the information I could glean from the being affecting an entire universe while utilizing my birth Tao, was the fact that he was human. Which makes it even more interesting to see you now as a genuine dragon. Her words were tinged with teasing as Noah merely nodded his head while sighing. This expert in front of him could not act against him, and was even proposing help. The results of Deus Ex Machina were stupendous as they had actually introduced Noah to a universal realm hegemony helper. His essence coiled around his body as he utilized his birth lesser Tao of subterfuge to shake away the false form and return to his original body as Noah, unruly. That was the word that crossed Valentina's mind when she saw Noah's true form for the first time. When she compared it to the majesty of the dragon, the human form actually seemed to release an aura a notch higher, the true body of a being always revealing who they truly were. As her eyes locked on the eyes of the being in front of her, she could sense such immense confidence and calmness when staring towards her that she wondered just who was the universal realm expert between them. Even when he found out her identity and knew her realm of power, this being had barely batted an eye as he only continued nonchalantly, what exactly gives you such confidence? What other secrets do you keep within that domineering exterior? Valentina's thoughts were many as there were truly too many things about the being in front of her she didn't know about. Noah Osmont, Rumble, short and sweet, the meeting between two unlikely beings fully beginning as Valentina nodded with shining eyes. Osmont, very well. I'll start with the gesture of goodwill first. Here is the first technique that all universal experts master to hide just how much universal fortune they hold, as such knowledge is immense power. WAA, waves of essence freely flowed out from Valentina as a bright multicolored crystal formed in front of her, Noah recognizing this crystal as it was extremely similar to other inheritance crystals he had come across in the past. It flew towards him as he grasped it in his hands, the crystal shining brightly as the light within it began to be absorbed by him until not an ounce remained, and it shattered into particles of light, unfathomable light of destiny and fortune, an ability very few beings have the chance of utilizing. With it, one can observe the universal fortune and destiny of those around them. It also allows the user to mask their destiny from others and shield their universal fortune from prying eyes, a fairly simple skill, but one with shocking capabilities. Noah activated it right away as his body began to vibrate with light. It might take you a few days to master, so we can use that time to get you familiar with Dash. Valentina's eyes constricted as she saw the vibrant and towering universal fortune swirling around Noah to tremble before disappearing entirely a second later, his eyes looking over his body up and down as he seemed like any normal being at this moment. You. Valentina had a surprised expression at this being mastering a skill in seconds. Seeing the eyes of this being land on her as they shone with bright golden light, this was Noah utilizing the skill on her. When Noah did activate, unfathomable light of destiny and fortune, while looking at Valentina, his eyes were finally able to see a wondrous sight for the first time. It was the sight of golden lines surrounding the small figure of Valentina, these golden lines coming together to cause a raging storm of fortune that swirled around the body of this being and stretched out multiple meters. Rumble. A second later, Noah watched as the swirling storm of fortune quickly faded away, the voice of Valentina ringing out, I have a tad bit more fortune than most other universal hegemonies due to my work with the Tao of Summoning. Many dangers turn into opportunities as my advances forward have been faster than others, and the problem I've been facing the past tens of thousands of years, I've now met a champion that can help me resolve it. Her face curiously looked at Noah, who continued to exceed her expectations, clapping her hands as the clouds below them and the skies above trembled vigorously. Let's get started. The Holy Lands of the Supreme Bloodlines, the bloody battlefields Galaxy CLU.S.Ters, the bloodline races that can be your allies, we have much to discuss and plan on how exactly we can break the influence of a universal hegemony, rumble, the clouds and skies roiled as they formed into something majestic. Noah receiving a calling from a terrifying expert as a stupendous adventure lay before him. Chapter 921, The Request of a Universal Hegemony. 2. The clouds that Noah stood on faded as he felt an undeniable gravitational force push him down. When the clouds parted, the scene below was something that would cause even the most fearsome experts to stand in a stupor and admire its beauty as a magnificent castle took the center stage. Surrounding it were verdant gardens filled with colors, rivers of water that seemingly shone with a golden luster being seen peacefully going between the exquisitely designed garden. Brilliant verdant gardens and rivers of gold surrounding a magnificent castle. This was the abode of the architect of the Tao of Summoning. Noah found his figure brought down from the cloud all the way to a balcony of the castle he had seen when he fell from the skies. His body landing on a wondrous chair that was built so exquisitely that it seemed like a throne. In front of him was a circular table that was surrounded by such gorgeous-looking thrones, the figure of Valentina landing opposite to him as her face still carried a smile. "This is the place that I spend my days in, and the best place to have a discussion." She said these words as Noah felt the presence of another being come into the balcony the two of them were in, another exquisite beauty appearing in front of him as Noah's eyes constricted not from her beauty, but the aura she released. Having just come across a monarch in the Stardew Valleys, he was familiar with the oppressive feeling of strength one of them could give out as the woman in front of him was nearly releasing an aura that was 100 times stronger. "This girl is a paragon." Rumble. Noah knew his thoughts not to be false as he stared at the crimson hair that fell wondrously onto the shoulders and much blessed chst of the paragon, the more shocking thing being the fact that this being wore the attire of a maid. "Oh, Natalia. Bring us some drinks and food, we have a guest for the first time in a while." The universal realm hegemony called out lightly towards the paragon dressed as a maid. Noah looking towards this scene in a stupor as he observed the maid whose body let out a searing heat glanced towards him with sharp eyes that turned extremely gentle when they looked towards Valentina. She bowed without saying a word as Valentina looked towards her retreating figure while speaking out. That little golden crow was too rowdy in the past as in a fit of rage, she disparaged and nearly attacked the universal hegemony currently moving his fingers across the animus universe. "I could only save her under the conditions that she remains here for a certain period of time, otherwise the moment she steps foot into the animus universe again, that old geezer will make a move himself to erase her." The identity of the maid was revealed as she was shockingly from the lineage of golden crows, one in the paragon realm at that who had attacked the authority of a hegemony as they could not freely act against her. That brings us to the old geezer himself in question, a powerful hegemony that has lived for over 1,000,000 years. A being powerful enough that he birthed his own grand Tao of slaughter. This is the enemy you have, the being that fractured the system of the animus universe as much of it is now turning into a place filled with slaughter. She waved her hands as she spoke, essence converging on top of them as Noah turned his eyes to see the illusory image of a calm old man that seemed to be in his prime. Even from this image, one could see an undeniable majesty and strength release from it as his eyes shimmered with the light of galaxies, the hegemony of slaughter, Ambrose. An old monster that does not know when to die. Choosing to disrupt everything I created in the animus universe as he now influences many things while reaping the rewards of increasing his universal fortune, among other things that only pertain to those in the universal realm. Her smile had gradually disappeared as a look of distaste appeared on her face the more she talked about the hegemony of slaughter. "He is my enemy, and he is the enemy of your contracted creature of the dragon race that holds the bloodline of the murdered queen. Dowager. Since you have already begun attacking the bloodline races and liberated the dragons of the Stardew Valleys, I know you are already heading in the proper direction, but the core of his influence currently is the place where the largest amount of slaughter is occurring on a daily basis, the bloody battlefields galaxy CLU.S.Ter, where the majority of the dragon race resides to be used as lambs for slaughter. It is here that you need to step into in order to begin shaking the influence of the Grand Tao, to abolish its system and directly start the process of breaking the influence that Ambrose holds over the 5 bloodline races. Beside the illusory image of the universal hegemony, an image of an enormous CLU.S.Ter of galaxies that were tinged red appeared, each of them pulsing brilliantly as when Noah stared at them, their light enticingly seemed to be calling towards him. His eyes shone as he asked about something that had always been on his mind. What about the other bloodline races? The mixed races, galaxy-devouring serpents, the mythical Helios race, and the golden crows. When he spoke the last words, He looked towards the figures of the maid at the shocking level of a paragon who had returned with over 10 huge oval plates that held glistening meats and vegetables, along with golden drinks that had an intense aroma wafting out. Valentina looked at Noah with sharp eyes as she replied. By the time I reacted, the progenitor of the dragon race had already fallen as I was only able to extend my influence onto those 4 races, and I was even able to save some clans of dragons as some of them migrated to the holy lands of the Golden Crows. Galaxy-devouring serpents, mixed races, and the mythical Helios race, Rumble. Over the last tens of thousands of years, it had just been a hidden battle between which of the races the two of us are influencing, with the paragons and monarchs of both sides keeping a check on each other as at this moment, a new force would tilt the battle towards one side. That new force will be you. Valentina was staring at Noah as if he was some rare treasure, her eyes still locked towards this being as she recalled the towering fortune and destiny he held. How about it? Shall we go into the details of the bloody battlefield's galaxy and the situation you can expect within it? You'll be facing the champions of a universal hegemony that has birthed a grand Tao, and will effectively call the attention of this being as he will use his power and resources to try and wipe you out. With a smile that could cause calamities, Valentina spoke while looking towards Noah, who stared back towards her with sharp eyes filled with a domineering light. It's merely a universal realm hegemony as an enemy against a being that cannot even lay a finger on me. What do I have to fear? Rumble. Chapter 922, The Primordial Ruination Clone. It's merely a universal realm hegemony as an enemy against a being that cannot even lay a finger on me. What do I have to fear? Noah's words caused Valentina to look at him incredulously before the universal expert laughed lightly, her sharp eyes nodding as the two beings continued the discussion while digging into the feast in front of them. A shocking paragon of the Golden Crow race stood behind Valencia with her eyes coldly staring daggers at Noah, but he didn't even bat an eye as he obtained more information of the forces of the Animus universe and the next location he would be entering, the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Ters. The talk went on for a few hours as Noah obtained a great deal of information about the Animus universe. That when such information was joined together with the memories he obtained from Prince Ebner, he felt like he could have been a citizen that lived within this universe for tens of thousands of years. The bloody battlefield galaxy CLU.S.Ters. He voiced out while he finished the golden drink within his cup, his eyes turning towards Valentina as he nodded. We'll start there. Free the dragons locked within, shatter the influence of a universal hegemony. Let's hope it can be light work. Rumble. He rose from the table with these domineering words as Valentina's eyes curved into a smile while she laughed lightly. She waved her hands as an exquisitely designed mirror with runic inlays floated towards Noah. This is something you can use to easily reach out to me if anything happens. It's the extent of what I can do with my influence before alerting the Geezer Oathkeeper. I'll be looking over things every now and then, but this will serve as our way of communication. Noah took the golden mirror with mysterious runic inlays in his hands as eyes of truth showed him some information on it. Valentina's golden mirror, a unique treasure forged by the universal realm hegemony Valentina Aurelius. With it, a being only needs to input a tiny amount of mana to alert her, allowing for smooth communication across unlimited distances. The treasure has the qualities of unbreakable and fortune enhancement, being something that even paragons would have a hard time breaking while granting its current designated owner increased fortune. Current designated owner, Noah Osmont. Noah took the mirror speechlessly as he put it into his expansive space, nodding towards Valentina as he looked out the balcony of the castle and onto the paradisiacal landscape all around him. He then turned to lock eyes with the peak powerhouse of this universe, who held a great deal of power, yet could not fully utilize it at the same time. He had many thoughts about this as for now, he only spoke out lightly while a light of teleportation wrapped around him. I'll check in if I ever need anything. Until then, THRUUM, he left behind a universal realm hegemony and a paragon who looked towards his retreating figure with very different thoughts. The paradisiacal castle became quiet as soon as Noah left, Valentina looking towards the seat he was in as an unknown light flashed through her eyes. A myriad of thoughts were swirling in her mind about this new being and what exactly his immense universal fortune meant, but no answers came to her aside from the things he had chosen to share. Oh well, there is always time that reveals all things. Her dark hair danced on her shoulders as the Golden Crow paragon in a maid costume bowed towards her while speaking out hesitantly. Master, should I make you anything else? Towards the paragon respectfully looking towards her, Valentina only smiled while shaking her head, her voice only ringing out a second later. No, nothing else for now. I need to keep watch on certain things and make some calculations. Essence bloomed around the universal realm expert with these words. The golden light of destiny shining brightly throughout as a certain maid only nodded with a sunken expression behind her. The paradisiacal castle and all of its gardens and flowing golden rivers felt much dimmer at this moment, as if something that had brightened them up briefly disappeared just as quickly as it came. Even with all the beauty of this wondrous space, it felt like it was missing something. Noah's figure returned into the pocket universe as if he had never left, appearing in the form of the abyssal black tyrant dragon as he looked over the expansive area of the pocket universe that was now littered with dragons. Rumble. The power of their bloodline rumbled forth crazily as all of them were reined in by the aura of Tiamat. Noah, watching this Queen Dowager, released the authority of her bloodline to have all the dragons patiently situated in one location. Noah's entrance was what began the commotion as these dragons from the Stardew Valleys looked towards the figure of the being that shone the brightest during their liberation, Dragon Emperor. His name was majestically uttered throughout as Noah merely nodded towards them, the figures of the dragon girl they had talked to when they first entered the Stardew Valleys, and even the Salazar who was demeaned to act as the mount of Prince Ebner being among many that looked towards Noah's draconic figure with fervor. These were the dragons liberated from thousands of years of bondage. Their blood burning strong as they looked towards the figure of Noah for what their direction would be from here. But Noah did not address them as he only turned his tyrannical eyes over to Tiamat. He wanted to let the Queen Dowager have free reign over the creatures of her race as it was before, not using his title as her master to step into her role as the progenitor of dragons. He wanted to begin the true rebirth of the progenitor of dragons. Chapter 923, The Primordial Ruination Clone. 2. Noah communicated with Tiamat for her to do as she wished as his figure disappeared from the fervent eyes of the dragons to reappear elsewhere in the pocket universe. The Queen Dowager nodded with bright eyes at this as she turned towards her bloodline. All the creatures below gazing towards her as they sensed the pureness of her blood that shook them to their very cores. My progeny, Rumble, the Queen Dowager addressed her people for the first time since her rebirth, this point in time being just the beginning for the progenitor of dragons going towards reclaiming her title. Far from this region, Noah towards his subordinates that were congregating in another area of the pocket universe. All of them were floating around a mountain that was shining brilliantly with loot. Noah coming face to face with a literal mountain of loot as Barbados, the Emperor Penguin, Morgana, all the sages of the dark universe were looking towards him with shining eyes as he had given them a shocking message. He told them to collect all of the Tao crystals, cores, skill books, all the loot that they collected from the recent battle. They didn't know the reason why, but they listened and did as they were told, and they now looked towards Noah to see exactly what his words had meant. Noah went towards the mountain of loot that was surrounded by draconic figures, creating a wondrous scene as a spatial light bloomed from him, a large amount of loot descending onto the glowing mountain as his loot shone with even more gorgeous light. Within them, the Tao crystals of a myriad of Daos and the cores of galactic filament could be seen. The sages of the dark universe gulped while looking towards the galactic filament cores that would be the key to paving the way for them to become great sages. Looking towards Noah as they saw his body erupt with a deadly red light that wrapped around the entire mountain of loot, a second later, only empty space could be seen as a glorious light shone from Noah's chest, the mountain of loot disappearing entirely. The red light continued to shine brightly as a second later, a wave of spatial essence spread out as the sages felt their bodies being pushed back, a mountain of treasures twice as large as the one before appearing before them. Holy sure, are you serious, Rumble? The area buzzed with activity as everyone looked around in shock, Noah's expression not changing after he utilized the duplication feature of the cosmic treasure. He waved his hands to collect a large amount of Tao crystals and galactic filament cores for himself as he called out domineeringly a second later, divide everything equally and upgrade your strength. The battles are only getting started. After throwing all of his subordinates into a stupor by duplicating an entire mountain of treasures, Noah didn't even explain the ridiculousness as his figure disappeared, his main body teleporting into the ruination realm as he wanted to do something even more ridiculous, the birth of a primordial ruination clone. He left behind subordinates that looked at each other with exasperation as he appeared in the ruination realm with his own body. The figure of the tyrant dragon wiped away, his chest shone brightly as the cosmic treasure erupted out, ruination floating gleefully in the rivers of ruination essence as it voiced out, "You are ready for this, Master? Yes, let's build the primordial ruination clone, Rumble." Noah's eyes were shining with an intense light as he said this, looking forward to the clone produced by the latest unlocked feature of the cosmic treasure. Its details were shocking to say the least. Primordial ruination clone. Out of the innumerable number of creatures in the vast cosmos, there are a few whose bodies uniquely rise above all others. The primordial ruination clone is a feature that only the master of ruination can utilize, allowing them to forge a primordial ruination clone from the very essence of ruination. As a creature made from the very essence of a cosmic Tao, it has a 100,000% increase in the speed of progression through the realms of power, 100,000% increase in the comprehension and assimilation of all Taos, can display 200% of the strength of the Master of Ruination, along with its power increased by 1,000% when in the Ruination Sea. It can seamlessly utilize the abilities of miniature ruination rupture generation, instantaneous universal teleportation, ruination essence skill conversion and amplification, hashtag email protected, percent, at $% at hashtag $%, a feature that allowed for the creation of a balance breaking clone. One that had a stupid amount of boosts attached to it on top of ridiculous abilities only the clone could utilize. With Noah's go-ahead, the cosmic treasure shone with a brilliant crimson light as it attached itself to Noah, his scalp opening as drops of blood erupted and was surrounded by the essence of ruination. From this bubbling blood that acted as a signature, it began to suck in the red essence and gradually formed into a cocoon that expanded and contracted wondrously as it pulsed with immense mana and power. The voice of the cosmic treasure resounded out as the clone was forming, Noah. Thinking of the equivalency of this when he compared himself against Ebner that just had tens of millions of forged galaxies, this single clone would put him extremely high in the ranks of great sages that had lived for tens of thousands of years to have created over 1 billion galaxies. But it still wasn't enough to match a monarch, THRUM. The bloody cocoon pulsed as it took Noah away from his thoughts, his eyes landing on it as saw an eruption of light occur, a magisterial presence stepping out from this light a second later. A figure stared back at him silently, his consciousness feeling the connection he had with this figure as in a matter of seconds. It was like he discovered a lost limb. Hair as crimson as it could be, skin fairer than most women with well-built muscles more defined than any man. A white robe Dr. A.P.ed over the primordial ruination clone as it covered the enormous blessings hidden within, his eyes reflecting Noah's as he spoke for the first time. This is the body that will face monarchs and paragons as we haul off an old hegemony from his exalted seat. The crimson primordial ruination clone smiled devilishly as his eyes were filled with a tinge of cruelty, the birth of a creature geared for battle appearing at this point in time. Chapter 924 Fishing Among the Stars. In a unique spatial area connected to the animus universe, the space was isolated, being one that very few beings could ever have access to. Within it, the figure of a single being could be seen, an old man with a robust figure and a majestic well-trimmed beard, his eyes shining with the light of innumerable galaxies as this being was currently situated on top of a star. His body was gigantic in size as he could actually comfortably sit upon a star, an item that would commonly find on fishermen being seen grasped in his arm as from a pole, a golden fishing line stretched out towards the starry space below him. This being was actually fishing in the starry space, WAA. A wave of essence erupted out not too far from him as the figure of another being appeared, this one in the form of the nine-tailed fox as the aura it released was multiple times above what Monarch Odo released. This newly arriving being was a paragon. The nine-tailed fox bowed towards the enormous figure of an old man fishing among the stars as he voiced out, "Sir, one of my monarchs came across creatures that caused the rebellion of the dragon race in a region within the planet of consanguinity." The being was only in the galactic filaments realm, but the paragon actually seemed to hesitate with his words as the nine tails behind him shook, the fishing old man voicing out calmly as a smile filled his face, "Go on. The things you want to tell me, I have already discerned the results of anyways." Rumble, a power that is greater than a paragon's aided the great sage leading the rebellion to escape, THRUM. The unique space turned quiet at these words, the old man only continuing to fish within the stars as his eyes flashed with a cold light while looking at the wondrous scene around him. "You're making your move now, oh young Valentina?" His words were barely a whisper with nobody being able to hear them as if they could. They would be able to see immense contempt stemming from them. It was the words of a being talking about another as if they were a child, as if their action would never amount to much as everything would be in the other person's hands. "What shall we do, master?" the paragon asked with some hesitation as the voice of the old man landed on his ears. Just focus your forces on the Holy Lands and the bloody battlefields galaxy CLU.S.Ters. Everything should be fine with just that." It was a shockingly domineering reply from a being that had lived too long and had seen too much. Back in the ruination realm, Noah was currently getting acquainted with the feeling the primordial ruination clone gave out. When his senses focused on it and his main body and other clones, he was able to see the stark difference in the power they could release. Everything about the primordial ruination clone radiated power as it truly lived up to having 200% of the strength of his original body, even the action of breathing feeling more stupendous. There were a great deal of abilities the clone alone could utilize, and there were also multiple abilities that even Noah could find nothing about. What's with the abilities of the clone that I can't even read? He voiced out with his eyebrows raised towards the cosmic treasure that shook while replying lightly, "It's not my fault, Master. It's actually because your level is currently too low that you can't even utilize all the things the primordial clone has to offer. The ones you cannot see or utilize probably relate to the universal realm or when you achieve an even greater level. In your terms, you would be a level 10 beginner that got his hands on a level 999 endgame item. You can use it somewhat, but not really." Miniature ruination rupture generation. The primordial ruination clone is capable of causing small ruptures of a few meters in size to erupt from its body and last for 5 seconds. These ruptures tearing apart the surrounding space as it becomes a simulated region of the Sea of Ruination momentarily. Any being caught within the ruptures will face deadly soul and physical damage as they will be devoured by the essence of ruination for as long as they remain within the bounds of the ruptures. The scene of the terrifying fractures that spread throughout the dark universe were displayed in Noah's mind when he read over the skill, this ability actually allowing him to do a watered-down version of this that only simulated the Sea of Ruination, with its damage being extremely deadly, as this skill should be even stronger than his Ruination Galaxy Spirit bombs at this moment. With shining eyes, he read over the other abilities: instantaneous universal teleportation, all universes recorded within the cosmic treasure ruination can be entered instantaneously as the primordial ruination clone can displace its body rapidly across the boundary of the cosmos. Ruination essence skill conversion and amplification. All abilities cast from the primordial ruination clone can be subjugated to conversion and amplification from the purest essence of ruination. The effects of all targeted abilities undergoing a change. Even more balance-shattering skills were displayed, with the first one being something that could easily to be utilized while the second required Noah to test out to see its true might, but nonetheless, a ridiculously built clone entered his hands, a powerful primordial ruination clone that could display double the power his original body could display, along with shocking percentages and realm progression that would shoot him up the galactic filament realm while he forged galaxies. Noah had found the perfect thing. He would have this primordial ruination clone be the one actively moving in the outside world for him, while his main body trained or relaxed within the dark universe. Chapter 925, The Bloody Battlefields Galaxy CLU.S.Ters. Within the loot that Noah had collected, the ones he looked forward to seeing the results of the most were the cores that shone with the illusory light of galactic filaments when one looked at them, wanting to know exactly how many galaxies these cores would allow him to forge. Since they came from great sages that had formed millions or tens of millions of galaxies, they caused the formation of tens of thousands in those that absorbed them every second, until a being could find themselves having formed hundreds of thousands of galaxies. Meanwhile, Noah, with the 100,000% progression through realms of the primordial ruination clone, it was just a horrendously ridiculous sight to come across. In his gorgeously shining origin, millions of galaxies were stupidly becoming forged every single second, not tens of thousands but millions. It was such a ridiculous jump and a number so much larger than what he originally had, Noah finding himself having culminated over 50 million galaxies after he finished the absorption of just a single galactic filament core. Rumble, the body of the primordial ruination clone shone brilliantly as the light of so many forged galaxies, Noah's main body feeling the explosion in power as the realm of the clone was transferred to him. Ruination essence swirling around him as millions of galaxies formed in him as well. It was a shocking new reality of shooting up through the ranks of power that was only made possible through the birth of the new clone. Continue. Noah's eyes were bright as he continued absorbing the galactic filament cores along with Tao crystals, getting himself new Taos into his collection as within a matter of seconds, the grand Tao of illusions was comprehended and fully assimilated. Any Taos he came across that he didn't already have, became fully assimilated in seconds. At this moment, he just went all out in birthing new galaxies and obtaining new Taos, as the main body and primordial ruination clone worked in the ruination realm. Noah's clones were still moving actively around the pocket universe to oversee everything while preparing his subordinates for the future to come. As they entered time spaces to absorb Tao crystals and cores, Noah relayed to them the future of the bloody battlefield galaxy CLU.S.Ters. They would soon be entering vast expanses of galaxy CLU.S.Ters where a majority of the dragon race lay, and where the most horrendous forms of slaughter were taking place in the animus universe, within a Region in the Pocket Universe, one of Noah's clones was watching the figures of Barbados and Morgana competitively absorb the few galactic filament cores available to the subordinates, their origins pulsing with power as unstable galaxies were forming and about to stabilize. In another area, multiple women were surrounded with a regal aura as they made similar breakthroughs, the figures of Elena, Athena, and Anna having the faces of pristine creatures that nobody could touch. Far from them in the skies, there was another vibrant woman watching this scene and many more, yet she seemed to have won as she held the hands of one of Noah's clones while watching everything. It was, of course, the Ice Queen Adelaide, who only had her realm in the galaxy stage as she wasn't worried about forging more galaxies or getting stronger, being happy just to be around her esteemed person she was lucky enough to find and keep. With this, it signified the birth of another great sage, as he had already met the prerequisite of assimilating multiple Daos, something that many of the powerhouses of the Dark Universe would soon manage to do. Within another region of the Pocket Universe, one of Noah's clones waved his hands as he summoned the blue slime that had been reinforcing him in his draconic form. He wanted to give the little guy more freedom even though it was being hunted across the primordial cosmos, bopping its wiggly body as he spoke to it. You should have grasped the Tao of subterfuge by now. Change into a new form and aura that nobody will be able to associate with Universal Emperor Slimes, THRUM. The body of the blue slime shook happily as it nodded, its body being covered by the essence of subterfuge as its body gradually began to change. A brilliant shine of blue light later, and a new figure appeared in front of Noah's eyes as he looked towards it incredulously. It was the figure of a boy that looked no older than 10 and 11, his hair a bright shade of blue as it danced freely on his head. His eyes were shining a brilliant cerulean blue as above his head, an illusory floating crown could be seen. His face was filled with childish wonder and excitement as he looked towards Noah while showing off his form, speaking towards him without simply sharing his thoughts and consciousness for the first time. It's an amazing form, isn't it, Father? Rumble. Noah's heart nearly skipped a beat as even his main body and clone felt their minds shake in the ruination realm at the words of the blue slime. He hadn't even begun having kids, and yet this terrifying blue slime that had the mentality of a child actually gave him such a title. Noah had no words as he exasperatedly looked at the figure of the blue-haired boy go on to stand beside him and try to emulate his demeanor and make his face serious. I'm ready to go, let's go find some tasty meals, THRUM. The body of the boy vibrated with power at the galactic filament realm as the things he considered tasty were creatures at the great sage and sage levels, and Noah merely sighed at this while he summoned the rest of the animus pets. They would be the advance party going into the bloody battlefield galaxies of the Animus universe, with everyone else coming later as they finished enhancing their strength and familiarizing themselves with their power. In front of this, the summoned Animus pets, another figure teleported in as his mere presence caused the surrounding space to twist and adapt. With crimson hair and eyes that shone with a devilish light, the primordial ruination clone came out as with him, the air of majesty and power emanated out. Let's go, a single sentence, and it was one that began a bloody path towards galaxies that were filled with slaughter. Chapter 926, The Bloody Battlefields Galaxy CLU.S.Ters. 2. The Animus summons felt as if the space above them had gained an intangible pressure when the primordial ruination clone appeared, their gazes towards Noah being those of shock as they sought his origin glimmered with hundreds of millions of manifested galaxies, hundreds of millions. Not even the tens of millions that Prince Ebner, the first enemy they faced in the Animus universe, had, but hundreds. It was a ridiculous number that was only brought about by the terrifying 100,000% increase in the progression speed through realms among the many things that this primordial ruination clone could utilize. Whoa! The blue-haired boy that was the blue slime looked towards this devilish-looking Noah as he tried his best to adopt a similar domineering expression. Noah only laughing towards this as he waved his hands and caused the eruption of essence. Before even their shock could fade, a light of teleportation warped around all of them as the first party to forge into the bloody battlefields galaxy CLU.S.Ters set off. Only the clone was left behind, and when one looked at the larger dark universe with the pocket universe and ruination realm included, the only beings to currently set off towards the Animus universe were the primordial ruination clone and the Animus summons. Within the Animus universe, there was a certain location where a vast amount of galaxies CLU.S. tiered around each other closely, these galaxies forming into many CL. Ters as uniquely, a segregation on the level of forces moving throughout the galaxies existed. This segregation of forces was brought about 100,000 years ago when the name of these galaxies CLU.S.Ters became the Bloody Battlefields Galaxy CLU.S.Ters, the reason for it being the forceful placement of many dragon clans into these galaxies as they were given a single mission. And that mission was to fight for their lives and freedom. Hundreds of dragon clans were spread throughout the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Ters as their numbers towered over trillions, these clans being forced to take home within these galaxies and try to propagate their bloodline with the years that passed while withstanding constant attacks from 5 bloodline races. The main goal of the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Ters was slaughter. The dragons forcefully placed within to fight for their lives were the lambs, while the forces of the bloodline races that went into these galaxies daily were the wolves that thrived on the slaughter. If a comparison could be made, the galaxy CLU.S.Ters were akin to a factory where dragons continued to be produced only for the bloodline races to bring the blade onto their necks and harvest their meat for themselves. Over the years, some clans continued to grow their power and survive, with the following battles being focused on forces such as these as they proved to be the locations where the most slaughter would occur. As for the segregation of forces when the many dragon clans were forced into these galaxies in the past, the paragons of the bloodline races told them they personally would not act to eradicate their race as long as they remained within the galaxies and did not even try to leave, along with the rule that for some regions in the galaxy CLU.S.Ters, only certain levels of power were permitted to live within. So there existed some galaxies where beings only up to the level of entities were allowed, some galaxies that only allowed up to the level of sages or great sages, and there even existed the galaxies at the very center where powerhouses up to the level of monarchs was allowed. This was the segregation of forces. The paragons of the bloodline races laid the rules as they said the dragon race would be given a chance to fight for their lives fairly, where only their most powerful beings of each rank would fight against them, with the rule never being violated as there would never be an instance where a monarch would enter a region that only beings up to the level of sages were allowed to live in. If this utmost rule was ever to be ignored by either the dragons or the beings of the 5 bloodline races, the paragons would move to personally eradicate them to uphold it. This created for the true bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Ters to be born as over the generations. The many dragon clans reproduced and tried to increase their strength against always coming forces of entities, sages, great sages, or monarchs depending on the region they lived in. It created for stars that were bathed in the blood of dragons and even many creatures from the bloodline races. The whole region of galaxy CLU.S.Ters carrying a unique air of slaughter as it seemed to be spreading to the outside chaotic void. The tide of time churned as over 100,000 years later, it had become the norm for many beings born within these CLU.S.Ters to fight for their lives daily, the lives of the beings they knew constantly changing. At this time, in a galaxy where only beings in the level of great sages or below were allowed to be in, a party of dragons crossed the starry space with battle-hardened expression, hundreds of creatures from the golden cyclops race blocking their paths on all sides as they were led by 3 great sages and multiple sages behind them. Who would have thought we would be able to surround one of the famous Chaos Dragon battalions? It seems we will taste the rare delicacy of Chaos Dragons today, as the 2 sides faced off with Tao essence vibrating all around ready to erupt. A spatial wave of essence erupted between them as it released a horrendous pressure of power. The eyes of both sides turning vigilant to observe what popped up before them as the scene caused them all to question if their eyes were seeing correctly. Chapter 927 Slaughter Eye. Between the forces of the Golden Cyclops and Chaos Dragons, what followed the wave of spatial essence was the appearance of a galaxy-devouring serpent, a golden crow, an obsidian panther, a variant oculothorax, a calamity bear, a chaos dragon, an enormous colossal Helios leviathan, and a small boy with vibrant blue hair that stood on top of a terrifying abyssal black tyrant dragon. The tyrant dragon was the one releasing the horrifying pressure as it seemed to be a great sage that had forged over 1 billion galaxies just from its pure domineering aura alone. Seeing the appearance of the tyrant dragon and the creatures of different bloodline races that didn't stem from the 5 they knew as enemies, the Chaos Dragon had their eyes light up with happiness while the forces of Golden Cyclops became grave. This feeling was further enhanced when in the next moment, the voice of the child rang out with adorable innocence as he looked at the great sages of the Golden Cyclops race. Wow, can we eat them? They look like they'll be tasty. Rumble. The words seemed extremely innocent as they came from the small child, yet they caused the hearts of the Golden Cyclops to drop as they felt an immense threat from these words. It's merely the weakest race of the supreme bloodlines. Wipe them out. Rumble. The domineering voice of the tyrant dragon reverberated out as the 8 animus summons moved out against the Golden Cyclops that had drastically changing expressions. The one at the forefront that vibrated with the essence of a being that had forged millions of galaxies voiced out as his body began to enlarge with a bright light, spread out and regroup later. The forces of Cyclops began to rush out from all sides with grind expression at having come across such a situation. vowing to pay back the Chaos Dragons by surrounding them with even more reinforcements later. Yet, they made plans for later much too early, as none of them would be leaving the current starry space alive. Whap, like a flash of light that passed through them and then pulled them in, every single creature in the surrounding tens of miles was captured in an isolated realm. Unlike before, this life realm was extremely unique as it was tinged with a red light, a light many would not be able to correctly link to the essence of ruination. All of the abilities cast by the primordial ruination clone were subjugated to ruination essence skill conversion and amplification, and this is what occurred with the ability, Life Realm, as it was changed from that of the essence of the law of life being used as the base, and now the wondrous cosmic ruination essence was the base. It enhanced Noah's ability within by a large amount, as if Monarch Odo, who had appeared and shattered the life realm and the Stardew Valleys, appeared again to try and break the boundaries of this realm that now used ruination essence as the base. He would find it much harder to break, as a mere punch or two would not be able to take it down. With this wondrous lock placed down, the voice of the domineering tyrant dragon erupted out once more. Don't take too long, we have much to do. With a nonchalant gaze, the tyrant dragon turned towards the party of chaos dragons that were looking towards it in a stupor, the figures of his summoned pets being the ones to chase down the shocked golden cyclops race as they began to rip them apart. Of the two great sages of the battalions of chaos dragons that was surrounded, one of them came out of their stupor as they spoke towards Noah hesitantly. Brother, Dragon Emperor is fine. Noah was introducing himself in a domineering fashion when the progress of the battle made him come to a stop, observing his summons and the forces of three golden cyclops great sages that actually did not perish within seconds while they faced his summons. The reason for this was a swirling light of slaughter that actually seemed to amplify their strength greatly within this region. Noah gained a light of interest at this, as he wanted to study the Tao of slaughter that he had already assimilated and check to see just how the influence of a universal hegemony was allowing beings to show such enhanced power. Rumble, the light of slaughter erupted from him, as well as his enormous body streaked towards the grim-faced golden cyclops who looked towards him with heavy eyes. The pressure Noah was releasing being greater than any of the summons they faced. Come together. The chaos dragons in the back watched in a stupor as the great sage and sages of the golden cyclops race actually came together to withstand against a single enemy, their bodies shining brilliantly as numerous defensive layers were cast over them to defend against the coming tyrant dragon. Rupture, rumble. The dark starry space became illuminated with a red light. Under the horror of the sages and great sages, space was torn apart like paper as a fracture of ruination appeared in the animus universe for the first time. It was a period of immense significance as the apocalypse that nearly befall the dark universe. Its source was recreated in a minuscule area of another universe, and this time it was caused by a being. When the rupture in space receded, the results caused the hearts of all those watching to skip a beat. Chapter 928, Slaughter 2. A rupture tearing apart space, devouring the bodies of the two great sages that were closest to it. The rupture itself was only a bit over 10 meters, but it was able to cover portions of the two bodies of the great sages as when it receded just a second later, a horrendous scene was left behind. The leader of the chaos dragons that was being chased, a being at the level of a great sage himself, looking forward with an expression of shock as he saw mere body parts of the golden cyclops great sages remain when the rupture receded. The frontmost golden cyclops had his entire upper body caught in the fracture, so when it receded, everything above his stomach was missing as wiggling muscles and nerves that were filled with the strong life force of a being at the galactic filament tried to regenerate unsuccessfully, without a heart of consciousness. The lower portion of the body lost all energy and began floating in the dark space listlessly as the second great sage was in the same position. Nearly half of his body was caught in the erupting rupture as its jagged edges ate up half of the skull of the creature, its defenses not being able to keep up as the red essence seemingly continued to invade his body and destroy whatever else remained of his defenses. Two great sages lost their lives in a single attack like this. The chaos dragon that was a hardened veteran of the bloody battlefields breathed heavily as he looked at this scene, the type of strength of being capable to wipe out those in the same rank instantly having huge significance to him, as he lived in a galaxy that only had great sages as the strongest beings. So when he looked at this terrifying tyrant dragon, his eyes nearly burst with light as he thought of many possibilities. Interesting. THRUM, the domineering voice of the tyrant dragon rang out as if he hadn't just insta-killed two great sages, its eyes looking towards the remaining great sage golden cyclops that was frozen in shock as its claws wrapped around it. Hey, I'll do it slowly this time around. Tell me if you can defend against it or if it eats up your defenses in essence instantly, okay? He spoke towards the golden cyclops in his claws nonchalantly as if it was nothing. another horrendous tear in space forming as a rupture began to stretch out towards the legs of the great sage. The eyes of the golden cyclops trembled with fear as it could not break out from the claw of being that had the pure strength of over 1 billion forged galaxies just from the body of the primordial ruination. Clawed alone, the essence of the cyclops going towards its lower body where a rupture was about to cover with all of its power, thrum. The rupture extended towards the lower body of the golden cyclops as his eyes turned fearful, letting out a terrifying bellow as when it receded, his legs were gone. Well, the calm voice of the tyrant dragon that caused chills to run down everyone's backs could be heard, many of them shocked that this being was actually bold enough to carry out experiments against a great sage. It ate up my defenses too fast, I couldn't defend against the exterminating force. The voice of a terrified great sage rang out as the tyrant dragon nodded thoughtfully, seemingly satisfied with the answer as he flung the claw holding the half-body of a great sage towards a direction where a certain child with glimmering blue hair floated with a smile. The boy's mouth opened up multiple meters as it caught the body of the great sage and instantly devoured it. Silence descended onto the area as the chaos dragons and the golden cyclops that only had sages remaining in their ranks looked towards this newly appearing force listlessly. Clean up the others, rumble. The domineering tyrant dragon voiced out again as he thoughtfully observed his surroundings, noticing the dense essence of slaughter that was permeating throughout the whole space increased another notch with the death of the 3 great sages. Under the influence of the universal hegemony, it seemed that it didn't matter to him whether it was the forces of dragons being slaughtered or the bloodline races. As long as there was slaughter within the animus universe, he would stand to benefit from it as both dragons and the many bloodline races under his influence that hunted them down, they were all mere meat on the chopping board of a much more terrifying being. The enhanced strength of the great sages of the golden cyclops race got Noah to think about the central thing that connected the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Ters together, and the thing that Valentina had told him to focus on the most when he got here. It was something that had entrances on every single galaxy within this CLU.S.Ter, something that was known as the Slaughter Star Monolith. When Noah got to this point, he had his primordial ruination clone continue within the galaxy that he just arrived in, while his main body left the ruination realm and waved his hands to pull out Valentina's golden mirror. As he placed his essence into it, I've come across information on the Slaughter Star Monolith and where its entrance is in the galaxy I arrived in. You said you would tell me more when I reached this point. His calm words caused a hint of surprise to appear on Valentina's face as she spoke while tapping the chair she stood in. For you to be so fast, I'm impressed. She spoke with a light smile as she began to weave out the story of one of the most important things within the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Ters and the even larger animus universe, the Slaughter Star Monolith. Chapter 929, The Slaughter Star Monolith. The Slaughter Star Monolith is a unique universal construct that Ambrose controls. It rises like a tower that pierces through all the bloody battlefield's galaxy close. USTers, being made up of an uncountable number of stars that stretch for many light years. Valentina's words rang out from the golden mirror as Noah began gathering more of the information on the Slaughter Star Monolith while matching it with the memories of the great sages of the bloodline races he had just taken down. It is the central piece that allows Ambrose to use slaughter to his advantage and cause it to spread across a universe, where he found a way to simplify slaughter with the creation of this universal construct, and he went on to tie it with the unique CLU.S.Ter of galaxies after the fall of the dragon race. Valentina's eyes had shone with an intense light as she mentioned this. As she stated, the Slaughter Star Monolith acted like a core that tied the bloody battlefield galaxy CLU.S.Ters together, having an entrance on every galaxy that allowed beings to enter. In the galaxy that Noah just arrived in, the memories he obtained told him that the entrance of the Slaughter Star Monolith was controlled by the bloodline races, and Noah had to take control of this galaxy and step into this construct that a universal realm hegemony laid down to truly enjoy the benefits of. The bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Ters that pulled everyone into slaughter. Those who were brave enough to enter the Slaughter Star Monolith would find themselves into an area of true slaughter, where they would be transported into one of the innumerable number of stars within this monolith that they had to kill all those they met before they could advance forward. A sharp light crossed Valentina's eyes as she said this, Noah pulling up the memory of the golden cyclops that the blue slime had just devoured. Within, it showed the cyclops entering into a doorway that brought him in a unique space, a space that showed an endless tower rising to the skies as it was made up of an uncountable number of stars. Those that do advance through the Slaughter Star Monolith will have their strength greatly increase as if they have not comprehended and assimilated the Tao of slaughter. They will be able to do it in a short period of time if they successfully climb multiple stars. If they have fully assimilated the Tao, its power will be enhanced even more while they gain something unique that only Ambrose can offer through this universal construct: the increase in soul power, rumble, a power that enhances the strength of one's soul, allowing them to advance through their realms and days faster while forging them into experts that are drunk on slaughter as they only want to continue climbing the Slaughter Star monolith for even more of the rewards it offers. Noah listened carefully as many scenes played out in his mind, seeing the memories of the Golden Cyclops pull him into thrones of other bloodline races that all went towards the monolith in droves. Aside from the unending tower that stretched across the galaxies, they also turned their eyes towards an enormous illusory screen that listed billions of names of many different beings. Ambrose also chose to bring so-called honor to those climbing the Slaughter Star monolith, those that climbed it the most being given special recognition as their names would be spread across not just the bloody battlefield's galaxies, but across multiple universes. This is because the universal construct under Ambrose's control is connected to multiple other universes he also has influence in, universes where he is also spreading slaughter. In the chaotic universe there is another Slaughter Star monolith. And also in the necrotic universe, the automaton universe, and many more. Ambrose offers all those that enter his construct honor and power as the names of the strongest beings in their respective realms are spread across multiple universes. Noah's eyes shone brightly at Valentina's words as while reliving the memories of the Golden Cyclops, he saw its eyes turn towards the enormous illusory list that had billions of names, and it showed many rankings for beings in the level of a sage, great sage, monarch, and even paragons for how far they had risen across the Slaughter Star monolith. For example, the ranking of the great sages had a being called Lich Emperor Verdant Necrotic Universe, ranked as number 9 in terms of power and how far he had been able to climb when it came to all great sages across the universes where a Slaughter Star monolith existed. The memories of the Golden Cyclops were filled with fervor and enthusiasm as even they at the same realm of great sages only looked at those within the top hundreds in the slaughter ranking of great sages across multiple universes, only wishing for their strength to one day grow to such a level to have their name displayed on the slaughter ranking. This is how he has been able to spread his influence in the Animus universe so quickly. He tiered together all the powerhouses of the dragon race in the area of the Slaughter Star monolith, and then went on further to influence 5 bloodline races to send their powerhouses into the same area to put pressure on the dragons to climb the monolith along with the bloodline races. Slaughter begets slaughter, and the cycle of slaughter has only continued for hundreds of thousands of years for other universes, but only tens of thousands of years for the Animus universe. Valentina's eyes were tinged with a sharp light at these words as she focused on Noah. You won't be able to shatter the Slaughter Star monolith as Ambrose has it entrenched into many universes, but if you take control of the many of the bloody battlefield galaxies CLU.S.Ters, you will reduce the number of entrants from the Animus universe, and thus reduce the influence of slaughter within this universe. Rumble. Noah's eyes shone brightly as he conversed with the architect of the Tao of Summoning about a terrifying universal construct. His primordial ruination clone continuing to move in the bloody battlefield galaxy CLU.S.Ters, Chapter 930. Unknown forces descend onto the bloody galaxies. Within a galaxy in the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Ters, Noah affirmed the terrifying strength of the rupture ability that only the primordial ruination clone could utilize. This single capability to cause fractures of ruination becoming his deadliest defensive attack, as if an enemy was not fast enough or had not forged enough galaxies to withstand the few seconds the destructive ruination essence contained within the ruptures, only death awaited them. There were many boons for him after this short battle, as he also obtained memories of the recently devoured great sage and even the previous 2 that were only chunks of meat remaining in the starry space. Learning a great deal more about the Slaughter Star monolith and its entrance within this galaxy, the galaxy he had teleported in was from the memories of Prince Ebner, who had come into it frequently over the years, this being one of the safe regions that the bloodline races occupied a larger portion of. But with the memories of the great sages that had been moving around this galaxy and a few others in the past thousands of years, Noah grasped this area and the surrounding galaxies much better as he turned his eyes back towards the party of chaos dragons that looked towards him in shock. Sir Dragon Emperor, the chaos dragon at the level of a great sage, was stuttering as he faced the terrifying pressure Noah released. His entrance into the bloody battlefield galaxy CLU.S.Ters being paved with blood and slaughter, with the memories fresh in his mind, Noah gained the locations of many of the galaxies in the periphery of the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Ters where beings up to the power of sages or great sages could move around in. In the starry space he arrived in, things were setting down as the forces of the Golden Cyclops were eradicated, Tiamat talking with the party of chaos dragons they saved as They gathered even more information. The party they came across belonged to a subclan of the Chaos Dragons that were led by an ancestor at the level of Monarch, a being that was confided to another galaxy deeper into the bloody battlefield's galaxy close. Usters, all the clans that had monarchs still moving in the central galaxies of these CLU.S.Ters worked together closely in the past tens of thousands of years, even sending reinforcements to other galaxies where they could not enter just to preserve the lives of their progeny. Take us to the leaders of the draconic forces within this galaxy, THRUM. Tiamat gave the command as her bloodline power erupted out, the Chaos Dragons nodding with shock as they felt it. Meanwhile, Noah began to make his own preparations as his clones were actively moving in the pocket universe, getting his subordinates ready as he divided them into parties. It was the division of parties who would go on to dive into the bloody battlefield's galaxy close. Usters where they could release their power as they faced enemies of the same level as them without the possibility of coming across an enemy of a higher level. With the memories Noah obtained from the Golden Cyclops, he would be able to teleport in his subordinates into multiple galaxies suitable for them. It was the beginning of the spread of Noah's forces across the Animus universe. In the myriad of galaxies that made up the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Ter, unknown forces were teleported onto multiple galaxies in the outer peripheries that had powerhouses up to the level of sages and great sages. In a certain galaxy where great sages were at the peak, a single pristine Nether Lich Emperor flashed in as its body thrummed with the essence of ruination, the skill that had gone through amplification and conversion under the hands of the primordial ruination clone. Creating a Nether Lich was greatly enhanced in power. Rumble, its crimson skull staff smashed onto the ground as sagely necrolords began to rise eerily, this time the number not being capped at 100, but 150, as this was one side of the amplification of the Lich. Each of them vibrated with tremendous power as after them legions of entities began to be called forth, as this galaxy would have just a single skill tree from Noah 1 that would cause enormous undead legions to wade through the galaxy while reaping the lives of the enemy bloodline races while supporting the dragons within. Keek. Taste the feeling of life before letting it cease. Within this galaxy, death shall reign supreme. Rumble, the cackling of a terrifying lich erupted out within this galaxy as in another. The figures of Barbatos, Morgana, the Sword Emperor, Holy Emperor, and many Sword Kings made their appearance. Galaxies where slaughter is an everyday thing. You all be sure that you don't hold back. Your enemies will not give you a second chance, and Noah isn't here to save you if you slack off. Barbatos voiced out domineeringly as the aura of a being in the galactic filament realm emanated from her. This was the same level that the strongest beings of the Dark Universe had reached after absorbing galactic filament cores from the battle in the Stardew Valleys. Even Morgana, the Sword Emperor, and Holy Emperor achieving these same levels, as they were also placed into a galaxy where only those at the level of Great Sage of below could move around in. Let's see who can make the greatest contribution, why don't we? Morgana smiled as her body palpated with the aura of destruction, their figures morphing into the shapes of dragons as they began to move. In another galaxy, the groups of the Emperor Penguin, Kazuhiko, the Imperial Phoenix, Steel Mikhail, and many others were placed, the theme of it remaining the same. It was the fact that within multiple of the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Ters, Noah had caused the descent of his forces on multiple galaxies for the purposes of efficient takeover and to begin the mission of breaking the influence of a hegemony with great speed. Chapter 931 Unknown Forces Descend unto the Bloody Galaxies. 2. As many forces were sent out, a single clone had an important task that required him to go towards a certain location in the Dark Universe. It was within the vast universal core, within the area that used to be the past Novus Galaxy. In an area of space where the element of ether permeated throughout, Noah's clone flashed in as its arrival caused two eyes the size of stars to open and lock onto him. Rumble, the eyes seemed to hold a myriad of emotions, tendrils of ether and shockingly large tentacles that palpated with the essence of destruction. They locked on to Noah as a tyrannical voice reverberated out. What do you want, OM? The voice was booming across space as Noah only smiled at it, waving his hands as he took out duplicated galactic filament cores and multiple Dao crystals from his expansive space. I'm bringing gifts once again, this time with a mission for you to finally move out. The eyes of the enormous terror shone with arcs of ether, the creature that was larger than most planets staring at Noah with a nonchalant look. It was the terror of ether, Cthulhu. The terrors were unique existences from Noah's original Novus Galaxy, the galaxy that had utilized a ruination core to birth Noah's infinite mana and protagonist traits among many things as it bent universal laws to achieve it. Noah, having the cosmic treasure of ruination himself at this moment and utilizing its universal breaking capabilities, understood the most that anything birthed from ruination was bound to be special. Thus, while he raised the strength of his subordinates and himself, he always made sure to share the loot with the terrors of the past novice galaxy as he continued to elevate their strength even if they didn't step into the limelight. Noah hadn't come across many creatures that were naturally the size of stars like the terrors. Knowing their bodies could release shocking battle power is different from people utilizing skills to change into such huge forms that would require an immense amount of mana to keep active. The terrors themselves had no problem with this as it was merely their original bodies. Granted, Noah and the Terror of Ether had not begun on the right foot during the events that led to the fusion of the Novice and Nexus galaxy. Noah was still the strongest protector of the galaxy the Terrors were born in the larger universe. His clone threw the galactic filament cores and Dow crystals over to the enormous figure of the Cthulhu as he continued to speak. We're currently breaking the influence of a universal realm hegemony by stopping a cycle of slaughter in a certain region of the animus universe. We'll need as many hands on deck to officially take over the CLU.S.Tours of galaxies to wipe out enemy races while helping the dragon race. Why should I go to another universe when I'm perfectly fine here? This doesn't concern me at all, Rumble. The voice of the Terror was resonantly spreading across space, Noah only smiling lightly as he waited, a voice even more domineering than his or the Terror's ringing out a second later. Do not lazily slack off here anymore, go and contribute. The voice of the Universal Core thundered into the mind of Cthulhu as he went quiet, letting out a harumph before he looked towards Noah. Where to? WAA, his spatial essence went on to cover the body of the Terror of Ether as in other areas of the vast Universal Cores. Noah went to the Terror of the Void and the Ancient Terror as well, giving these unique existences galactic filament cores and Dow crystals to bring them to the level of a great sage before they went through the universal gateway leading to the pocket universe that was currently anchored to the animus universe. It didn't take too long as within an hour, the three Terrors entered a galaxy where many powerful great sages of both dragons and other bloodline races roamed, their mission being to aid the dragons while wiping out those that opposed them. Rumble. The larger-than-most planets' bodies of the Terrors shone majestically as they appeared within the galaxy. Cthulhu was the biggest among them as an innumerable number of tentacles and tendrils of ether began to spread out. An apocalyptic scene of a great sage over 20,000 miles in size playing out. For comparison's sake, the size of Noah's homeworld in the past merely had a radius of 4,000 miles. Such a creature set off as one would wonder when it faced beings at the same level as it. How would they even fight? With many pieces set in place, Noah's mission officially commenced as within the galaxy he had stepped in. He followed the party of Chaos Dragons to where the core Chaos Dragon clan of this galaxy was located. They arrived as a star system that held a great deal of planets and realms hidden within, the auras of the pure bloodline of dragons emanating from Tiamat and Noah causing the Chaos Dragons hidden within their abodes to come out in stupor. Noah looked at the many forces of dragons that were coming out to greet them, giving a nod to Tiamat to release her heavy bloodline power that would be mistaken at the level of an ancestor for now. THRUM, the dragon race will not bow to the bloodline races within this galaxy any longer. With all of us moving to wipe out the core powerhouses of the bloodline races that reside around the gateway to the Slaughter Star monolith, the hearts of dragons palpated as they felt their bloodline power riled up. Noah smiling at this scene as his eyes turned towards a faraway direction within this galaxy. There, he could almost see the gateway that he had only seen from stolen memories. The gateway that led into the universal construct that was present in a few universes, the Slaughter Star monolith. Chapter 932 Destiny alerts a hegemony. The goal was set as the forces of dragons prepared. The galaxy that Noah landed in simply being called Galaxy B48 that was among the many numbered galaxies within the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Tours. With Tiamat's power as the progenitor, the forces of dragons within this galaxy were all brought under her heel as they left behind all those in the stage of entity or below, only taking the sages and great sages of the Chaos Dragon clan towards the stronghold of the bloodline races. The rest of the myriad of dragons that were born into this galaxy of slaughter through the generations were brought into the pocket universe as Noah led the strongest remaining forces towards the stronghold of the bloodline races towards the entrance of the universal construct that promoted slaughter. In an isolated spatial region within the animus universe, a particularly domineering old man that had a demeanor that would exceed most hegemonies continued to fish among the stars. The golden line he cast down thrummed with the essence of destiny as it waded across the glittering stars below, the universal hegemony feeling a tug on the line as he began to reel it in with a light smile. The process only took a few seconds as the line came up and what was caught within was displayed to the old Man, it was a glimmering illusory object that was the size of a small star, the hegemony grasping it in his hands as he squeezed down and shattered it, causing golden lines to be released from the illusory object as they all rushed towards the body of the old man. His eyes briefly closed before they opened again with a sharp light, the smile being wiped away from his face as he waved his hands in the starry space in front of him to cause the appearance of multiple illusory screens that showed shocking scenes. In another illusory screen, the figures of a proud golden dragon could be seen as it led other forces to break the defenses of the bloodline races that had been established for thousands of years. There were many screens in front of the eyes of the universal hegemony, but they focused on a single one at this moment. It was a screen that showed the scene of a domineering abyssal black tyrant dragon leading the forces of multiple great sages towards the stronghold of the bloodline races of Galaxy B48. The eyes of this tyrant dragon filled with a shocking light of confidence. When the hegemony was fishing in a field of stars and caught on to a certain line of destiny, many things were displayed in front of him as he had no reason to focus on the movements of a singular being in a certain galaxy. He truly had no reason to, but his intuition as a hegemony that had lived far longer than 1,000,000 years made him hone towards the single galaxy that had Noah at this moment. Interesting, eh? Sharp light crossed the eyes of the hegemony as they moved from the screen showing the image of the tyrant dragon towards the area above where he could see golden swirls of light. This was his universal fortune. He stared at the golden swirls of light as he found that they weren't as stable as before. The universal fortune that had been steadily increasing in small increments after all this time actually beginning to slow down by a small margin. It was an extremely small margin that other hegemonies might even consider negligible, but it wasn't so in the heart of Ambrose as his gaze became exceedingly cold at this scene. The cause of this was all from just the beginning of certain forces enacting their campaign in the bloody battlefields Galaxy CLU.S.Ters, where they hadn't even fully moved and taken over certain locations, and yet it had already begun causing an effect, rumble. An apocalyptic amount of essence moved with his mere harumph, a spatial essence vibrating out a second later as a figure appeared in front of the star that the universal hegemony sat on. Sir, you called? The paragon bowed down with extreme respect as he didn't even dare raise his eyes, looking extremely minuscule in front of the being that spoke towards him in a booming voice. Send in your top forces at their respective levels to Galaxy B17, Galaxy B48, Galaxy B24, the names of multiple galaxies where Noah himself or his subordinates were now moving in were listed out, the paragon only listening dutifully as he nodded. Foreign enemies have entered these galaxies as they harbor malicious intentions. Do not give way to them, rumble. The head of the paragon was bowing down even deeper at these words as his heart shook, his voice ringing out respectfully before he left. We will heed to commands of the master. With a flash of light, the paragon disappeared to relay the given commands as only a single universal hegemony was left behind in the region of isolated space. His fishing line was cast again as his demeanor remained just as majestic, but this time it carried a trace of coldness. I never thought that a child would seriously make a move against me. Did she think we were on equal footing just because she didn't completely lose her influence after 100,000 years? Truly too naive. THRUM, his voice echoed out among the stars as it carried a trace of ridicule. The longer one lived, the more terrifying their power. Under this reality, the power that Ambrose wielded was truly immense. When it came to facing a universal hegemony that had risen not too long ago in his perspective, he wasn't the least bit worried. Let me show what true power and influence held over many years actually looks like. Oh young Valentina, rumble. Chapter 933 Observe true power. The will of the universal hegemony Ambrose stretched out through many regions, not just the animus universe. As he sensed the changes brought about by actions of another hegemony, he only looked at them like a child trying to scheme against an adult, his will stretching over to the areas he influenced in other universes as he gave commands there as well. He wouldn't just be utilizing the forces of the bloodline races he controlled here, but would display the shocking power he could actually release whenever he wished from the many other regions under his control. You did not lose your whole influence on this universe because I allowed you to, little Valentina. I took pity on a rising child that had managed to make something out of herself, and yet it seems even when they reach the universal realm, some cannot help but still be mediocre. Rumble. The gaze of Ambrose was cold as the light of destiny swirled around him, his essence erupting out in full as he did something shocking that he had not done since he began his project on the Animus universe. It was the inclusion of forces from other areas of universes under his influence, across the vast distances of the cosmos, within the necrotic universe. THRUM, Vazen, a passage shall open within your galaxy in the next few minutes. Gazelle and a few others will join you. The Master is commanding you on a glorious conquest in the Animus universe, do not fail him. An oppressive voice of a powerful undead paragon buzzed in the mind of the decadent Lich Emperor, this undead paragon being extremely powerful as he had drenched himself in so much death that he had begun on the path of the cosmic Tao of necromancy. The black flames of the decadent Lich Emperor blazed widely as they followed the command, looking towards the dreary space of the galaxy located near the center of the necrotic universe as a crack in space that led to another universe began to appear. Kakaka, the crackle of a lich could be heard as he rose from the mountain of bones, his body brimming majestically with manifested galaxies that numbered in the billions, as this being should have been a peak powerhouse in the level of a great sage. From many directions where the crack in space formed, the auras of many powerful undead Lich Emperors could be felt as they all streaked towards it with fervor. The Master had spoken. And his will had to be followed. OMG, an enormous creature that was the size of a large star swam across the starry space, its body seemingly in the form of a segmented worm as its head was filled with a large number of tentacles erupting out. Its mouth was filled with jagged teeth that were capable of grinding down and swallowing any planets and suns it came across as it was using the cores of the planetary bodies for substance. Tell us. The Master has commanded the most powerful great sages under our race to head towards the Animus universe for a mission. Be ready. Oh, the enormous tentacled worm let out a horrendous sound as its innumerable teeth clattered together. Gazing towards the crack appearing in front of it as terrifying yells just like the one it released could be heard from other creatures that were making their way over. In another universe, this one was known as the Liberated Universe, one that was filled with powerful beings boasting unique abilities, beings that took the monikers of heroes or villains. In an area of space where chunks of a recently shattered star could be seen, a being could be seen floating in the middle of it all as wore a tight-fitting clothing that wrapped around his body to trade his muscles, a black cape draping other his back gorgeously. Vindicator, the Master is calling for heroes to defend another one of his domains. You will lead the team of heroes within this galaxy into the Animus universe, wipe out all the scourge that wish harm to the Master and his people. Rumble, the body of the one called Vindicator buzzed with power as a heroic smile appeared on his face, nodding with a stern expression as he turned his eyes towards a crack opening up in space not too far from him. SHA. A flash of green light that seemed multiple times faster than light instantly appeared beside Vindicator, a being fully dressed in green while showing taut muscles looking towards the crack in Vindicator. Who do you think we will face? Anyone that will actually be faster than me. The voice of the being in a green costume was filled with pride as he spoke. Vindicator not speaking as he only smiled while shaking his head. TSK, no fun as always. SHA, these beings and many more answered the call of a being that paragons called the Master, the universal realm hegemony that had built universal constructs in many locations, the hegemony of slaughter. Ambrose, Noah had no knowledge of this as he only continued forward in Galaxy B48, the light of destiny descending onto him every now and then as the light in his eyes would gradually change every now and then, but he still continued forward unhindered. As time passed and the light of destiny told him more and more things, a devilish smile appeared on his face as a tyrannical light shone in his eyes. Chapter 934, a lineup of champions from afar. When one truly looked at the overarching situation without taking any sides, it actually seemed somewhat fair. The universal realm hegemony Valentina had crowned Noah her champion as this foreign being from another universe descended down into the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S. Tours of the Animus universe. Now, the universal realm hegemony Ambrose did something similar, but he didn't just call a single one of his champions, but the strongest beings in the realms of sages and great sages under the areas he influenced. As for what the results of these shocking actions would be, only time would tell. Galaxy B41, within this galaxy, Noah's terrifying nether Lich Emperor that was using a cosmic Tao as the base of its strength moved unhindered across the vast space. Behind him, an undead legion that filled the nearby space for thousands of miles could be seen, each of them with red flickering flames that made it seem like billions of red lights were moving across the starry space. In the periphery of this undead legion, forces of storm dragons could be seen moving with them as in all the galaxies that Noah's subordinates were teleported into. Tiamat had used her main body or clones to descend down and give orders to the dragons within these galaxies to work with Noah's forces. Keek keek, the wild laughter of the lift resounded across the stellar bodies of space. The flames within its sockets brightening up as it sensed many lifeforms ahead of them. They neared the core location of their enemies, but the laughter of the Lich wasn't caused by it just sensing the bloodline races spread throughout, but the aura of another being just like it that should not be here. WAA, like a tide, the undead legion that numbered billions thundered forward. The sagely necrolords leading them as the scene in front of them cleared. It was a CLUS tour of stars and planets that surrounded an enormous red crack in space, this crack glimmering with splendorous stellar light as it seemed extremely inviting for anyone that neared it, but the CLUS tour of stars and planets were surrounded by figures from 2 bloodline races and the deathly aura of 3 lich emperors. Keek. It shall be a dance of death on this day. What brought my brethren here? The Nether Lich Emperor ignored the forces of White Tiger race and the Chelan race, focusing his eyes on the Lich Emperors that should not be here. The same reason why you are here, young Lich. Our masters have merely called us all here. Rumble. The eyes of the Nether Lich Emperor blazed brightly as the red flames that contained a cosmic essence rose, its teeth clattering as it spoke domineeringly. Then let us not disappoint our masters. Keek. A shocking battle was about to unfold within this galaxy as in another, the forces of dragons being led by Barbados. Morgana, the Sword Emperor and a few others also arrived at the core region of their galaxy where the bloodline races controlled the gateway that led to the Slaughter Star monolith. In front of them, there was the force of the Nine-Tailed Fox race, Phoenix race, and the Golden Cyclops race. They held tens of great sages that looked towards them with dangerous eyes, but the more shocking thing was that amongst them a Lich Emperor could be seen along with caped beings that all held powerful strength at the realm of Great Sage, with their figures sporting ridiculous get-ups as they seemed out of place when looking at the fantastical undead liches and phoenixes in the surroundings. This just became much harder. Morgana's voice rang out as her eyes shone with a destructive light, her body seemingly trembling in excitement while looking at the force of beings displayed in front of them. We might need extra forces if we come across this many of them. The Sword Emperor analyzed everything carefully as he spoke. A terrifying battle set in place within this galaxy as even more shocking ones were about to occur across all the galaxies Noah's forces were currently moving in. They passed word to Noah, who was already actively analyzing the situation, but even more wondrous scenes were occurring in other galaxies at this very moment, within Galaxy B35. In front of the stronghold where the bloodline races occupied another entrance into the Slaughter Star monolith, terrifying star-sized creatures stood while facing an even larger tentacled being that pulsed with the power of ether. It was the creatures called from the Thonian universe, their eyes glimmering with light as they came face to face with Cthulhu and the other terrors that were flanking its left and right. What are you, OM? The worm-shaped creature from the Thonian universe had its voice reverberate out as Cthulhu's star-sized eyes looked towards this worm-like being that neared his size coldly. I don't make a habit of talking with creatures about to die. So let's just do this quickly. Ether palpated majestically from the innumerable tentacles that the star-sized Cthulhu released, dyeing the starry space a shade of purple as even the dragons that followed this terror of ether stayed far away, with their great sages only honing their eyes towards the bloodline races that could barely be seen as blips behind the Thonian worm. Beside them, the enormous figures of the Terror of the Void and the Ancient Terror stood to the left and right of the Cthulhu, their gazes on the enormous monstrosities beside the speaking worm that seemed like deformed Thonian horrors. A fallen Thonian, any of those that deny the master, shall perish. Rumble, the body of the enormous worm rumbled as it barreled forward, its tentacles outstretched as a shocking battle erupted, the other majestically enormous creatures moving towards the Ancient Terror and the Terror of the Void while the bloodline races thundered towards the dragons. Chapter 935, a lineup of champions from afar. 2. There were many moving pieces to keep track of, but Noah had no problem with this as he received a mountain of information from all the teams he sent into the bloody galaxies. Just in case of possible issues, he had only formed 9 teams from his dark universe, most of them being filled with 4 to 8 great sages and tens of sages to accompany them. This was for him to be able to send in a clone in case anything happened to assist them. And he did such a thing at this moment as an overabundance of foreign forces began to appear in the galaxies they were in. When he saw the forces that he had never heard about nor seen before while glancing at them with the light of destiny, he was shocked at what he saw as a smile couldn't help but bloom on his face. The reason for this was that in the Galaxy B48 that he had crossed with thousands of dragons into the stronghold of the bloodline races, he came across similar beings that his subordinates were facing in their respective galaxies. For him, it seemed the strongest and most numerous were reserved as while he saw lich emperors or enormous monstrosities that rivaled Cthulhu in some galaxies as the only enemy reinforcements. His galaxy was one of the few to contain all of them, and in large numbers at that. His enormous figure as a tyrant dragon came to a stop as the army of dragons behind him and his animus summons did the same, their eyes staring at the innumerable number of creatures defending a CLUS tour of stars that surrounded the enormous gateway leading to the Slaughter Star monolith. In front of an expansive star system, the figures of the golden cyclops, nine-tailed foxes, and white tigers could be seen as among their ranks. Beings that didn't belong to the animus universe stood beside them. Noah's eyes squinted at these beings as the ones that stood out the most were the largest ones. His eyes landing on enormous squid-like creatures that held a terrifying amount of tentacles, Squid Thonian, a terrifyingly large existence from the Thonian universe. Its power is only at the galactic filament realm, but its extreme size allows it to display a greater battle power. The image of a shocking Cthulhu popped in Noah's mind when he looked at these creatures, his eyes then turning to the beings swarming with the aura of death, and there were 4 of them that released the aura of great sages, decadent Lich Emperor, an undead Lich that has truly understood the essence of decadence. It rules a small galaxy CLU.S.Tur in the necrotic universe, for such creatures appeared within the large army of the bloodline races. Their skull flames shining brilliantly in the dark spaces behind them, legions of undead had already risen. Waves of essence and power reeked out as the two sides looked at each other, Noah's eyes curving into smiles as he looked at the last set of beings that were dressed in a manner that he had only read about in stories or seen in the comics before his home world underwent an apocalypse. It was beings dressed in tight-fitting clothing that showed off their stupendous muscles hidden underneath, a few of them with capes draping their back, with more of them having their own unique costumes as each of their bodies thrummed powerfully with essence at the galactic filament realm. Noah focused his eyes on the being that seemed to be leading them, a humanoid figure dressed in a black costume with an obsidian cape waving majestically behind him, Vindicator, a unique existence from the liberated universe that is under the control of a supreme universal hegemony. His uniqueness lies in that he was born with strength, the roots of multiple Daos inscribed into his soul since the moment of his birth, as by the time he grew into ADUL food, he had already mastered multiple Daos. Creatures such as this are capable of displaying great strength in the beginning stages, but it is nearly impossible for them to advance forward, as many remain in a specific realm until their death. The Vindicator has gained the title of a hero as he stands distinguished as a being that stands against those he considers evil. It truly was so, someone that could be termed hero. Noah's eyes blazed with light as he finally came across the myriad of creatures that could be found across the cosmos, and he only got a small glimpse of it as they were only from a few separate universes. Good, his voice rumbled out gloriously as he couldn't settle his excited heart that beat faster the more his eyes glanced at the beings facing him. Rumble, in an isolated realm, Valentina's eyes shone with a gorgeous splendor of light as they became exceedingly cold, the many scenes occurring in some parts of the bloody battlefield's galaxy playing out in front of her eyes. She saw the newly entering beings as well as the rifts in space they stepped out of, seeing the creatures from other universes actually be called forth to stand against the single champion that she sent forth. Her eyes had lost all the smiling light within them as she spoke while looking into an enormous mirror that she could see the figure of Noah's main body through. Let me call forth the great sages of the galaxy, devouring serpents, golden crowns, mythical Helios races, and the mixed races to come aid you. I didn't think Ambrose would move with such ferocity that he would even call forth champions from other regions of the primordial cosmos under his influence. The eyes of Valentina were exceedingly cold as essence rose around her to do what she said. But she came to a stop when she heard a single word from the being that smiled devilishly within the golden mirror. Don't her rumble. With a gaze dripping with a light of arrogance and tyranny, Noah told the universal hegemony to stop. Why send in more people that will just ruin the fun? I want all of these enemies to myself. Glorious light erupted from Valentina's eyes as she heard these tyrannical words and locked her gaze towards the being in the galactic filament realm that spoke with such arrogance. She saw unmatched confidence in those eyes as her essence dwindled, this universal hegemony heeding the words of a being much lower than her as she gave a light nod, off to the side of Valentina. The Golden Crow Paragon looked at this scene with utter shock. Chapter 936, Crossed the Cosmos just to die by my hands. I, a great sage of the nine-tailed fox race, looked at the surroundings as his eyes shone with a brilliant light. He looked at the strength of the being they were under the banner of as he was reminded it was truly great, the scenes of beings he had never seen before in the Animus universe making their appearance and standing to defend beside from the commands of the master. Beside this great sage, a pristine creature of the white tiger race that has extravagantly silky fur and stood on the same realm looked over at the new defenders as her voice shone with interest. Paragon Luna shared with me that these beings are from different universes, each of them respective powerhouses at the levels of great sage that it would be hard for others to beat them. Oh? The interest of the nine-tailed fox great sage was perked up as he stared at the largest and most terrifying of their new allies. The big guys are calamities from the Thonian universe, the Lich Emperors from the necrotic universe, and the exquisitely dressed ones are from the liberated universe. The eyes of the white tiger shone with a brilliant light as he was actually admiring their allies even when a tyrant dragon stood in front of a huge army of dragons right before them. He and many others weren't fearful, and it wasn't just due to their own power, but their reinforcements that stood with them. Pay even closer attention to the ones from the liberated universe. The one at the very forefront dressed in black and the one dressed in green beside him, they released an oppressive pressure that even made me tremble when they first arrived. Rumble. They didn't spare any eyes towards the terrible-looking Thonians that took the surrounding space and were equivalent to stars. Their eyes locked onto the figure of Noah and the army behind him as they pulsed with the thirst of battle. These were the powerful heroes of the liberated universe. The one dressed in a tight-fitting green costume had a deep smile on his face as he seemed to be discussing something with the black-caped Vindicator at this moment. "Hey, wanna bet if I can quickly take down the enemy leader and throw their forces into confusion?" I always love to see their shocked face when they find they can't even come close to keeping up with my speed. His body cracked with power as this hero, this being that was actually classified with the term of a speedster. In his universe, he looked towards Noah's draconic figure as his body vibrated with an intense green light. Vindicator glanced towards him coolly as he spoke out, "You can give it a try." The calm words caused a competitive light to shine from the speedster, a green light overcoming his body as before the two sides clashed. He disappeared in a flash of green light. Let's see the expression of shock on the faces of these natives. His eyes shone with a brilliant light as he streaked across the skies, locking on Noah's tyrant dragon figure as he saw this being had not even been able to react while he neared. "Speed, I am speed." Ha! His thoughts were vibrant as his body pulsed with power, his hand being covered by arcs of this green light as they gained a deadly edge that could split apart his enemies on a molecular level. Such a hand cleaved towards the neck of the tyrant dragon that could not even react, the eyes of the speedster smiling jubilantly as he sought to claim victory and kill the enemy commander before the battle even began. The hand clad in dreadful arcs of green light was descending under the tyrant dragon when all of a sudden, a flash of black light appeared as claws as dark as night smashed onto the figure of the speedster, the expert barely moving his face away from the claw as his eyes changed to those of extreme shock. Boom, an explosive sound as if a bomb went off occurred. A vibrant green light shining brilliantly as the speedster was pushed back multiple meters, his chest having nearly been carved out as his shocked eyes forward to see the lustrous fur of an obsidian panther staring coldly at him while standing in front of the tyrant dragon. "The fuck you think you're doing, mate?" Rumble. Immense shock smashed into the mind of this hero, essence erupting out from the two sides as the fight was about to break out the moment that this being failed on his sneak attack. Uo. The three enormous Thonians that were the size of planets roared out as they began to move towards the forces of dragons that seemed like mere ants in front of them, those of the bloodline races also pulsing with power as they prepared to move out. Meanwhile, the Vindicator's black cape waved majestically behind him as his body began to be covered by an oppressive black light, his eyes shining as he looked towards the figure of Noah's tyrant dragon form and the shocked speedster that always tried to compete with him. Boom! The space around the body of this being shattered as his body was instantaneously pushed forward, his bright eyes locked onto the tyrant dragon. In the middle of the two raging forces, time seemed to be moving in slow motion for the speedster as he stared in a stupor towards the obsidian panther. The eyes of the tyrant dragon he targeted locking towards him as a devilish draconic smile erupted out. "Do you think I could not see you, little guy?" A rumble. The voice was extremely chilling because of the nonchalant manner it came out, the speedster feeling his body shiver as he stared into the red eyes of this beast, his body already vibrating with power as he was ready to run at any time. Noah looked at the obsidian panther that began to glow with a black light as he gave the go-ahead. "Teach this fool what speed really is." As for the rest, the gaze of the tyrant dragon stared at the coming enemies as his animus summons trembled with power by his side, their bodies drawn like arrows on a bow just waiting to be released. "Well, let's just enjoy the feast." Rumble. Chapter 937, Crossed the Cosmos just to die by my hands. 2. My name is Arnold Yeager, and I am the fastest man alive. Well, I thought IFUCK was until a few seconds ago. Under the command of the Master, we entered into an entirely different universe, yet the enemies we face seem to be different from the ones we commonly come across. Energy was madly gathering around the enormous red dragon that had a chilling smile, yet my eyes couldn't even focus on this as I had to urge the force within my body to make me go even faster, as I was currently being chased by a creature that actually seemed to be faster than I was, a sleek-furred beast that looked like a panther. Such a thing was fast behind me and catching up, my eyes swarming across the battlefield as under my gaze, everyone still seemed to be moving in slow motion, everyone but a few beings. One was of course Vindicator, the golden boy, the hero that everyone looked up to. The other was the red dragon that led the enemy forces, and also the one that Vindicator was flying towards as space shattered wherever he crossed. Massive amounts of energy gathered around the red dragon as I watched this creature begin to expand and get bigger, where even in my slowed time he was ballooning up so fast that it seemed instantaneous. My eyes shook as I saw this being instantly go from a few hundred meters to a few hundred miles, his body eventually spilling over 1,000 miles as he became larger than some continents instantaneously. Holy shit, the black flash behind me nearly caught up as I urged my body forward, the chilling voice of the red dragon continuing to reverberate out as the glistening body expanded. How wonderful, THRUM, my ears buzzed at his mere words as the claws of the Black Panther nearly reached my back, feeling the beat of my heart that actually felt a tinge of fear for the first time in forever as I wondered, just who the hell had the master sent us to stand against? How wonderful, THRUM. The essence of the grand Tao of vastness erupted out as Noah's body continued to enlarge, passing 1,000 miles as it continued even more, the enormous amounts of mana being nothing. To him, all of you actually crossed the primordial cosmos and brought yourselves to me, delivering yourselves on the platter just to die by my hands. Rumble, truly wonderful, truly magnanimous of all of you. WAA, the draconic forces parted like tides, Noah's body taking up the space of a planet as his body continued, now towering over a few miles as it grew at a rapid pace. The Thonians looked at this scene with shining eyes as they roared out, their three enormous bodies going towards Noah with even more fervor as they believed their authority was being questioned. Yet the enemy closest to Noah at this moment was the being shattering space just from the sheer movement of his body, the figure of Vindicator about to arrive at Noah's location that was nearly becoming the size of a planet, yet Vindicator only had a chilling flash cross his eyes, his outstretched fist flashing with an oppressive black light that had shattered many stars and planets in the past. Yet in the next second, his path was interrupted as a paw eclipsed his sight, smashing into his outstretched fist as this paw was attached onto the body of a kingly calamity bear that gazed down at the Vindicator with a gaze-filled disdain. WAA, the sight behind the calamity bear was majestic as Noah had grown into a tyrannical dragon emperor the size of a planet, his red-black scales shining with glorious and profound luster as his eyes shot out resplendent beams of light. These eyes locked onto the three enormous Thonians of similar size as Noah's enormous body was wrapped in a spatial light, disappearing seamlessly as he reapplied above one of the tentacled Thonians, his jaws releasing an innumerable number of Ruination Galaxy Spirit Bombs. WAA, in another direction, three terrifying Lich Emperors that commanded undead legions forward as in front of them, three beings appeared to face them fearlessly. One was an enormous galaxy-devouring serpent, the other was an oculothorax that blazed with golden splendor, and lastly it was the chilling body of the blue slime that looked towards the essence of the Lich Emperors while LACKNG its lips hungrily. The forces of the bloodline races were in awe at the power displayed by their enemies just seconds after the start of the battle, but they couldn't even take the time to relax as the terrifying figures of Tiamat and the colossal Helios Leviathan barreled towards them. The armies of chaos dragons they gathered following them from behind. The gazes of many great sages of the bloodline races were cold as they released a myriad of commands and prepared their forces, but their eyes shook in a stupor as their jaws hung in space at the next second. No way, this, rumble, the starry space trembled as the enemies found themselves facing 5 clones of the terrifying Animus summons all at once, the battle on Noah's side going in full swing as it was bound to be one full of glory. In the other galaxies, battles were breaking out in shocking fashion as the scenes within these peripheral galaxies within the CLU.S.Tiers of galaxies surrounding Ambrose's universal construct were being watched by a few beings. 2 were universal realm hegemonies that glimmered with the light of destiny and fortune, watching from their respective isolated realms as they made a great deal of calculations. Then there were the paragons of the bloodline races that were made aware of the commotion happening within the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Tiers. Lastly, was Noah's main body in the dark universe that saw through his many clones' eyes, a light of confidence emanating from him as he uttered a shocking thought within his mind so that even the gorgeous Valentina that could be seen in the mirror in front him could not hear. Well then, let's create a unique Tao for this occasion. Chapter 938 Fealty. Across the bloody battlefield galaxies that his forces had begun to fight in, Noah sent in a clone in each of the 9 galaxies as even though his subordinates held a great deal of power in the Great Sage and Sage levels, there was still a risk when they faced the terrifying forces of a universal hegemony that had been in these same levels for thousands of years. As Noah's main body looked at these scenes, he knew it was time to birth the second Tao from the options he had theorized, and this one would particularly go towards strengthening those that followed him, and also grant him a boost in a direction that many universal hegemonies were fighting on to influence large amounts of beings in the cosmos en masse. His eyes turned bright as his main body sent his thoughts to the universal core, beams of luminous light shooting out as even Valentina, who should have been drawn into the occurring battles, couldn't help but turn her eyes to the figure of Noah in the golden mirror. I wish to birth a second Tao, Thrum, the master of the universal core spoke, and an eruption of essence occurred a second later as the Tao Noah had in mind was sent to the core as it was then tweaked and tuned, glorious lights and mana shooting out from all around us soon after. A runic word similar to how subterfuge had taken form began to appear, in the direction of the centermost location of the universal core. An immense amount of essence went forward to cause the culmination of a single word, fealty, rumble. The moment this word was formed, it disappeared as it searched for the creature that birthed it, appearing in front of Noah's body in the dark universe a second later as it smashed into his origin and soul, finding its architect as it caused Noah's body to shine with a glorious light. This scene was nonchalantly displayed in the golden mirror Valentina was discussing with Noah through her eyes popping out as she stared in utter stupor at the scene of runic Tao symbol she had seen only once in her life when she formed her own Tao. What? The universal hegemony was forced into a stupor for the first time since she met Noah. Her eyes shaking at the fact that a being who currently had his clones fighting in galaxies of a faraway universe actually took time to birth a Tao, and he domineeringly did it right in front of her. What gall, what balls! As Valentina's eyes were shaking even more as she knew the process of birthing a Tao, or a universal realm hegemony, had to be in tune with the universe within their origin, resonating with it and getting on a certain frequency, as such a thing would take them days if not months. Only when they were truly in tune and were lucky and powerful enough within their realm, they might be able to condense a Tao rune and form their own Tao. It took the utter care and all the power of a universal hegemony just to have a chance to birth a Tao. And this being just floated in the starry space, birthing a Tao as if he could do it whenever he pleased. It was a stupendous scene as within seconds, Noah opened his eyes as an intense light swirled within, turning his gaze onto a panel that showed the information on the new Tao he had birthed. Mana settled down as a new Tao was made, a Tao to insanely increase the strength of the forces he could control, one that also had a shocking utility from the eyes of those in the universal realm. It was the fact that the one who birthed this Tao could very easily influence many beings, as this Tao offered strength for fealty. But when it came to Noah, who stood above an entire universe and could extend his call for fealty to the beings within it, just how would everything turn out? The answer to this would be a shocking phenomenon that one could only experience once in their lifetime. It felt like the calm before the storm, as after Noah affirmed the limits of what he could create with a lesser Tao, he began the process of comprehending and assimilating it. Beams of luminous light shone through Noah's eyes as the clone within the ruination realm began to comprehend the Tao of fealty. A second passed, and he attained full comprehension. Rumble, in her realm, Valentina had to rise from her seat as she watched Noah's figure in the golden mirror, seeing the light of a foreign fully comprehended Tao burst out a second after its creation. Her fair lips parted a second later as she saw the light of assimilation erupt out to signify full assimilation of this same Tao, full comprehension in a second, full assimilation after another second. How magisterial! Chapter 939 Madness. The moment that Noah achieved full assimilation in the lesser Tao of fealty, his luminous eyes opened as they locked on to every subordinate that was about to battle or already embroiled in the battles against the bloodline races and the foreign forces from other universes. While locking onto them, the essence of the Tao of fealty was wielded by him as he utilized it, a prompt appearing in front of him to show shining words. Send the call of fealty to all those considered as subordinates? Noah felt the essence of this new Tao and the different ways of using it, agreeing to this most direct way as he gave his command and sent the call for fealty to all those that were his subordinates but had not become his subjects. It was a call that traverses the boundaries of universes, a call that allowed his mana to move like a tide as it burst into a great deal of locations. Rumble. In the eyes of every single one of Noah's subordinates, a prompt appeared as golden words were displayed. In front of them, in exchange for a portion of his power, bind a portion of your soul to Noah Osmont and become his vassal. Do you wish to swear fealty to the tyrannical emperor? A prompt that asked his subordinates to make the choice to bind a portion of their soul to him. An action that would make them his subjects as they had to listen to his commands, otherwise the portion of their soul bound to him will suffer immense pain. This knowledge was instilled in their mind with the prompt that appeared, along with how much power they could access as the eyes of all of the beings seeing the prompt shone brightly. A nearly unanimous reply rang out, I swear fealty to the tyrannical emperor. I swear fealty to the tyrannical emperor. Immense mana fluctuations tumbled and roiled as from this moment on, shocking scenes erupted from a myriad of galaxies, within a galaxy where Cthulhu's enormous body was barreling towards worm-like Thonians with the two other terrors fighting beside him. A similar golden prompt appeared as the star-sized eyes of Cthulhu shook with anger. In exchange for a portion of his power, bind a portion of your soul to Noah Osmont and become his vassal. Do you wish to swear fealty to the tyrannical emperor? A prompt that seemed to hit at the dignity of this powerful being, a prompt that promised tremendous power in exchange for becoming a vassal. The terror of Ether was about to dismiss it when he recalled the stupendous strength of the being that his universe had chosen as champion, the being that caused many unbelievable things to become a reality, Rohair. The bellows of the Thonians they fought in an apocalyptic manner brought the Cthulhu back to reality. Knowing it would be hard for him and the other two terrors to defeat them as these creatures had lived for too long and coalesced too many galaxies, their planet-sized bodies swirled with the light of billions of galaxies, these beings already on their way to becoming monarchs. Cthulhu's heart was unwilling, but the information that came with the prompt and his own knowledge of the being behind it, he became one of the first to ascertain it as he bellowed out in resignation, "I-F-U-C-K-N-G swear fealty, R-U-U-U-U-U-M-B-L-E." The nearby Thonians were pushed out from the blast of power that followed, the body of the Cthulhu trembling and vibrating with such immense power that it caused doubt to appear in the star-sized eyes of the enemy. Ulo, the Cthulhu couldn't help but bellow out at the mere 5% of total power he could access from the tyrannical emperor. It was a mere 5%, so some might think it wasn't much, but this 5% was from the total power of someone as balance-breaking as Noah. And there was also the shocking details of Tao that mentioned that the unique abilities, qualities, laws, and lesser Taos of the emperor can be utilized by the vassals in a much lower form. The abilities, qualities, laws, and lesser Taos. Don't even think about the abilities or the laws or lesser Taos, just the qualities. The things that made Noah Osmont. His traits were a part of his qualities. The body of the Cthulhu exploded out in power as it expanded in size. The figures of other terrors undergoing the same process as around their bodies, the intense light of resplendent blue mana overflowed, mana. So much mana, it was a quality of Noah that would be inherited by his vassals in a much lower form, so they didn't gain the balance-breaking effects of infinite mana. But what they did gain was access to such large reserves of mana that among those of the same realm as them, their mana pools would be 10 if not 100 times more. Their mana pools expanded by tens of times. It was like the shackles of side characters that bound them became broken, their statuses being elevated greatly as even though they were termed vassals, the power they could access was simply stupendous. This FUCKNG guy had access to all this, WAA. The Cthulhu roared out in stupor and anger as the blue mana caused the purple ether around his body to blaze brightly, the enemy Thonians feeling a sense of fear as they felt the overpowering battle power that suddenly began to emulate from the beings they faced. Such a thought was something that not just the Thonians facing Cthulhu and the two other terrors were feeling, but all the creatures that were currently facing Noah's subordinates that had answered the call to fealty. This was because when he sent the call of fealty, he sent it to all those considered as subordinates, as the one controlling the core of a universe. What status could the beings in it be given in relation to him? Chapter 940 Madness. 2. At this juncture, we can't even start mentioning the shocking scenes that were playing out within the bloody battlefields galaxies of the Animus universe where Noah's new overpowered vassals were displaying their power. We have to actually veer away from them as we go towards beings not in the Animus universe, but in Noah's very own dark universe. A random creature in a small galaxy within the dark universe that had not even come in contact with Noah or his forces, the creature merely being at the epic rank of power. A prompt appeared in front of this creature, in exchange for a portion of his power. Bind a portion of your soul to Noah Osmont and become his vassal. Do you wish to swear fealty to the tyrannical emperor? In a hidden realm within the dark universe where a unique race of creatures made of light peacefully lived, the same prompt appeared in front of all of them. In exchange for a portion of his power, bind a portion of your soul to Noah Osmont and become his vassal. Do you wish to swear fealty to the tyrannical emperor? Within Noah's very own universal core that houses tens of thousands of galaxies worth of planetary bodies, this prompt began to appear on the eyes of every single being, young or old, poor or rich, powerful or weak, in front of every single being. The effect and influence of a Tao was spread to them as the being utilizing it had something that made this shocking possibility into a reality. If a powerful universal realm hegemony had created a Tao similar to Noah, they would not be able to utilize it to the extent he was as they did not have the quantity of mana that he had. Even the architect of the Tao of summoning that drew nods from other hegemonies at the genius of her Tao. Even she only facilitated the contractual obligations, as her Tao was only known and spread like any other Tao's. Its influence could be broken, just like how the universal hegemony Ambrose was currently breaking it. Yet Noah, he birthed a Tao that was applicable to an entire universe. Being even more unique to him as he stood on top of a universe and those within it could all be easily influenced by his Tao. All they had to do was say yes to be able to access 5% of the power of a terrifying being, say yes to have your mana reserves multiplied by many times over, say yes to start an era of madness and tyranny. It didn't matter if they came across laws or Taos, or how weak or powerful they were on the scale of power. In fact, the vast majority of creatures receiving the call of fealty would forever only have access to anything more than 5% of Noah's power, as many would not even be able to take a step towards the comprehension of the Tao, but just the mere fact of being able to borrow the minimal amount that the Tao of fealty provided. The changes brought about by it were simply too monstrous, madness, utter madness for the scale that Noah chose to work on. In exchange for a portion of his power, bind a portion of your soul to Noah Osmont and become his vassal. Do you wish to swear fealty to the tyrannical emperor? Such a prompt appeared on every being within the dark universe, the vast majority accepting it right away, as those who didn't accept it out of carefulness would come to accept it in time when they saw the power that those around them would come to display. Something of even more importance within all this to keep in mind was the goals of many universal hegemonies who could even birth Taos. They fought to influence universes on a large scale as at their realms. This was the only way for them to have a chance to advance forward. And Noah found information about this firsthand from the details of the architect of the Tao that showed different perks depending on if one's Tao was capable of affecting a few beings, a universe, or even an entire cosmos. Noah's first Tao had only just begun to be cultivated by the strongest beings of his universe, but even this didn't go towards enhancing their power too much, as the influence of it was not too large, but the influence of a Tao that allowed them to borrow a base 5% of his strength, and then when one applied this not just to them, but to the creatures of the entire universe, the result was truly and utterly only going to become madness. Noah's body shone with lustru's light as he continued to release his essence like a tide, floating in the starry space as he was in a unique state where he received enormous feedbacks every single second as trillions upon trillions of beings became his vassals. His eyes and mouth shot out majestic beams of cerulean blue light endlessly, mana fluctuations reverberating outward. And the essence of fealty continued to spread out. The golden mirror that hung not too far away showed the image of a universal hegemony in utter shock, her eyes trembling as she observed the scene of Noah that he chose to display. Maybe he didn't think it would show such a terrifying sight, maybe he didn't account for what was about to happen to actually be seen, but the scenes occurring were that of pure fantasy, as even a universal realm expert was put into shock. The eyes of this universal hegemony were in for an even more shock, as it was around this time when a majority of beings in Noah's dark universe had answered the call of fealty. It meant that his Tao had actually descended down and been able to influence an entire universe, not even a vast majority of it like most powerful hegemonies would be able to do. Chapter 941, Mark of Antiquity. As the details of the architect of the Tao had listed, there were boons to the one birthing the Tao when it affected an entire universe, and when it even affected an entire cosmos. Beings that reached the level of universal realm and wanted to proceed forward would find it an impossible task. But the pioneers of this stage found that when they birthed and created Taos that the myriad of creatures within their cosmos could utilize, the path forward was actually opened. Valentina was among the few universal hegemonies that had begun on this path, so she knew more than others on the secrets the beings who were capable of influencing an entire universe with a Tao could come across. She knew these secrets, and it was why her emotions turned turbulent and in utter shock when she saw something that could only happen to the most powerful of the universal realm hegemonies begin to occur on the body of the being on the galactic filament realm that she watched on her golden mirror, in front of Noah's body that shot out brilliant beams of light. A formation of thin golden lines formed into a runic mark, a mark that released a light of ancientness and profound majesty. The runic mark signified a single word, a word that Valentina knew and had seen for herself multiple times: antiquity, antiquity. More and more of these marks continued to condense in front of Noah as time passed. These marks freely floating and disappearing into his body as the light he released emanated out with even more grandeur. Marks of antiquity. The chair that Valentina was on fell as her blessed body shook, the eyes of this being that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years finding themselves staring forward at a loss. She actually saw the formation of the marks of antiquity, something that only the most powerful universal hegemonies obtained after they influenced a universe or multiple of them with their das and power. These marks of antiquity held immense power, as they were what one had to utilize if they wanted to advance further in the universal realm and proceed to the rare realms that no known being had achieved within the primordial cosmos, the realms that similar to the titles of sages. Great sages, monarchs, and paragons, they were given their own title for those making their way forward, after gaining an understanding of the marks of antiquity. The universal hegemonies of the primordial cosmos titled those who could exceed the power of the universal realm and find a way forward to be called beings at the stage of nirvanic antiquity. In the realm of the galactic filament, you had great sages, monarchs, and paragons included in it, as each of these titles held vastly different power. Within the universal realm, those distinguishing themselves and proceeding forward underwent nirvanic antiquity, forging the path that no known beings had managed to step on. They tried to do the insurmountably hard and impossible task of forming universal filaments, as the ultimate goal of all universal hegemonies was to form a cosmos. The secrets to all of these lay in the marks of antiquity. Those that had transformed their origin by over 50% while utilizing the marks of antiquity became established existences that were called an antiquity, but such a thing was reserved for universal hegemonies. One could only be capable of doing it as a universal hegemony. So why was a being in the galactic filament realm forming marks of antiquity? Valentina's body shook as she knew the answer. His birth Tao has gone on to influence an entire universe. Shock on top of shock, as even she could not believe her own words. The legs of this universal realm hegemony gave out as she fell on her knees the moment that she saw the formation of thousands of marks of antiquity. After every second passed, the Golden Crow paragon, Valentina, came to aid her master as she had a distraught expression, trying to shake her out of her daze while asking what happened. Yet the dazed eyes of the universal hegemony turned inward as they searched within her origin, taking a look at the numbers of marks of antiquity that she had collected over the last tens of thousands of years. 1,153,926, with blood, sweat, and tears. She had collected barely a million after all these years, yet the being in front of her, he was already condensing thousands every second as he was about to shatter any known common sense that universal hegemonies held when it came to something only they could access. Rumble, around Noah, an heir of oldness and antiquity, continued to emulate out as around him. The formation of ancient golden marks continued to appear while sinking into his body a second later. This was the content that was hidden under the description of the architect of the Tao, and he was finally gaining information on it as his system very quickly compiled what every single mark of antiquity was relaying to Noah, a proper description of them appearing in front of his eyes. Mark of antiquity, the convergence of a unique authority in the form of a mark that can be branded onto the galaxies within one's origin. Every branded galaxy undergoes evolution to become a Tao galaxy, where one can designate a specific Tao into it. Unique enhancements and boosts are given to the Taos occupying a myriad of Tao galaxies. The birth of 10 billion Tao galaxies allows the elevation of a single lesser Tao to a grand Tao, with the culmination of 50 billion Tao galaxies allowing the elevation of a grand Tao to a cosmic Tao. To proceed from a single universe and have the possibility of birthing a CLU.S.Tur of universes, one must transform all the galaxies within their origin into Tao galaxies. Noah's heart shook as he felt like he had stumbled onto a big secret much too early, the things he was reading involving the elevation of universal hegemonies into the next realm. Yet even as his heart beat faster, a domineering smile spread across his face at having obtained such a thing, the air of ancientness around him becoming even more tyrannical as he turned his attention into his origin where thousands of marks of antiquity freely flowed. Giving his command for them to be branded onto nearby galaxies as he did something only those in the universal realm would be able to do, he began to birth his very own Tao galaxies, RUUUMBLE. At the same time he began to do this, the beings that had just sworn fealty to him felt the 5% of power they were borrowing from the tyrannical emperor to be increasing, their minds going into utter turmoil at such a reality as at this time. Noah continuing to break all known norms as the secrets of universal hegemonies were laid before his eyes. Chapter 942, Shattering the Calculations of a Hegemony. Noah's body shook with a wondrous luster as marks of antiquity branded themselves to a galaxy, each galaxy shining a brilliant gold luster as it transformed into a shocking Tao galaxy that emanated a shocking level of power that was multiple times what it released before. These Tao galaxies shone beautifully with multicolored rainbow light, Noah being mesmerized by their luster briefly before he acted to move the essence of a particular Tao into these galaxies at this time. Rumble, the luster of red spread out along with the essence of ruination. this cosmic Tao being the one to occupy all the newly forged Tao galaxies. As Noah's power continued to crazily shoot higher and higher, he was doing something that only universal realm hegemonies could do, a process that many beings began after they had already forged a universe that contained tens of billions of galaxies, only then having the chance to obtain the marks of antiquity to turn their galaxies into Tao galaxies. The shocking meaning and result that should come out in doing what he was doing so early, well, it had to be experienced in the future to come. After Noah absorbed a majority of the marks of antiquity, he opened his eyes to feel the wondrous feeling of power. The enhancement of the power that his cosmic Tao could release elevated significantly just from its essence being placed the tens of thousands of Tao galaxies he had forged at this moment. There would be much he had to do in gathering more information and understand just what shocking boom he had brought to himself, his eyes still shining with light as he saw the marks of antiquity still continuing to form slowly around him as time passed. His gaze went towards the golden mirror that showed the image of a universal realm hegemony in utter stupor, Noah bringing the mirror close as he looked at Valentina with a light smile. The universal hegemony came to as her eyes shone with True's light, her gaze towards Noah being extremely perplexed as she couldn't help but speak out, "Just, what are you, Rumble?" As Noah's main body was about to converse with a universal hegemony, his subordinates were fully beginning to utilize the new power they could access through the Tao of fealty as they moved with intense vigor. Oh, their bodies moved with vigor they hadn't come across their entire lives, the feeling of wielding such immense mana within them being foreign as they enjoyed the boons of it to the fullest. Those that became vassals of the tyrannical emperor were showing such power all around as they utterly began to dominate the bloodline races or the foreign beings from other universes that came to reinforce them. A golden dragon was streaking across space and tearing apart nine-tailed foxes as he bellowed out majestically, others weaving across the battlefield in a similar manner as they pushed back the army that they had to call for Noah's support of clones just minutes prior. This is the power of Master creatures like you cannot even begin to understand it. The Emperor Penguin felt Noah's strength flow through him as he moved with excitement, and not many were able to keep up with his rising fervor as blood began to freely overflow around him. Scenes such as this became more and more common as the beings watching the progress of battles in the periphery of the bloody battlefield's galaxy close Uesters found themselves becoming mute and speechless. In Galaxy B48 where Noah and his summons moved, the scenes here were the most gruesome as in one area, the enormous body of a squid Thonian could be seen bloodily floating in space, this creature the size of a planet having actually been ripped into two halves as its overabundance of blood caused rivers of crimson to form in the starry space. Rower, on one side, one could also see the figure of a small blue-haired child with a shimmering illusory crown floating atop his head, the transformed figure of this blue slime actually opening its jaws terrifyingly as it swallowed the shining skull of a decadent lich emperor, Rumble. The body of the blue slime shone with a bright blue hue as a chilling smile appeared on its small body, waving its small hands as before him, space cracked while skeletal hands reached out from beyond an undead legion filled with sages and entities being led by a decadent lich emperor beginning to rise in the surroundings. Keek. Chilling laughter and wails of death spread out freely as the childish figure of the blue slime had an even bigger smile spreading across his face. It was a shocking scene that caused the hearts of many to palpate as those watching truly did not know what to make of the situation. In another area, an obsidian panther had its claws dug deep into the sea. HST of a hero, the green light that used to resonate on the speedster long gone, his face that of shock as he found that at the end of it all, he wasn't fast enough. Boom. The claws of the kingly calamity bear could also be seen smashing towards the grim-faced vindicator that looked around the battlefield with unabated shock. None could have guessed the ridiculous and domineering actions that led to the results currently being displayed across a myriad of galaxies. Chapter 943. Shattering the calculations of a hegemony. 2. None of the being from the bloodline races or the visitors from other universes could have guessed that the enemy they faced nonchalantly created a ridiculous Tao that gave 5% of his power to all his subordinates. The boom of multiplying their mana reserves by tens of times being the thing that freely made them move without fear, nor would they ever guess that during this time as well, their enemy obtained things that only universal realm hegemonies could play around with, elevating his own power to a large degree as this development caused the calculations of a certain being to be off. Deeper in the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Ters, the monarchs and paragons of the bloodline races that were alerted by the foreign intruders and had even sent in their own great sages and sages forward watched on with grim expression, a few of them pulsing with essence as they seemed ready to go. You know the rules. Only those at the level of great sages and below can enter these galaxies. We cannot break this rule. THRUM, Three powerful monarchs of the white tiger race were ready to set off as their eyes were red with anger and bloodl.u.s.t when watching scenes of their allies butchered under the hands of this new force. Behind them, a pristine white tiger towering 1,000 meters in size appeared while speaking, his white-furred body releasing the powerful aura of a paragon. But Paragon Nerilial, isn't it a rule that the master set up? He can also choose to let us break it when it comes to defending our people. The monarchs looked towards the paragon with blood-red eyes, the enormous white tiger shaking his eyes that seemed full of wisdom as he replied with a cold light while staring at the illusory screens showing the shocking events in the peripheral galaxies. This deals with the secret of the slaughter star monolith that these galaxies are CLU.S. tiered around, and the reason why the rankings within are also isolated to the levels of great sages, monarchs, and paragons. If we want to interfere, we can only send more great sages. But even this seems futile. Rumble, the LUS Trusfer of the white tiger paragon shone as he asked what many creatures of the bloodline races were thinking as they watched the unfolding events. Just who are they? What makes them so bold to disrupt the ecosystem created by a universal hegemony? A grand question. One that would be answered soon enough as the forces moving in the periphery of the bloody battlefield's galaxy close. USTers did not just surprise paragons, but even the universal hegemony overseeing the whole thing. The ridiculous developments that Noah had created truly caused the calculations of a hegemony to be entirely off, a loss about to be taken by this being for the first time in many, many years, in an isolated realm somewhere within the Animus universe. The enormous figure of a regal being situated upon a star could be seen, his eyes cold as they stared at the many illusory screens showing exactly what was happening across certain galaxies. Around him, a fantastical scene of swirling golden destiny and universal fortune could be seen, his increasingly cold eyes glancing at every single line of destiny and fortune as he came to a conclusion when he observed the minuscule amounts of reduction in his universal fortune. It was the conclusion that what was happening now was just the beginning, that if he did not nip it in the bud, it would lead to an even greater loss in his fortune as everything he built would crumble. This was similar to how when Valentina had met Noah, her proficiency in destiny and universal fortune told her he would be the solution that would solve her problem and further increase her fortune. Even though he found it hard to believe, Ambrose could not help but confirm the conclusion. Multiple times as his eyes focused on the central screen he was viewing that showed Noah's figure, a hegemony facing a possible heavy loss in the future just from the single tyrant dragon at the galactic filament realm and the forces he led against him. A being that had at most forged a few billion galaxies, who had at most undergone 25% purification of primordial essence, such a creature actually posed a threat to him. Rumble, Ambrose waved his hands as he ascertained this, his expression placid as the swirling fortune around him disappeared, a light of teleportation wrapping around him while his focus remained on the central illusory screen showing the figure of the tyrant dragon. He was a being that had lived for over 1,000,000 years. He had truly seen a lot, and knew what he needed to do when a problem like this arose. He had to nip it in the bud before it bloomed to something bigger, and nothing would be more effective than moving himself. His body disappeared as he undertook a long-distance teleportation, his destination being a place that not even the paragons he controlled would ever think he would be in. The terrifying figure of the tyrant dragon that had ripped apart two planet-sized Thonians was reflected in everyone's eyes, the great sages of the bloodline races feeling deep terror in their hearts as they saw this creature clash with the last Thonian horror. Meanwhile, his summons moved with just as much terrifying might as they whittled down the forces of the bloodline races and their reinforcements like they were cutting through vegetables. A feeling of despair welled up deep in their hearts as the only commands they heard from the monarchs and paragons above them was to continue fighting with all their power. Their hearts shaking as they wondered if they had been abandoned, yet, in the next second, a terrifying aura began to descend onto the starry space they were fighting on. The aura was most definitely not of the great sage, monarch, or even paragon, the eyes of many being flitting around in shock as they looked towards the starry space above them to see the appearance of a planet-sized human. Rumble. The eyes of this being opened as they billowed out with intense pressure, his gaze causing the bodies of many to tremble as it landed on a single tyrant dragon that was ready to tear apart another Thonian great sage. Chapter 944. You thought the rules of the bloody battlefield's galaxy close. USTers that surrounded the universal construct slaughter star monolith were absolute. No being outside their respective levels could enter galaxies that were not designated for their level, and this rule could be broken as the galaxies with the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S. Tours were the ones used to anchor the slaughter star monolith in the Animus universe. As a universal construct that could act to promote slaughter and influence multiple universes, it came with its own limitations. as the division of power was one of them. When the rule was broken, it would interfere with the construct, and this was why it had been kept strong without ever being broken since the placement of the Slaughter Star monolith. So very few beings could ever break the rule of this universal construct and do so with very little if any repercussions at all, and that was the maker of this construct himself, Thruum, the magisterial figure and aura of a universal hegemony spread out wildly within the galaxy as his glorious white hair and beard shone with glimmers of light, an old man that looked like the true representation of a wizened expert appearing in front of the eyes of many. His eyes were as deep as black holes as they glimmered with the light of stars, his appearance causing the bloodline races and their reinforcements from other universes burst into extreme happiness as they called out, "The Master! The Master, Rumble!" Their gazes were reverent as it seemed like they were saved, nearly all of them coming to halt to look reverently up to the starry space. Yet, the beings they were fighting did not seem to feel the aura that descended down at all, their gazes those of contempt as they looked at their enemies that had suddenly come to a stop and threw down even more devastating attacks that snuffed out their lives. Some finally came out of their stupor as they continued to fight back, the eyes of the universal hegemony flashing with intense light at this scene as his mouth opened to utter a single word, "Stop," with the mere mention of this word, not just the bloodline races. Even Noah's summons and the chaos dragons behind them found they could not move. Every single person within this area of the galaxy finding themselves stopped in place as they couldn't even get their essence to revolve around their bodies. They all came to a complete halt as shockingly, the single word from this universal hegemony was capable of stopping all the actions of everyone around, no matter if they were sages or great sages. Shock and horror appeared in the hearts of the chaos dragons as they recalled the terrifying being that they heard of from stories, while the reverence in the hearts of the bloodline races only increased as this reality, in this environment where the figures of everyone were brought to a halt. The eyes of the universal hegemony went towards a single location, and that was the place where a tinge of movement in all the surrounding miles could be seen. It was the figure of a tyrant dragon shining with an obsidian crimson hue, its eyes glimmering with beams of red light as its body seemed to be vibrating at high speed amidst the shocking pressure against the command that a universal hegemony had released where others could not even move. The body of this being was vibrating as it threatened to break out of such shocking influence. This scene was being displayed to the parties watching the unfolding events within this galaxy, causing an endless amount of shock to the paragons and monarchs of the bloodline races, as well as causing the expression of a particular architect of the Tao to turn cold. Thrum, don't rumble. Similar to Ambrose, Noah said a single word as Valentina turned towards him with sharp eyes, his words continuing thereafter as he spoke with a domineering light. Universal hegemonies cannot act against those of the lower levels, merely influencing them somewhat. Even now, he couldn't use his power to stop just my forces, as he had to stop both sides in order for it to not be counted as him acting against a specific group. I'm curious to see how this scene will play out, so let's just continue to watch. Valentina stared towards Noah's figure in the golden mirror with a difficult expression. Many thoughts flashed through her mind as she wondered how a being like him would be so comfortable as to think of all of this and not even be fearful when he faced against a universal realm hegemony. She then thought about the marks of antiquity and the birthing of a Tao that occurred right in front of her as her eyes flashed, turning her gaze towards the illusory screen showing the events with the certain galaxy. Yet, amongst all the beings, there was one that seemed capable of resisting the immense pressure, his body vibrating as it seemed like he wanted to break out of the influence of a universal hegemony. The voice of one of the powerful monarchs rang out as they stared at this scene. The commands of the master are inviolable. The paragon nodded his head while looking at the scene with shining eyes, a regal light shooting from them as he replied, "Yes, especially when he isn't acting against a specific group of beings. Nobody should be able to move until he allows them to." So Agadash, Thrum, like a bolt of lightning, their minds buzzed as before the words of the paragon could even finish, they watched a fantastical sight of the body of the tyrant dragon pulsed with a domineering light, his roar resounding out as the red beams of light released from his eyes lit up the starry space. Under the eyes of many beings, Noah's tyrant dragon form broke free of the chains that a universal hegemony had placed on everyone. Its bright eyes releasing a light of tyranny as they glanced towards the magisterial figure of the being above fearlessly. They thought the mere aura and pressure of a universal hegemony could hold the body of a primordial ruination clone? Rumble, Chapter 945. Watch chapter very closely. A universal hegemony could not act against those of the lower levels. An oath was sworn with every rising universal realm expert, as the most these beings could do was exert influence on those below them. This influence alone was extremely domineering, and it was enough to show the grandeur of the hegemonies that stood at the peak of power in many universes. but it was still just that influence. For those that wished to break under the influence of hegemonies, certain conditions had to be met. They had to either be truly powerful paragons that neared the universal realm themselves, or they had to have something shocking in their arsenal like the comprehension of a cosmic Tao. Many times, these two things were interchangeable, as it was always genius paragons who could even begin to have the capability to comprehend a cosmic Tao, examples being the Queen Dowager that had begun grasping at the straws of the cosmic Tao of annihilation, and the universal Emperor Slime that was a unique existence in the cosmos who could comprehend the very same cosmic Tao of annihilation. Noah was no paragon, but he did comprehend a cosmic Tao placed higher than annihilation, necromancy, and many other cosmic Taos, as he could utilize the unique essence of this Tao to break free from the mere influence of a universal hegemony. Rumble, the gaze of the primordial ruination clone was tyrannical as he gazed towards the figure of the hegemony of slaughter without so much as a tinge of fear. The star-sized humanoid had a white robe that shimmered with the essence of many Taos, his entire body sparkling as when one looked closely, they could almost see the fully manifested lights that represented tens of billions of galaxies, all of them coming together to form a wondrous universe that existed within the origin of a single being, an entire universe for their origin. How vast was the power of such a being? How shocking was their strength that had received 100% purification from the primordial essence, mind you, 100% purification correlated to 1,000,000% to all parameters. The star-sized being Noah was staring at contained such immense strength that he could flick his finger and cause the entire galaxy they were in to shatter. A single finger to bring death to anyone below him. All this being would need was but a thought to dispel the life force of anyone titled a great sage, yet Noah still stared towards the magisterial figure that was the epitome of power, the regality and majesty being released by the hegemony only becoming a mere light show in his eyes. You need to stop your advancement into the bloody battlefield's galaxy CLU.S.Ters. Nothing good will come out of it in the end, a voice of majesty and strength. A voice that demanded to be obeyed from its mere power alone. From it, Noah's primordial ruination clone could sense the power of antiquity, guessing this being in front of him must have obtained millions if not billions of marks of antiquity. This was because unlike Valentina, he had his grasps in multiple universes as he actively laid down his terrifying universal constructs on them. Ambrose stared at the figure of Noah's tyrant dragon form as this hegemony seemed to have already determined his nature, becoming direct as he spoke once more before Noah could even reply. I see you carry a sense of justice for the dragons of the animus universe. If you are selfish enough not to care about yourself, think about these same dragons that are still within the draconic Holy Lands. It will not be a challenge to massacre them. Rumble, not a threat to Noah's life, but to the beings he sought to liberate. Noah's eyes shone brightly at this as he came face to face with the machinations of a truly old being for the first time. Ambrose looked at Noah as he sought out any weaknesses, and he chose a weakness that only he could uniquely attack as he threatened the remaining dragons within the taken-over draconic lands. Off to the side, Tiamat's body that was still frozen in space trembled with anger and wrath as her eyes moved to lock onto the majestic figure of the universal hegemony. Noah's draconic figure vibrated with power as he looked at Ambrose with placid eyes. The light within his blazing eyes seemed to calm down as they were filled with utter calmness, his voice resounding out for the first time since the arrival of this terrifying being. A universal realm hegemony cannot act against a creature of the lower level. So if the few remaining dragons enslaved within the draconic Holy Lands are massacred, it will be through the hands of paragons, monarchs, and great sages. Rumble, his calm voice spread to the ears of all the beings still frozen in place in the surrounding miles, as well as the paragons and monarchs of the bloodline races within the bloody battlefield's galaxies, and even those situated with their Holy Lands who had tuned in to watch the unfolding scene when the news spread that their master himself had made an appearance. There were also the draconic paragons and monarchs that stayed within the deepest galaxies of the bloody battlefield galaxy CLU.S.Ters that were alerted to the shocking scenes playing out. Watching as the scenes of what was occurring were relayed to them from the army of chaos dragons behind Noah, many eyes were locked towards Noah as he continued with shocking calmness, many of those watching thinking a few similar thoughts. He wouldn't actually defy the master's order and threat, right? He can't denounce a universal realm hegemony, right? For those paragons, monarchs, great sages, and any of those below them that choose to listen to the words of this being standing in front of me, for any of those that choose to senselessly massacre the remaining dragons within the draconic Holy Lands, I want you all to watch very closely what I am about to do, even while standing in front of the very same being that will give you that order. Rumble, Noah's body glimmered with brilliant light as he pulsed with power, his body that brimmed with the shocking 200% strength of the primordial ruination clone backed with the purification of primordial essence and ruination essence that gave him multiple tens of thousands of percentages to all parameters moving towards the nearest creatures of the bloodline races and their reinforcements from other universes. I want you all to watch very closely how the being you admire and follow the words of blindly will not be able to protect you when I come to collect the debt of blood against all those that massacre innocent dragons. Rumble. Chapter 946. Watch chapter very closely. 2. Shock. Those watching fell into utter shock when they heard the words of the tyrant dragon, their eyes gradually opening ever wider as they saw the thrumming body of this terrifying creature open its jaws to release a terrifying dragon's breath. A breath that released innumerable unstable ruination galaxy spirit bombs that thundered towards hundreds of sages and tens of great sages that were guarding the center-most planets, protecting the gateway of the Slaughter Star monolith. Mind you, the body of the tyrant dragon was currently the size of a planet, its breath covering over 1,000 miles as the explosive force of the unstable galaxies released with this breath were utterly maddening in the damage they caused. This was especially so when the beings targeted could currently not even move. BOM. The unstable galaxies tore apart space as they exploded, taking with them hundreds of sages and tens of great sages of the bloodline races. In but a moment, blood, gore, and limbs flew out from every angle as golden cyclops, nine-tailed foxes, many of the bloodline races were decimated from this single attack. Such an action caused all those watching to draw a sharp breath as the scenes they felt were playing in slow motion continued. He actually dared, against the authority of the Master, Rumble. The paragons and monarchs of all races that had gotten information of what was occurring looked forward in a stupor, watching as a being directly defied the will of a universal hegemony and acted in such a domineering manner right in front of him. The dragons within the deepest parts of the bloody battlefield's galaxy CL_U_S_Ders looked at their illusory screens that portrayed Noah's figure, their hearts burning with scorching flames of draconic pride when they looked at this being. Watch very closely, as what I am doing to these great sages and sages in front of me will be exactly what I will do to those who follow the orders of this universal hegemony. It matters not if you are a monarch or a paragon. In time, even those standing in these ranks will face the same treatment as the being you so revere will not even be able to protect you. His voice was ringing out as he moved with even more vigor to attack and rip apart any beings he could. The universal realm hegemony above looking at this scene with extremely chilling eyes that blazed with a shocking light, this being waving his hands as the forces within the tens of miles of radius finally regained control of their bodies, the bloodline races at least being able to try and defend themselves against Noah's onslaught. But they weren't the only ones to regain their ability to move. Noah's summons gaining it as well, these creatures moving with even more fervor as a wrathful expression twisted Tiamat's face. Oh boom, the Master, hegemony, save us. The shocking battle resumed as the bloodline races and their allies faced heavy losses. Many cries ringing out as they sought help from the expert they believed in the most. The hearts of many beings watching were shaken as they saw the authority of the hegemony not make the tyrant dragon or his forces falter, the scenes playing out being imprinted in their minds as they would never forget them. The chilling light from the hegemony only increased as the surroundings quaked, but he still didn't attack Noah as no conditions were met for him to attack a creature of a lower level than himself. He wasn't directly attacked or had his name tarnished in any way, Noah being careful not to even insult the being or call him names. But Noah did point out the fact that the being that would order them to carry out certain actions would not even be able to protect them from him if he chose to move against them. Thus, Ambrose could only watch as he inscribed the image of the tyrant dragon deep in his mind, nodding with a chilling look as he disappeared a second later while leaving behind shocking words, "So be it, Rumble." With many eyes watching, the figure of Ambrose disappeared in the starry space as the forces of the bloodline races fighting for their lives lost all hope. A feeling welled up in their hearts, these creatures not being the only ones, as those watching also experienced the same feeling. It was doubt towards the Master they knew, doubt when they saw him leave when faced against a creature in the galactic filament realm. It was a shocking seed of doubt that Noah had planted into the hearts of many. But Ambrose had still left, as one would think this might have been one of the worst choices for this hegemony to make. He had already exerted as much influence as he could without stepping over the line when he stopped everyone in the surroundings tens of miles from moving, and he couldn't do much else. If he had chosen to stay as Noah continued to show off the fact that he truly couldn't personally act against him and his forces, the repercussions of today would have been even more disastrous. So the hegemony calculated with destiny as he left, once again having his calculations shattered as he truly had not expected Noah to act the way that he did towards a universal hegemony. Like this, Ambrose had suffered multiple losses against Noah before any true battles began. Chapter 947, Not Favored by Destiny. In an isolated region, a shocking reverberation of power emanated out as space ruptured and reformed constantly. It was the figure of the enormous-sized Ambrose shaking with a chilling look as his eyes stared at his universal fortune, seeing that unlike before, it hadn't just been reduced by smidges or small lines, but entire significant chunks of universal fortune fell out as they were lost entirely. It was equating to thousands of years' worth of hard work. Rumble, the silent wrath of the expert was extremely deadly, this aged being having come across a creature that actually did not bow to the wills of hegemonies nor seem to care about future results. Ambrose's eyes focused on the universal fortune and the lines of destiny swirling around him as a terrifying thought entered his mind. Multiple times now, he had used his understanding of destiny and fortune to act against the newly rising enemy. Yet all times after making calculations based on what destiny told him, he still failed. This left very few possibilities as to why, but the most direct one was that the enemy he was utilizing destiny against had a much more pronounced golden destiny and even more universal fortune than him. This realization made the chilling light in Ambrose's eyes die down as they returned with impassive eyes filled with clarity. A lower-tiered being with a more abundant universal fortune than a hegemony that had lived for over 1,000,000 years, that when faced against each other, the destiny of the lower-tiered being was enough to cause losses to a universal hegemony. What exactly did you find, Valentina? His majestic white hair and beard waved wildly as when he came to this conclusion, a light of teleportation wrapped around him again, taking him towards another location as this time, he didn't utilize destiny to plan his movements. Rumble, Valentina had a difficult expression as she looked at the scenes playing out in the bloody battlefield's galaxies while staring into the golden mirror that showed Noah's figure that seemed to be focusing closely on the continuously forming marks of antiquity that sank into his body every second. His aura continued to rise rapidly as the formation of Tau galaxies that only hegemonies could do was extremely dominating, capable of increasing the output of strength by more than 5 times compared to normal galaxies. Having such Tau galaxies in the lower stage would mean that if Noah forged 10 billion galaxies and turned them all into Tau galaxies, the output of power he could release would be equivalent to Monarch. At this thought, Valentina couldn't help but imagine the levels of power this being could reach, realizing he would be able to excel as the strongest in each stage he reached as his source of strength was simply too robust. She was about to speak towards the golden mirror and probe Noah to see if he would give her any information on how he became an architect of the Tao and understand the mystery of his formation of marks of antiquity, when her expression suddenly changed and turned extremely wrathful. Above the billowing clouds in her isolated realm, space was ruptured as a hand stretched through, opening the 2 sides of space as if it was ripping apart clothing, a magisterial being stepping out of this rupture in space and appearing in the skies of her realm. You dare? Valentina's dark hair swirled wildly as she shot forth from her castle, appearing in the skies and looking as the shocking figure of a miniaturized Ambrose who wasn't the size of a planet anymore, of this being that had actually intruded into her isolated realm after failing against Noah just minutes prior. Bzzzt. The power of universal hegemonies rumbled out majestically as space quaked fearfully, Ambrose looking towards Valentina with calm eyes. As for him, it didn't seem like anything much to know where Valentina's abode was and break into it. With an expression of a wizened being, he spoke calmly while facing Valentina's wrathful gaze and body that palpated with immense power. Call off your dog. Give me his life in exchange for me leaving all of the animus universe to you, with my influence only remaining around the bloody battlefield's galaxy CL_U_S_ters where my universal construct is anchored. A shocking set of words came from the universal hegemony, his gaze towards Valentina not showing the least bit of respect as it seemed like a senior making a concession with a junior, that they should be grateful enough to quickly take it while bending their back. Valentina's face had become utterly cold at this point, her white dress shining with a unique L_U_S_ter as her eyes blazed with power. From her body, the essence of a domineering Tao arose, a Tao that wasn't lesser or grand, but cosmic, like a dam that had been broken loose. The essence of a cosmic Tao erupted from Valentina, and it was the essence of the cosmic Tao of annihilation that most proficient universal hegemonies comprehended. Valentina's eyes released a cold light as with the essence of a cosmic Tao swirling around her. She replied, "Get the F_U_C_K out." Rumble, power maddeningly overflowed with her words. The space around the nearby miles shattering as it became the void, not even being capable of reforming yet as from the exceedingly cold eyes of Ambrose, the essence of the cosmic Tao of annihilation seeped out. as well as another cosmic Tao. His shockingly cold eyes stared at Valentina with disdain, his voice ringing out, I can't so easily attack those in the lower realms, but I can easily F_U_C_K up a girl that has barely entered the ranks of the universal realm, the essence of slaughter that should have been a grand Tao seemed from his body wildly, but it seemed to be elevated greatly as the aura it gave off was multiple times more regal than a grand Tao. All I need is a few reasons and I can call forth a blood feud. Coming into this place and ripping apart this body of yours until I fracture your universe and turn you into nothing, rumble, domineering, tyrannical, it was the demeanor of a hegemony. Chapter 948 Tyrannical Beyond Measure, WAA. Waves of maddening levels of essence vibrated out between the two hegemonies facing off. The one stemming off from Ambrose being simply ridiculous as too many shocking things were hidden within. The most frightening thing was the essence of slaughter that had begun to swirl around him. His name was the hegemony of slaughter, and he lived up to it as the essence of this grand Tao swirling around Ambrose was unlike any other Taos of the same level. Giving off an oppressive aura that far surpassed many grand Taos, this phenomenon could only be explained if a being had begun to collect numerous marks of antiquity and formed many Tao galaxies while branding a particular Tao into them, strengthening the selected Tao greatly. Ambrose looked at Valentina with a gaze full of dominance, his terrifying words still ringing out in the surroundings as the fair-looking woman in front of her didn't even have a change in expression. You are young, barely having had the time to form connections with the hegemonies of our cosmos. Isolated, no experience, only a slight genius to be able to birth a somewhat above-average lesser Tao. Waves of essence burst out with every single word he uttered as he continued, I have my reach stretching to multiple universes, with close connections to monsters millions of years old. I have utter and complete confidence in crushing a creature like you, but I do know it will cause slight damage to me in the short term. Why not come to an agreement on a path that benefits both of us? Form a connection with a powerful hegemony right now and elevate your status to an even greater level. With shining eyes filled with intense light, Ambrose actually offered a hand after threats, Valentina still looking towards him coldly as her body pulsed with more and more dangerous essence of annihilation. I leave you all of the Animus universe but the location where my universal construct is anchored. All you need to do is to give me the head of that puny dragon you sent out. The buzzing essence in the surroundings rose ever higher as a cold voice came from Valentina. Did you not hear me before? I said get the F_U_C_K out. Ambrose was only faced with rejection as the architect of the Tao of summoning coldly saying no to his advances, her fair face looking extremely valiant at this moment while facing the terrifying universal hegemony swirling with essence of two cosmic Taos and a grand Tao that seemed on its way there as well. There was a lull of silence in the seconds to follow. Ambrose's eyes expressionlessly looking towards Valentina before he spoke again. Children will always be children. Impulsive, reckless, and never thinking about the future or greater glory. Rumble, my universal fortune will be reduced in the short term, yes, my influence might even wane some more if the river of destiny continues flowing in the direction of the creature you sent out. But in the long run, it will be me as the ultimate victor. We study the same destiny, so I know you know this. The swirling essence around Ambrose receded as he maintained his look of dignity and power while continuing to speak. I already see a future with your Tao of summoning shattered and barely being used. A future of that fair skin of your splinters and ruptured as blood spills from that small body. Continue heading in this direction, and that future will come to you soon enough. RUUUMBLE. At the very end of his words, a hint of the essence of slaughter took over his eyes as the universal hegemony spoke words of brutality, showing why he was truly the hegemony of slaughter as he would defeat his enemies in the most tyrannical and humiliating of ways. When he finished, his figure was warped with the light of teleportation as he disappeared an instant later, leaving behind a furious Valentina that coldly looked at the space he used to be. Her body that was thrumming with power calmed down as calmness returned in the isolated realm. Her expression gradually calming down as a voice reverberated out a second later from a certain golden mirror. Why did you not take his deal given the benefits and security it provides you? From the other side of the mirror, Noah had heard the shocking conversation between the hegemonies as his heart was moved, asking Valentina a question as this architect waved her hands to cause the golden mirror to appear in front of her in the skies. Her expression was still tinged with wrath as she spoke. For him to physically appear in the galaxy that your tyrant dragon body is in to threaten you and then even appear in my realm to threaten me, means that you are an even greater threat to him than I realized. Rumble, oh? Noah heard her reply as many thoughts crossed his mind, watching Valentina's wrathful expression obtain a hint of a cruel smile as she continued. Besides, Why should I get myself tied up to an old man whose size of universal fortune is nowhere close to yours? With the size of yours, even his calculations must have been wrong for him to appear so ruffled, but for him to blatantly enter my home and sully it with his disgusting essence of slaughter, trum, her anger dominated as Valentina's body shone with power. Noah thinking of her words as he glanced at his sizable universal fortune that swirled around him like a storm ever since he birthed the Tao of fealty and shared it with an uncountable number of beings in an entire universe. When one just stared at Noah, they would find nothing extraordinary aside from his devilishly good looks, but if one activated unfathomable light of destiny and fortune, to check his destiny and fortune, they would be able to see raging golden rivers that nearly formed into an enormous sea, a pillar of golden light shining from him and rising above majestically, a large amount of fortune that even hegemonies would envy. It was also the reason why beings with dense fortunes like these could somehow always turn the most dangerous situations into opportunities as they achieved even greater status in their lives. His thoughts came to a stop as he looked at the mirror that showed an angered Valentina expressing a fiery gaze that would shake the heart of any man. What if he acts on his threat against you and starts a blood feud? A shocking possible reality that a terrifying hegemony could act on was questioned. Chapter 949, the construct spanning across the cosmos. Noah's question caused Valentina to come to a stop as she composed herself, her eyes shining with strength as she looked at this figure in the golden mirror and replied, "I'm not so easily bullied, so you don't have to worry about me. Just continue your decimation of his authority and influence, and then use his own universal construct to get stronger, rumble. As for me, I'll let the paragons and monarchs of the galaxy-devouring serpents, mythical Helios races, Golden Crow race and the mixed races move their forces out to exert influence and take the attention of the bloodline races on the draconic Holy Lands. If they choose to really wantonly slaughter, it's no problem to start a war." Valentina's gaze was filled with a sharp light as after Ambrose intruded into her domain, this powerful woman began to lean more on the offensive as one of the biggest moves she made was not even considering the words of a powerful universal hegemony as a connection and instead continuing to side with a creature at the galactic filament realm that had an overabundance of universal fortune. She turned towards his image in the golden mirror as she spoke with an inquisitive tone. A universal hegemony that has birthed a grand Tao or a great sage that has somehow birthed a lesser Tao at his level and influenced an entire universe with it seconds after its birth. The choice between this wasn't really that hard as it seems your universal fortune might be multiple times what mine or Ambrose's, rumble. Her sharp eyes were filled with light while she looked at Noah to grasp for some answers. Noah came out of his thoughts as he looked towards the golden mirror with a light smile, his voice ringing out casually, "It's just forging a lesser Tao, nothing much." Valentina stared at him in a stupor at these words, her eyes becoming even more inquisitive. "Are you actually the reincarnation of a nirvanic antiquity? Do you already have the abstruse cosmic Tao of reincarnation under your belt? Or is this identity just a portion of your soul? Just. Who are you?" O Rumble, the architect of the Tao of summoning, wanted to know more about the being that could cause the hegemony of slaughter to be this FL_U_S_tiered. She could find nothing from the river of destiny, the universal fortune of this being far surpassing hers, as any calculations about him were cloudy and filled with mysteries, and it was one of the reasons for Ambrose's failures in the past day. But she would get nothing from the questions as Noah merely shook his head to all her questions. "I wouldn't be doing all this or let the bloodline races run rampant as they are if I had some grand identity." As for breaking apart Ambrose's influence, Noah turned his eyes towards the galaxies around the Slaughter Star monolith where his forces were finishing up their slaughter. Valentina glanced at him for a while longer before she gave up, her eyes sharply scanning her abode before she returned to her paradisiacal castle to behind carrying out a great deal of things while observing Noah's forces within the bloody battlefield's galaxies. Within, a losing battle was being fought by the bloodline races and their reinforcements. This was because the wills of many enemies were crushed when they saw the scenes of the universal hegemony they revered not being able to do anything. Noah's forces that continued to display a shocking level of strength dominated the bloodline races and the reinforcements from other universes, shocking scenes being displayed all around the peripheral galaxies of the bloody battlefield's galaxy CL_U_S_ters. In one galaxy, 3 terrors stood atop the decimated bodies of Thonians, the terror of Ether at the very forefront pulsing with terrific power as even with the victory, he still seemed somewhat furious. His wrath naturally came from the connection he could borrow as a vassal under Noah, sensing this guy's terrifying power somehow growing even as their battles continued. The big guy wouldn't admit it, but he had a trace of envy when he truly understood Noah's power. In another galaxy legions of undead freely overflowed, but they weren't from Lich Emperors or even the blue slime who just devoured a decadent Lich Emperor to obtain all of its power. It was from Barbados, who now held a great deal of mana after becoming a vassal. WAA, she had an excited expression as she commanded legions of abyssal undead to rip apart the remaining forces of the bloodline races as her eyes locked towards the red gateway situated in the middle of a star system that they were protecting. This was one of the gates in each galaxy that led the way to the universal construct that was known as Slaughter Star Monolith, the construct of slaughter that a hegemony used to spread his influence across multiple universes as many powerful creatures delved into the construct for more power or to prove themselves. A glimmer of sharp light passed through Barbados' eyes as she turned her head away and finished up her side, other harbingers of sin moving with just as much vigor and power. In Galaxy B48, Noah's summons ripped apart the last creature of the bloodline races that was actively displaying the scenes of what was occurring here to the paragons and monarchs deeper in the bloody battlefields. Galaxy CL_U_S_ters, these beings not being able to see or know what was happening anymore. Many powerful beings sat in silence after watching the shocking events, the words of the tyrant dragon ringing out in their ears. Watch very closely, as what I am doing to these great sages and sages in front of me will be exactly what I will do to those who follow the orders of this universal hegemony. The powerful experts at the level of monarchs and paragons had no need to heed the words of a being that was merely at the galactic filament realm. Even if he was exceptional, even if he was able to stand against the authority of a hegemony without fear, he was still only a great sage. There was a large gap between that level up until monarchs and paragons, yet the monarchs and paragons found themselves hearing his words over and over again as if they were words of utter truth, words that foretold of a given reality if they took certain actions before then. Some became angered as they shook this feeling off, remembering their prestige as monarchs and paragons as they brushed off the threats of this powerful great sage. Others listened to their hearts as they felt a tinge of truthfulness, watching to see how things would play out in the days to come. But at this moment, the conclusion was a given as the forces of the tyrannical Dragon Emperor overtook multiple galaxies. Within Galaxy B48, Noah looked at the scene of his summons and chaos dragons wrapping up the battles, his gaze fully going towards the enormous doorway that was standing protectively between the star system that the bloodline races made their homes. It was the enormous gateway that one could enter the universal construct built by a powerful hegemony. It was the gateway of the Slaughter Star Monolith that was created by the hegemony of Slaughter. Chapter 950. There were many mysteries surrounding something like a universal construct, the hegemony of Slaughter gaining great recognition across multiple universes for creating something that was so unique. Within, there was endless slaughter as beings from many universes across the cosmos entered the universal construct to improve their strength, as well as for honor. Ambrose was using the universal construct for his own means, while the masses of powerful beings across the universe were also using it for their own means. But at the end of it all, there was only one clear winner that continued to get stronger from the existence of this universal construct. Within Galaxy B48, the battle had concluded as on the starry space, the body of the powerful Vindicator lay in half, his dark cape stained with blood, as even this being who was a central character in his own right barely managed to make a dent into the overall situation of the battle today. Even the heroes of the liberated universe weren't able to do anything in front of the tyrannical emperor. In another area, the childish laughter of the blue slime could be seen as it played with a decadent Lich Emperor that it had summoned, its palate being expanded greatly as the bright eyes on the bright body of this being danced around wondering what was next. Tiamat overlooked this whole situation as she was in front of the Chaos Dragons who were still looking at everything in a stupor, today's actions being mere fantasy in their eyes as they still didn't know how to process it. During this time, Noah's primordial ruination clone was pulling out all the loot gained on this battle that had already entered the hands of his main body, Noah duplicating the loot with the cosmic treasure and returning it to the expansive space where the clone could access it once more. The primordial ruination clone that had a ridiculous 100,000% speed and realm progression then began to absorb the cores as he forged hundreds of thousands of more cores while staring at the wondrous gateway leading to the Slaughter Star Monolith. The body of the clone began to fly towards this wondrous gateway as Noah wanted to check the main tool that Ambrose used to check his power, sending a message to his subordinates and summons to finish cleaning up as he went forward. For now, even after his subordinates had secured the galaxies they were in, they were to only occupy them as only he would delve forward to discover all the intricacies of the universal construct while matching them with the memories of the many beings he had taken down that had already been in the monolith. After they had stabilized these galaxies, their forces would spread towards the other peripheral galaxies within the bloody battlefield's cluster, Noah truly putting his forces to work as they would be the main ones claiming control of the bloody galaxies surrounding the universal construct. This would gradually reduce the amount of being entering the gateways of the universal construct in the animus universe, with the influence of Ambrose continuing to be reduced the more galaxies they conquered. Rumble, as Noah neared the huge red gateway, fluctuations of essence reverberated out as a few words appeared in front of him. Gateway B48 of slaughter. One of the gateways stretched across the bloody battlefield's galaxy clusters that anchors the universal construct into the animus universe. Any of those entering will be transported to the unique space of the Slaughter Star monolith. Noah nodded at himself as he read the details, reducing the size of his body that was a star as he only became a 10-meter dragon barely 5 times the size of a human, fearlessly plunging his body into the gateway as he disappeared in a flash of spatial light. When his awareness returned and he opened his eyes, he was transported to an entirely different location. It didn't seem like a world or realm, but something even more unique. It was tinged with red all around the land and skies, with the more striking thing being the auras of many other beings in the surroundings. Noah was just teleported in as an insignificant being in the midst of many others. Many of those around him not even paying attention to him as they went about their business. What was shocking was that many of them were in the levels of entities, sages, and great sages, and there seemed to be millions of such beings moving around like ants across the area Noah had appeared in that span tens of miles. Many were entering grand structures and buildings that were clustered around a singular structure, the universal construct that gave the slaughter of hegemony his fame and power. The grand structures surrounded it and made it look like an ancient structure that had been there for many ages, making it seem like the only beacon of light rising in the middle of a metropolis filled with powerful sages and great sages all around. Rumble, Noah raised his eyes to look at this shocking structure as his eyes shone brightly, seeing a never-ending tower that stretched to the skies, this tower being made up of glittering red stars stacked up together to create something terrifying. It gave off a ridiculously overabundant aura of slaughter, this structure being the location where most slaughter was occurring across the primordial cosmos. This was the Slaughter Star monolith where powerful creatures from many universes entered to test their power and improve their strength while gaining immense fame and status. The innumerable number of stars that created the monolith that one could not see the end of shone with a bright red luster, each of them showing a scene of what was occurring within. As in nearly all of the red stars, there were figures fighting to the death with each other. Scenes of their terrifying battles were being displayed for all to see, with Noah finally being able to match the memories he had obtained from the enemies he had defeated with what he was currently seeing. When his eyes focused on any of the innumerable red stars on the Slaughter Star monolith, the scenes of the battle occurring within became even more clear, as it was like he was watching the battle right in front of him. Among the many red stars, some were expanded to be bigger than many others, as on the low levels of the Slaughter Star monolith. It was an innumerable number of small stars that held creatures at the ranks of sages and sages fighting. These stars made up the majority of the tower. But when one looked higher up in the tower, the stars above these levels were nearly 5 times as large, as they consisted of battles of beings in the monarch realm. Above this were stars expanded to be 10 times larger, with many of them being empty, but a few actually held genuine paragons battling in a shocking manner. Paragons, this was the universal construct filled with mysteries, the Slaughter Star monolith where slaughter prevailed within, as many sat back to watch the ongoing battles and spread the fame of the powerful beings within. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible.